So Britt Hartley made a response to Matt Dillahunty. Matt Dillahunty made a response to Britt Hartley. But today's video for my channel, for my audience, is centered around philosophy, your reason why, examining existence, introspection, extrospection. My name is Brittany Simon. If you're new to my channel, we do philosophy through pop culture. And this on my side of the internet is very pop culture-y right now. Britt has also, after all of this back and forth, decided to just continue doing her work and focusing on her. We're going to start from the end and go through the response, but this is Britt's response to basically everything that's happened, including watching Matt's 4-hour response to her. So Matt made an original video for about 20 minutes. Then Britt made a response for an hour. Then Matt made a 4-hour response. I watched everything on my own for the record, including his 4-hour stream. And I have timestamps for all the points I want to highlight. But Britt has made a response as well. And I want to start with her and then we'll go backwards. So this is what her final say is after the 4-hour video response from Matt Dillahunty.
I learned from the Matt Dillahunty situation. For anyone following, Matt made a video called Spirituality is Nonsense. I made a response to that video, making my case for why I call myself a spiritual atheist, and Matt made a 4-hour response video to that response, and it basically boils down to he just doesn't feel comfortable with the baggage with the term spirituality, and myself, like Carl Sagan or Elaine de Botton or even Sam Harris, are okay with recapturing this term spirituality. He's much more comfortable with words like sacred or numinous or even psychology, but for me to call what I'm doing psychology implies that I'm a psychologist, and that would just be really unethical for me to call what I'm doing psychology because I haven't been trained as a psychologist. And his complaint is that even if you go through a spiritual direction program with someone like Richard Rohr, it does not mean that you are licensed by the state or that you are clinically credentialed in any way.
Now, I will go over this in detail as well, but this is why the way I wanted to frame this video was Matt Dillahunty is suffering from colonizer mindset. And I say this as a person who understands he's pro-Palestine and very leftist and all these things, and he has done his due diligence not to do collaborations with certain people, and I get that. That doesn't mean he's eradicated from his belief system's colonizer mindset. And I'm going to go through this using his rebuttal towards Britt Hartley. And again, this isn't me trying to get involved between their two conversations. This is me trying to use their conversations to help my audience grow in their journey, because that's what I do, right? I make content for you and I use other people's content to have that larger conversation, right?
So even though hospice organizations will often hire a spiritual director as part of their team, it's not a job that has a very strict ethics board, and that makes it open to all kinds of ethical issues.
And I think Britt's making a really salient point here that if she called what she was doing psychology, which Matt says many times you should call it psychology, basically, she's insinuating she's a psychologist. This was the same criticism I got from the atheist boys on the internet that were upset about my framework, my philosophical framework, because when I did calls, they would say, oh, you're doing therapy. I'm not doing therapy. I'm doing philosophy. I've never tried to pretend I was doing therapy, but if you think everything I'm doing because it's a psychological experience is therapy, then taking drugs to have a psychological experience is therapy. It's not. It's therapeutic, but it's not therapy. Because to me, therapy means something. Now, it might mean something different in your bubble, and I will also say that's okay. If we say words differently, that doesn't matter to me. Words mean things only when they do. Words have meaning only when they do. Words are subject to the bubble. So if I say spiritual and you say spiritual, we mean two different things. Okay, that's okay. But I think to Matt Dillahunty and a lot of his people, he's like, no, spiritual only means one thing. When we know it doesn't, because if you Google it, multiple definitions come up. And Britt Hartley and I often share and overlap with our definition of spirituality. It doesn't have to be Matt's definition, but Matt has to contend with the reality that he doesn't have objective truth because he doesn't have it. Words are a construct, they're not objective.
Or gurus. And so even if I was doing really good work in this space, there's no way to differentiate me from someone who is using this broad term spirituality to essentially scam people. Same thing with like religious deconstruction coach. Like even though there are programs where you can get certified as a religious deconstruction coach, it's not to the level of being clinically certified like if you were a therapist. So moving forward, even though I don't feel like I've ever proclaimed myself to be a therapist, I want to be more clear about what a spiritual director is and the very limited scope that I have under the program that I went through. Same thing with like a religious deconstruction coach. If you want someone who's been through a 2-year program versus someone who went through a 2-week program so that you can make a consensual choice as far as what you're wanting in a religious deconstruction coach, that you have all the information you need to make that consensual choice. So I'm not going to make a...
And I will say, and this is the part I want to highlight throughout my observation of Matt's argumentation, is Matt, I think, has a problem, and I'll get into it because I want to give Matt his roses as well, because Matt is a prominent person in the space. Before we get into it, though, I just want to set it up for my audience, especially. Matt is the kind of man, from my understanding, who thinks autism coaches would be frauds. Instead of seeing that 85% of autistic people aren't employed and that we found a way in the modern world to make a living wage while helping people in our community as a good thing, he might see it as a bad thing. Now, Matt will make the argument that he does not know if we're charlatans or he does not know if these people are bad. And I'm saying, but that's a you problem. You not knowing has nothing to do with us. And you're poisoning the well by insinuating we could be frauds instead of actually saying whether we are or not. And I say we because, again, I've had the same criticism thrown at me when I used to take calls. I don't take calls anymore. But I felt like one of the things that was missing from the people who were critiquing me was like a deep misunderstanding of what was happening. And because they didn't get it, I had to be wrong. Instead of thinking like, maybe you just don't get it. They didn't have the humility to think, maybe I'm just wrong. Now you don't have to be right or wrong. You could be right? But that's why we have the discussion.
Response video to his response video to my response video to his response video. And to Matt's credit, he did email me and apologize for his portion of the fan base that were pretty harsh with me, pretty rough with me.
Very
and
gentlemanly.
There is like that part of especially YouTube atheism that can get quite toxic. And I just don't want to pour a lot of my time and resources and energy into that space. So I think I'm just going to leave that there.
Respect.
But in the future, I want to be much more clear about what my education is and what my certification is and what a spiritual director is.
Now, pause. I think one of the reasons Britt probably said this too is in Matt's reaction to Britt Hartley. And I actually think I forgot to timestamp this. So hopefully we just end up seeing it naturally. But she basically says, Matt, I don't want to, I think we will see this naturally. But she says, Matt, I don't want to debate, but I'd love to have a discussion. And Matt pauses the video and goes, this is a debate. So now Britt's not going to want to talk to you, bro, because she doesn't want to debate. Women in this space do poorly in debates because you guys are fucking psychopaths when you debate. Yes, Matt is a prominent debater. He's good at what he does, but debating is about winning. And Britt doesn't want to win. She wants to learn. And boys in this space, this is why I say, like, you're so focused on winning instead of learning and exploring ideas. And that's one of the problems with this whole space. Okay, that's why I said atheist boys. It's why I talk about men as a structure. It's why I talk about patriarchy and why I talk about colonizer mindset.
And the limitations of my scope, just so that there's no miscommunication, so that you have all the information that you need to make an informed, consensual choice on whether you want to interact with me or not. And therapists, if you could do me a big favor here, one of the critiques in the video is that if you were just a good therapist, you would never need a spiritual director as part of your, interdisciplinary team of well-being or care. So if you are a therapist and you've ever sent some of my videos to a client,
I think the problem is like some therapists on Matt's videos were like, oh, Britt is doing so much harm. And some therapists on her videos like, you're amazing. A therapist is just a person, guys. That's it. You're putting therapists on a pedestal for no fucking reason. They're just people. There are anti-vax therapists. There are racist therapists. There are therapists who rape people. There are therapists who sleep with their clients. Just because you're a therapist doesn't mean you're a good person. Again, I don't know why we're doing this like tag team and like, you know what I mean? Like, this is why I say, like, is everyone missing the forest for the trees? We're flawed animal species evolved over millions of years. We are deeply bad at being good. And the only thing we can do moving forward is attempt to be better and less bad. And so this obsession of being like, and I don't blame Matt or Britt for doing this. I think within their bubble's social construct, it would make sense to say, oh, these people approve of me. Okay, and like in my bubble, it wouldn't matter. It's more of a question of, do I do my due diligence to stay within a most ethical framework? Here's my framework. Do I stay within it? That's the question.
Or recommended me to a client or recommended my book to a client, or you've benefited from some of my videos on religious deconstruction, spiritual reconstruction, ritual, philosophies of meaning, existential fears, etc., then please let me know in the comments. I don't see spiritual directors and therapists as competitive. I have a very, very tiny limited scope where I went really deep into this one little space, and therapists have a much more broad set of tools than I do. So I'm just going to leave that there and move on and keep doing my thing, but with much more intention on my part to make sure
Great.
I'm always giving you informed consent and make sure that I'm always clear about my limitations so that I don't go down the, Jay Shetty, Deepak Chopra path of
Exactly.
working in the
Notice she named men.
spiritual space. And to anyone who took the time to reach out.
Okay, so that's that video, right? Let's go back to the beginning. So Matt Dillahunty makes a 4-hour response to Britt Hartley. If you go to these comments here, this comment here says, Britt seems to be referring to subjectivity rather than spirituality, while Matt is objectively observing the term spirituality. There's no such thing. He cannot objectively observe a term that is subjective, versus Britt's colloquial use or subjective angle on it, which leans more psychological than anything that is considered spiritual. There's no such thing as objective language. It is an evolving thing. That's why in France and other countries, they are arguing to redefine the word rape because it wasn't subjectively being utilized correctly. So we changed it because it's not objective. That's why I say human beings think they have access to objective. They don't. There's 2 definitions for objective. 1, an agreement by the majority. A majority of people agree rape means this, so that's what rape means. Or 2, access or rape exists outside of the processing of a human brain, which, how would we have access to that? Okay. So again, like he can say, oh, Matt's being objective and Britt is being subjective. I would say they're both being subjective based off of their bubbles, which is where my work comes in. I am making the argument that most of us exist in bubbles that are subjective, that give us the illusion of objectivity, which then give us the illusion of choice, and then give us the illusion of free will, which then allows us to feel like we know. And I'm saying, well, you believe in what you know are very different things. Okay. So here's Britt Hartley's video, her initial response to Matt Dillahunty. And the comment here says, Matt helped me develop a lot of critical thinking skills, and I didn't used to have. Britt helped me reconnect with my humanity and myself. I enjoy them both, and I'm interested to hear how the intersection between skepticism and spirituality. This person said, Britt's videos and explanations really help my critical thinking too. She's so concise and able to express things in a manner that makes it all accessible. She's so measured, logical, and empathetic. Exactly what we need in this space. Look, ultimately, we're all here to contribute and hopefully add to add to the betterment of your life. And then ultimately, you're so responsible for utilizing the tools the way that you can. Look, I've had bad run-ins with people in the past. I've dealt with people that were unwell. I've dealt with people that just simply disagreed with me. That's life. That's going to be life forever. We all have to contend with that reality and move forward, right? This person says, hey, I've been listening to Matt for over a decade. He's the last guy people want to debate. I said, hey, why is that? He said, because argumentations is what he does for a living, and he's been doing it for 20 years. Matt is a genius. I said, he's skilled, but genius lacks the humility that I think even Matt would raise an eyebrow at. If Matt Dillahunty identifies as a genius, I would question him. Because any person who sits in anything that we do as people who are trying to find truth thinks of themselves as a genius, they've lost the plot in my mind. You can't identify as a genius. And then, so for his, and I know he apologized for his fan base being crazy. And we should all do that in general, like but I also think that this space, this debate bro atheist space, brings an entitlement into the conversation that is very like colonizer mindset. Smarter, better, stronger, wiser than you. And colonizer mindset plays into, and let me get into this using these 2 clips. So let me show you these 2 clips and then I'll explain to you why I think Matt Dillahunty is suffering from a colonizer mindset, right? Mind you, I'm not making this video so Matt Dillahunty sees it. With peace and love, I respect Matt's work. Again, it's not for me. I see the good he's doing. I check in on occasion, right? He's collabed with a lot of people that I like, all that stuff, blah, blah, blah. But I'm doing this for my audience and the work that I'm doing, okay? So this is 2 random timestamps, and then we'll get into it more linear. So here's this timestamp towards the end.
Illustration of real. I accept all of those. Awe, wonder, all that stuff. This is still mostly just about the label. I'll be the first to admit, I don't understand fully what you're talking about. I definitely am aware that patriarchy controls a whole bunch of things, but I'm not aware that, do you think that patriarchy is controlling mathematics as well? Because that's directly derived from logic.
So Britt is saying, hey, Matt, I don't want to get into it, but I think I have to. Patriarchy is playing a role here. Yes, Matt, patriarchy impacts mathematics. This is what I'm saying. He's so in a colonizer white person mindset that he has no idea or concept that math has been colonized. Not only has it been colonized and the story has been retold, but women have been drastically left out of it. Okay? Yeah, Chess says I crashed out a little bit at this part. Like, literally screamed. I was like, oh, Matt! I was like, oh my God. Like, even his well-intentioned meaning, like, this is what I'm trying to make, like, understand even about his pro-Israel stance. Like, are you just pro-Israel because you're anti-genocide, or do you understand the colonization perspective of it? The colonizer mindset behind it, right? Behind the genocide of Palestinians. So I don't think Matt is intending to be obtuse here, or that I think he just doesn't know. And that's me being very good faith, right? Okay, so yes, math is impacted by patriarchy. Math is impacted by patriarchy. Okay. Next timestamp, and we'll get into it more detailed later, but I just want to give you a preview of why I'm saying what I'm saying, and then okay, here's the second one.
So your critique on that score, I think, would have landed better if you had some video that showed that I was acting unethically, or, some of my clients that I've had that, felt really uncomfortable with me and were.
Okay. I'm exhausted from a number of fallacious arguments as we get right here to the end. The video wasn't about you. You were obliquely referenced. I didn't call you a charlatan. And if I would have put a video of you saying something that was problematic in there, that would have been me calling you out specifically. This wasn't about specifically calling you out. It was about calling out all of the people who are advocating for what you advocate for.
Pause. This is why I initially was good faith with my video on Matt. I said, I bet Matt and his brain thinks he's not calling Brit out. He thinks he just saw a couple of TikToks and then made a video. And you guys were like, no, dude, it's a subtweet. I'm saying, no, I bet in his head, he doesn't see it as a call out, because Matt does make call outs. And if Matt had made that video, he would have said, saw a TikTok from a content creator named Brit Hartley, who's no nonsense spirituality, and I take issue with her argumentation. But instead, what it felt like he did was he watched like 10 TikToks on spirituality, Brits being some of them, and said, oh, you know what? This subject really grinds my gears. I'm going to make a video. And then he made a video, and he didn't think about, because he's a boomer apparently, the fact that people were going to take issue to it. So that's why I think he genuinely is confused about the way Brit is coming at him, because he's like, I didn't come at you this way. And I think he should have just done it. I think it almost would have been better if he just said, this is why I try my hardest to also not do that, because I do think it's weird. It ends up being weird, but I think he was like avoiding the responsibility of doing a full call out. And again, he can do it respectfully. I think I do it pretty well. I feel like I think you could say I'm doing it right now, but again, I don't need Matt to like argue with me. I think the issue is that I'm just proving that Matt is suffering from XYZ. Okay, so here we go. Look at this. Okay. So just to have this conversation, right? This is the letter section of The Guardian. In this section here, you don't have to know the context. Don't think about it too hard. Though this is a Sudanese journalist here, this is mentioned here. Nazarene Malik, ignore it. It doesn't matter. This is the part I want you to pay attention to. It has taken the 35 years since then of listening to Maori to begin to understand the extent of colonial conditioning. It is a deeply embedded mindset that feels like the only norm to the perpetrators, but it is a coercive belittling of all the other as lesser being, or as being lesser. Implicit in colonialism are racism, patriarchy, and excessive individualism and egotism. Maori were beaten at school for speaking their language. Te Reo is the name is the means of relating to Wenua, or land, where words can be found to express unique flora or histories. If you lose a language, you lose connection to the land. This is a spiritual sentiment that Matt Dillahunty is saying is voodoo or weird or icky. And I'm saying this is what Brit Hartley says. This is what Indigenous people are saying. This is what a lot of us are saying about connection to the land is a spiritual sentiment, okay? It can be based in science and data, but first and foremost, it didn't need a scientist to know that it was true, right? And yes, this is about New Zealand. Correct, chat. So this is what Matt's missing. This is the colonizer mindset that has disallowed Matt's brain from seeing spiritualism as something that came first, then science proved it. Spiritualism came first, science proved it. Connection to the land came first, science proved it. People knew before there were laboratories, before your version of science existed, before these quote enlightened, quote Western liberal men, white men came in, we knew, right? So that's what I'm trying to say here is important. Now, what label we put to it is up for debate, but we knew there was something. Humans knew, our ancestors knew there was something unique here, okay? So then it says, if you lose language, you lose connection to the land. Maori say, I am the land and the land is me. What are they without land? They had to watch the native trees, that only they knew how to name, being torn down and burned to be replaced by grass, insects, birds, animals, crops that were imported from foreign land. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna sneeze. This is what I want to... Was that sneeze spiritual? Is really the question, okay? This is the part of the conversation that I want to get into, okay? Matt, throughout this video, will say things like, I don't know if Brit is a charlatan or these people are charlatans because I'm afraid they're tricking people into buying their courses, which really is an argument about capitalism, not about spirituality. Then it's spirituality is nonsense because I, Matt, don't understand it. And I only understand it through a patriarchal lens versus a universal global lens, okay? And then the conversation is, are you just doing woo-woo? Which I understand. If I was talking to a religious person and they said, Brittany, do you believe in spiritualism? I'd say no. Because when a religious person asks me this question, they're asking me if I believe in God. When a secularist asks me, do I believe in spiritualism? I might say yes, depending on the secularist. If Britt Hartley asks me, I'm like, yes, girl, you know it, girl. If Matt Dillahunty asks me, I'd say, what do you mean by spiritualism? What do you even mean, Matt? You know what I mean? It'd be like, it depends. It depends. What do you mean? Okay? Because I know that the bubble is interacting differently with the word. Okay? When my friends come to me, especially my Black friends, and they say to me, Brittany, hair is sacred, hair is spiritual. And I look at them and they're with me. I remember one of my girlfriends, she cut my hair. We actually did it on stream, and she's a Black woman. And we cut my hair on stream, and I asked her to do it specifically because I thought she would treat it with the respect and sacredness that I felt like it deserved, right? And that is specific to her and her background and her experience as being a Black woman in a white supremacist world, right? And it was wonderful. It was a great experience. You know, we had a great time. This was a long time ago. The video is not accessible anymore, but it was a really beautiful moment, okay? And that's what I'm trying to say. That is spiritualism. That is spiritualism. And Matt would say, it's just hair. Listen, okay? Listen, okay? You know, there's a lot there that needs to be unpacked, but that's the colonizer mindset. They take something that's sacred to you and find a way to sell it, package it, and make people spend their life savings on it. They shame you for wanting it and having it, and they take what was beautiful to you and they turn it around and sell it at Sephora. Okay? And that's what I'm saying Matt is suffering from, is he is seeing the capitalization and colonization of spiritual practices, and he's saying everyone who's spiritual is wrong, instead of recognizing that what he's really mad at is capitalism. Okay, let's check out my first timestamp from Matt Dillahunty's rebuttal of Britt Hartley's work and her rebuttal to his initial video. Here we go.
This word is too vague to be of any use or meaning, and because it's so vague, it just invites charlatans into this space. And
That's
honestly,
fair.
this is a fair frustration. The word spirituality is used badly all the time. It gets
I think that's really funny because I think her assessment of my assessment is fair, and that seems to be because she thinks my assessment is fair. Yeah, the word is so misused and abused that it opens the door to almost anything. It's kind of in the, you know, if you open your mind far enough, your brains will fall out thing, which is, I don't really like it, but it fits us a bit. All right, so we're in agreement on that at least.
It's used to mean ghosts and vibes and manifestation and crystals and energy and intuition and psychedelics and just having emotions. So if Matt's argument is that the word is often vague, I agree. But vague usage does not mean that there's no real subject matter to contend with. There are many.
A vague usage doesn't necessarily mean that there's no real subject matter to contend with. But if we're not able to stick a pin in some sort of testable claim, then you don't have anything to contend with. If you can't say, here's what we're talking about by spirituality and how we test to show that this is something real and distinguish it from all of the others,
you don't have anything to contend with yet.
Okay. So obviously, you know, Bray Hartley's going to bring up love, which I think is a good argumentation. He disagrees. But I think love is a really good example of that. How do you prove love exists? So you're having a loving experience. You know, recently on the internet, there's been a creator who just got outed as getting 3 different women pregnant, 2 of which had abortions, I believe, and 1 had a miscarriage. I'm fuzzy on the details, but 3 women have come forward, right? And if you know the story and you've been following it, you'll also have noticed that 2 of the women were talking and they were discussing on whether or not he loved them. Because when you interact with a human being and you're under the illusion or under the impression that there's love, right? You're also going to be under the impression that love should follow action. How can you love me if you abandon me? How can you love me if you beat me? How can you love me if you cheat on me? And then the woman said, I think he loved me. Yeah, I think we were in a real relationship. I want to believe he was in love with me. And see, now her reality is being shattered. Did he love her? Was it love? And this is why I say, and this is why we have this conversation about spirituality over love. And this is why Bell Hooks will even say, like, can love exist with abuse? Like, can you abuse your children and love them? You know, what is love if in this most present moment you are beating me? And I think this is why we have to ask ourselves these questions, right? We have to say to ourselves, you know, is spirituality tangible? Because I would say it's a very living, present experience that is very tangible, much like my thoughts are, right? Like, I would say spirituality is like thinking. Not everybody has an inner monologue, but my inner monologue is real, even though I can't prove it to you, right? Even though I can't show you, even, you know what I mean? Like, maybe they can scan my brain in the same way that Britt points out with science. They can scan your brain during an experience and notice that certain things are lighting up. But I can't tangibly show you my thoughts any more than I can show you in a spiritual experience. We can either have them together. We can either feel like we're reading each other's mind, or we can have an experience of saying like, oh my God, it's like you're in my head, bro. Which, you know, indicates I must be thinking, you know, during this time. So again, okay.
We'll see.
Any words that we use in the English language that are too broad to define. Words like love, for example, are very difficult to define. Certain
I would agree with that. However, it's not even remotely in the same camp. A word like love versus a word like spiritual.
That's so interesting, because why not?
We have a number of different usages for love, and we can describe and define them. And while we don't necessarily know, for example, what romantic love, I don't know what romantic love feels like to you, but I know what it feels like to me. And we can discuss this to show that, hey, when I say, you know, I love this person, I don't mean that in a romantic sense. I mean it in a platonic sense. And you can go through all that. But all we're talking about at the end of the day is taking a set of emotions, a set of psychological conditions that we have, and categorizing them. And it can be as simple as these emotions are love, just like these vehicles are Chevrolets.
Yes, but we've been debating love for 2,000 years, for 3,000 years, for 4,000, for 5,000 years. We've been debating love for thousands and thousands of years. That's why we're still debating it today. What is love? Is bigotry love? If you meet a Christian who says, I love you, but not your sin, I hate, you know, love the sinner, hate the sin, they're describing love as discrimination, bigotry. So why are you acting like we've agreed on what love means? We haven't agreed. We agree via the bubble. So maybe Bray Hartley and I would agree on love, what love is, and maybe Bell Hooks and I would agree on what love is, but maybe Matt Dillahunty and Bell Hooks wouldn't agree, or maybe Bell Hooks and Bray Hartley would agree, but not maybe all the way, or maybe, you know, no. Spiritual is one of those words. It's an ever-changing, evolving word, like all language, and it has multiple meanings in its current state, right? Chad says, question, does being spiritual mean believing in the supernatural? Only by certain people's definitions and not always. No, there are modern versions of spirituality, practicing spirituality, that have changed. And so I adhere to a more modern definition like Britt Hartley does. I would argue that it's a profound state of being that elicits an awareness of something uniquely profound happening that feels what you might describe as magical, but you recognize isn't tangibly magical. And should it be magical in a more Harry Potter way, there would be some sort of, to Matt's credit, scientific study or data point that we could point to that says, oh yes, magic is real. But much like with anything else in life, it is discovered and experienced. Matt, I think, comes from my understanding of his response, comes more from a we create perspective. I think it's both. We discover truth and we create it, but there is truth to be discovered. There are things that are true that you discover about yourself, and there are things that are true that you create about yourself, right?
But you might not be driving a Silverado. You might be driving something else. It's set theory. And so if you have emotions and then love, and then within love, there's romantic love and platonic love and all kinds of things. And you can dump stuff in there from other usage as well. You can bring in agape love and things like that and actually describe them and describe the differences. Okay.
But they're just agreed upon descriptions. They're not objective. They're just agreed upon. They're subjective, like they're frameworks we create and we agree. Like, guys, do I have long hair or short hair? Do I have long hair or medium hair? Do I have curly hair or wavy hair? Do I have curly hair or straight hair? Different people will say different things. Okay? And that's the point. That's the point.
Plus, love, with a few exceptions, is also something where it's like it's not like we have a huge divide between here's the portion of people who experience love and another significant portion of people who don't. And the significant portion who don't have no clue what these people are talking about. I mean, it's like you can teach someone with a number of, conditions preventing them, like Helen Keller type thing. You can confirm to people who have never seen that other people can see. You can do the same with color. I did videos on this, but I don't know that any such thing is possible with spiritual. So I think there's a little bit of false equivalency here, but we'll keep going.
Really difficult to put into a beaker. But with love, even though it's used in a variety of ways, we can still ground that in the human experience. We can talk about how humans feel and act with love. We can even look at brain scans when we're talking about being in love. We can have objective conversations about subjective realities. We can do brain scans of monks who are doing loving kindness meditations and see that their user default mode in their brain,
Yes.
that part of their brain that is self-obsessed, is really quiet during that meditation, for example. And I want to do the same thing with spirituality, that there's an element of spirituality that we can ground in the human experience.
It's why some people can do shrooms and not have a profound experience. And some people can do shrooms and say it felt like a spiritual, profound experience. And that's because the same thing with watching anime. One person can watch One Piece and feel like they had a profound spiritual experience. Somebody else can watch One Piece and be like, oh yeah, Luffy's cool, bro. Yeah, that Usopp, am I right? But that's not the same thing. Or some people can watch it and be like, why does anyone like this anime? Everyone's having a different experience. And I'm saying for some of us, we are profoundly impacted by the art we consume, by the music we listen to, by the shows we watch, by the drugs we do. Not always in every circumstance, but sometimes it just hits right. And that hitting right is what creates a perfect circumstance for having what you might call a spiritual experience. Now, my mother once asked me, Brittany, have you ever had a supernatural experience? And no, I have not. I, Brittany, have not experienced what you would call a supernatural experience. Have I had a spiritual experience? 100%. But I've not had a supernatural one.
Even if it's true that that term is sometimes used in vague woo-woo ways that I wouldn't support. So then Matt goes on to give a definition from the dictionary on spirituality.
Spirituality relates to the human search for meaning, purpose, and connection to the sacred, transcendent, or inner self, often independent of organized religions.
So let's work with this definition that he gave, because I don't want to make a Jordan Peterson move here and start just making up definitions. He said,
We love taking jabs at Jordan Peterson.
spirituality relates to the human search for meaning, purpose, and connection to the sacred, transcendent, or inner self, often independent of organized religion. So fine, if that's a definition, then the question becomes whether meaning, purpose, a sense of sacredness, even just as an experience or transcendence, or a curiosity with your inner life, can be understood. Can we do all of that without supernaturalism? And the answer is yes. There was nothing in that definition that defined connection to the self or connection outside of self as something that requires the supernatural. In fact, it
I don't know that I said that requires the supernatural, but okay.
says it's
No, Matt, don't play cute, Matt. The whole premise of your upsettedness with spirituality is that it's woo-woo, which indicates supernatural, which indicates outside of the natural. Don't be cute, Matt. Don't be cute.
often independent of organized religion.
Yes, it says it's often independent of organized religion, but it doesn't say that it's independent of religion, and it doesn't say that it's independent of supernatural things, and it doesn't
Habibi.
organized religion, but it doesn't say
Habibi.
that it's independent of religion, and it doesn't say that it's independent of supernatural things, and it doesn't say that it's independent of, some literal notion of a soul. When you look at the definition, and by the way, I went through a bunch of different definitions to show which ones, and I addressed them all. So this human search for meaning, purpose, connection to the sacred, transcendent, or inner self, I talked about whether or not there is any good reason to believe there is some intrinsic meaning or purpose, and a search for meaning or purpose doesn't need to be spiritual. My life has a meaning and a purpose that I have attributed to it through my own search, independent of any notion of spirituality. And it is I don't even understand how somebody could call that. But if what they're searching for is a purpose beyond that, they would need to make some kind of demonstration that there can be a purpose.
No, what you're doing is applying your relationship to reality to 8 other billion people's brains. And you're making the claim, or at least insinuating, that all of us evolve the same, all of us have the same genetic predispositions, all of us have the same function. It's like Matt figuring out some people don't have an inner monologue and be like, no. It's like people who argue with aphantasia people or dyscalculate people. It's like, no, that can't be your experience. You know what I mean? And I'm like, but it is my experience. And so, yes, it requires me to be honest about my experience, and it requires you to believe the experience, right? But Matt is saying, well, I didn't have this experience, so why do you have this experience? Okay, are you the default setting, sir?
Beyond that, and how they're going to go about finding it. Similar, I did the same thing when it came to the inner self and the transcendent and stuff like that, but we'll see.
So then you can say, okay, give me data and evidence that this thing that we're pointing to exists and that it's something that we should contend with. Happy to do so. Because for me, just so Matt knows, I'm not sure how familiar he actually is with my work versus just.
This is literally and I apologize, Britt, this is literally the most, this first 4.5 minutes or 5 minutes is the most I've ever heard you speak. Everything else, oh, no, that's not true. Arden played a podcast where Seth interviewed you while we were on a drive. So I heard bits and pieces there. And I think that's where you said that everybody was religious. But I didn't get a chance to finish watching it because
she's not being literal. When she says everybody is religious, it's not a literal claim, but you take it literally because you're unable to engage in some sort of like analogy or metaphor or some sort of like loosey-goosey relationship with sort of what this could mean to other people. I would argue that her argumentation of everyone being religious was just that they wanted community structure and consistency, which science has proved we need as a community, which is why when people leave organized religion, they do suffer, which is why Britt's work is that middle ground between suffering and liberation of the spirit. I always say liberate your spirit because the world's not going to do it for you. Like you're never going to actually liberate the world. So don't wait, liberate your spirit. Your spirit is your consciousness. You don't have to believe in a soul to believe in the spirit of a person. Matt's spirit is strong. It's very diligent. It's very rigid. Matt's spirit is his consciousness. It doesn't have to mean that it's a religious soul that will ascend to heaven when he dies. It could just be represent the energy that will get recycled back into the universe. So like his literalness is almost so autistic that I was like, Matt, are you one of us? Just tell us. Are you one of us? But at the same time, it is interesting to me that I feel like autistic people, speaking for myself, can hold a lot of nuance. You know what I mean? It can hold a lot of gray and nuance. And also, I think that's where a lot of the answers come to fruition. Because again, if you've already decided, well, this is the truth and we're done, you're not going to bring it into the future where we need to be, which is an updated way of speaking. So spirituality has been updated. There is a modern secular movement, Brit's a part of it, to move this word into being more accessible to more people who experience something they call profound, enough to call it a spiritual experience, enough to then dub it relatable, right? So again, when people come to me and say, Britt, are you spiritual? Me, Brittany, are you spiritual? I go, what do you mean by that? And if I already know, I go, yes, I'm spiritual in these ways, or, oh, I'm more spiritual in this way. And then we go, oh, cool. We would still all be called spiritual. We just be different categories of spiritual. And Matt's saying there's only really one way to be spiritual, and he doesn't like it, so you can't be it. And I'm saying, okay, Moody.
So I'm not very familiar with Britt's thing, which is why I'm glad she's here to tell me what's what.
Just the title of my platform. So just so you know, Matt, I don't believe in God. I'm an outspoken atheist. I don't believe in the soul. I don't believe in a spiritual realm. I don't believe in manifestation. I don't believe in the self. I think the self is an illusion. I don't believe in free will. This, for me, when I talk about spirituality, is all grounded in human experience. But let's talk about evidence for this definition that you gave so we can try to ground it a bit. So first,
I would also wonder how he feels about Vervaeke's work for the meaning crisis, because they talk a lot about meaning and purpose here. And he's saying, well, I don't need things to be spiritual to have meaning. Okay, Habibi. Love that for you. What does that have to do with anybody else? Right? So I always like to take from all these people, and I look for an open-mindedness, like Vervaeke talks a lot about spiritualism, but an open-mindedness to this idea. And I know people lose it, right? The transcendent, and people they get kind of fuzzy, and I get it. Choose the creator, choose the work, choose the book, choose the whatever that matches you. Like sometimes people write me, Brittany, you're the first person to talk in a way that my brain understands. I'm so glad I found your work. It really speaks to me. Like I just finally understand someone's language. Great. Like that's what I love. I'm not saying I'm correct in everything. I'm saying we're seeking communication skills or tools from people that understand us and feel like we have shared language, right? So Matt is going into a different culture. Matt has he's a white man who went to, I don't know, Iraq and then said, why are you speaking Arabic to me? And they were like, well, Habibi, what do you mean? You know? And he's like, why are you speaking Arabic? And they're like, And then I'm looking at Matt, like, instead of jumping into a bubble and being excited to explore it and saying, oh, I wonder what this woman can teach me. I wonder what I can learn from this. I wonder if there's anything here. He just goes, no. Also, I've never watched her work and I don't know it. Now, look, I think this is different than coming across a TikTok where I'm like, hey guys, I don't know this guy's work. Let me figure it out. And I don't need to see much more of this. I know what this is. He's wearing a Nazi tattoo. So he saw Britney and wrote her off as wearing a Nazi tattoo, basically. And I'm saying, I don't blame you, but you really missed out on a good one. Because I also, when I saw Brit's TikToks for the first time, discounted her. And then I went back and watched her YouTube channel and I was like, actually, my chat was right. They were telling me this girl, Brit Hartley, you were right. And the Brit Hartley and I did a collab and I was like, damn, this girl, she's good. Okay. But that's the problem. We all have biases and prejudices and we have to fight these things. So I think Matt's still suffering from colonizer mindset because his automatic disdain and like just rejection of Brit and his inability to go check himself and double check. He didn't actually allow himself a chance to judge her, you know? Okay.
You say that spirituality is related to the human search for meaning, and our brains are meaning makers. That's what they do. We do not simply receive raw reality. We interpret it. We organize it. Our brain filters.
We're meaning makers, not meaning discoverers. This is, I love the fact that that's the actual language she used there. Meaning is something that it is an extension of value. There is no meaning. There is no sense. There is no intelligibility absent a mind. It is our attempts to understand the world, to communicate that information. We're not finding meaning in the world. We are making meaning.
Okay, this is a fundamental difference. How fucking egotistical to think you are making meaning, even as a nihilist. You are both making meaning and finding and discovering meaning. The humility, this is why I say nihilism is a trap, because nihilism is, oh my God, I figured it out, man. We're just on a planet in space. And I know Brit philosophically considers herself a nihilist. I respect that positioning. I think she's using it to be more relatable. But the 2 nihilists versus the 5 nihilist, or whatever you want to say, I think she's using it more strategically. But the 2 nihilist is like, oh man, it's all about me and my ego and what I like. And I've decided to create meaning. That's not exactly true, but it is true, but it's not exactly true in the egotistical way. It's true in the humility way of like, oh, this is just what it is. But to say that we don't discover meaning is to say that we don't discover a beautiful piece of music or a wonderful piece of art or a favorite way to kiss somebody or a greater way to love. We are always discovering and we're making meaning from that discovery. It's a relationship. It's a symbiotic relationship.
The input that we get means something to us and constructing a model in our heads of a world that may or may not exist. But it'll be cool when we get to inner self because...
Now, Chad says that's why we are spiritual, because we're meaning makers. Come on, buddy, this isn't so hard. Well, that's kind of the point, is like you could argue that because we can make meaning, that is the spiritual experience. But Matt's just like, no. And I'm like, okay, it's your baby.
I didn't know Brit rejected the concept of self. Now, we may agree. Like, I don't reject the concept of self. I hope she gets into this later because it'd be fun to talk about. Maybe if we do stuff together. I don't believe in I believe the self is an illusion. I think maybe as she meant that.
And sure, Chad says nihilism is a logical conclusion if consciousness does not survive death and our innate mortality is arbitrary. Correct. I think the way that socially people engage with nihilism is then to follow with action versus accepting that it is not an action. Nihilism doesn't require action. It requires realization, which I would argue is a discovery of reality. So I would argue that, for Matt to deconstruct from religion was to discover another way of thinking and being, not to make meaning. Meaning comes after discovery, but to discover and then make meaning. So it's interesting that he talks about deconstructing from his religious experience, but doesn't think he discovered a new way to be.
But I don't deny that there is a self, but I'm referring to the perception of self.
Filters reality without us even intending to. So you say that you see no evidence that the universe has any intrinsic meaning. I'm a nihilist. I agree with you. I don't think that the universe has any intrinsic meaning. But the definition that you gave did not...
Well, I see, and I would say I'm not a nihilist in the sense that I don't think the universe has any intrinsic meaning through the filter of a human brain, but I could not know that outside the filter of my human brain. Because life is only processed through my perception. I don't know. I do believe that if I die, you guys still exist. I do believe that the world exists outside of Britney's narrative. And I do think that I don't believe in a soul, and I don't believe in heaven or hell or any of that stuff. And I do think if a God existed, he would make sense in our material world and or be able to be understood within the context of its reality. So, I don't think the universe has any intrinsic meaning or that we can perceive. And I think that's the question of my work is, can humans even access the objective? I would say probably not. Right? Like probably not. But we have the illusion of the objective, which is interesting.
Specify that meaning has to come from the universe. And so when I say meaning matters, I do not mean that the universe has a secret mission statement written into the stars or that there's a supernatural realm that we can be accessing. I mean that humans are the kind of animal that psychologically needs some kind of coherent relationship to reality in order to function.
I agree. I don't know what the justification could possibly be for our natural processes and what we need to function for calling that spiritual. The definition, that first definition, was there specifically to address meaning and purpose, connection to the sacred, transcendent, or inner self. And those were three chunks of one definition thing. I don't accept that any and every search for meaning or instance of making meaning is spiritual in any useful sense at all. And if I went around saying,
Sure. Well, maybe not every single one, just like one bubble pop can be more profound than another bubble pop. Some bubble pops make you have a realization that fundamentally changes your whole trajectory of life. Some bubble pops just have you go, oh, interesting. And then you move on with your life. So
my mind makes meaning, that's spiritual, and I foster and I push this word out and advocating for that, then now, once again, we're back to the adding credibility to all of the more standard uses that are woo-based. But that's...
Yeah, it sounds like he's so still in his religious trauma. Like, I am not an anti-theist. I'm not an anti-religious person. I already healed from that anti-religion trauma. I'm not saying Matt is traumatized. I'm saying it feels like, and that's why I stopped watching Matt Dillahunty generally, is that it felt like it just didn't grow anymore. And look, we've talked about this on our channel, on my channel, and other people's. I want you to outgrow my content. I eventually want you to feel like my content isn't for you, even if you still like my work. It's okay to say, I don't need Brady's content anymore, even though I like the work. I appreciate Matt's work. I don't need the content in my life anymore, but I appreciate it, And it's because for me as a person, I don't really use it to grow. I just use it to understand the bubble better, which is different than me needing it, right? So sometimes you need Brit's work personally, and then sometimes you watch Brit's work because it's fun. And that's the difference here between the different ways we exist and interact with whatever it is you're interacting with, okay? So Matt seems to dismiss the importance of these things because he's like, well, I didn't need it. And I'm like, okay, girl. But like, some people do. Some people can watch Matt and feel like they're having a spiritual experience when he pwns somebody in a debate. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. But you ever watch a debate and you're like, holy fuck, and you're just like, whoa, like you're so into it. Maybe that's a spiritual experience. I don't know. Depends on how you're defining spiritual. Same thing when you're at a concert with somebody, you're all singing at the same time. I used to think that was the Holy Spirit in church. And then I realized, I could recreate that. But that still was a spiritual experience. Me vibing in church and feeling the Holy Spirit was a spiritual experience. I just could do it without the Holy Spirit. I recreated it in sex and music, at concerts, at threesomes, hanging out by myself, meditating in the woods. I could recreate that same exact feeling without the need for the Holy Spirit. I would still call it a spiritual experience.
We'll see.
Our brains
keep saying we'll
like
see.
to know what matters, what pain means, what we're responsible for, what we can let go of, what kind of life we're trying to build. It needs a way to orient, and we have evidence that this matters. In a 2017 systemic review and meta-analysis found that meaning in life associated with far better physical health outcomes. It doesn't mean that having meaning in your life means that you'll never be sick, but it does give you a lot more resilience. It means that there is a measurable relationship between having meaning in your life, being able to define the meaning of your life, and doing better across health-related matters. You don't have to, none of that has to be contained within the supernatural. All of that can be built from the ground up. Another large study of almost 7,000 U.S. adults over age 50 found that stronger purpose of life was associated with lower all-cause mortality. Again, that doesn't mean that purpose is just a magic vitamin, but it does mean that purpose is not just some fluffy, poetic extra. It is.
Okay, this used to happen in my calls. Somebody would call me and be like, Brittany, what's my purpose? I'm like, I don't know. Why are you asking me? Well, you found your purpose, so I must be able to find mine. Yeah, well, I found my purpose for me. Just because I found my purpose doesn't mean you're going to find your purpose. And also, just because this tool worked for me doesn't mean it's going to work for you. What you're doing, though, is you're saying, hey, can you give me your tools? And I'm saying, yeah. Let's see if it helps you find your purpose. but I cannot give you your purpose. I do not have possession of it. You know what I mean? So I think sometimes there is, and this correlates with Matt's issue with Britt's work, or anybody who had any issues with my calls. I cannot give you purpose, right? Did a couple people get confused and think that's what I was going to give them? Yes. But that's because we don't raise children to be introspective, so they become adults who think other adults give them things like purpose. That's why people have children sometimes. Oh, I had a child to give myself purpose. You made a human being who had to pay taxes and deal with genocide and World War III and these taxes and these tariffs because you needed a purpose? Do you know what I'm saying? So we're doing this thing, right? We're not deeply facing ourselves and having the realization that like we are meaning-making creatures, yes, and we decide what's purpose, but that's not what Britt's talking about. She's not talking about externalizing purpose in a shallow way that makes you feel good. I think what she's saying, and what I'm saying at least, is having a deeper relationship with existing and existence in order to have a deeper relationship with what Matt would say, a biological experience. I agree with this. To have a profound spiritual experience with your limited time on earth, if that's the way that you are most in line with your joy. Matt, if he is joyful, does not need the spiritual experience to have that. Fine, great, love that. But he is saying his experience should be everybody else's. That's the colonizer mindset. The colonizer mindset is to see what other people are doing and go, I don't like it. I don't like the way it looks, smells, touches, or feels. So I'm going to destroy it and or repackage it in a way that's digestible for me. And I'm going to make people think it's the normative. And I'm going to hate everything that doesn't look like the thing that makes me comfortable.
Is connected to how humans function.
Oh, by the way, which is why when I visit religious spaces, I go right into it. If I visit, because I'm over my religious trauma, when I visit religious spaces, I'm like, tell me what to do. Tell me how to chant. Tell me what to wear. Tell me what, there are women who go into Muslim temples wearing hijab. And there are always comments who say, please don't wear that. Women fought all their life to not have to wear hijab. And you wearing hijab is disrespectful. Literally get out your own ass. Get out of your own ass. You're so fucking weird. Just enjoy a different bubble, a different culture, a different vibe. Just fucking vibe, bro. Enjoy it, bro. Fucking say some prayers, bro. You know what I mean? Like, you're so fucking grumpy. You're so grumpy because the same people that are so worried about women's hijabs are voting against abortion rights. So I don't want to fucking hear it. Okay? I'm going to enjoy my abortions and my hijab. Like, you need to relax. Like, you know what I mean? I don't want to hear people who are so anti-women in every other category be grumpy about a hijab. You know what I mean?
And cope and behave and even survive.
So our cognitive well-being, our psychological well-being, I completely agree. I don't know those particular studies. I don't even have objections to them. I mean, I can't vouch for them or anything, but I have no objections or disagreement with the findings. We know that there are people who work better when they're told what to do. There are people who function better when the world makes sense to them, when they feel like they have a purpose, when they understand things better, and when there's some purpose that goes beyond the mundane, some purpose that might like kind of graduate to, ooh, this is meaningful, instead of just like, oh, here's my intent, etc. So all this is fine. I just don't see what the justification could possibly be for calling it spiritual, because
we want to. Because the experience feels spiritual. So therefore, we're going to call it spiritual, because spirituality is a feeling. It's an experience plus feeling equals spiritual. That's what I would say spirituality is. An experience plus feeling equals spirituality. That is the modern interpretation of what spirituality is.
Even that definition, okay, it doesn't say meaning and purpose absent these things. And that's why I love that we're meaning makers, because that's not finders.
So it's both. It's both. We're meaning makers, meaning finders, okay. Now let me do this. Okay. Okay. So this is the next timestamp, just a couple minutes ahead.
Secular spirituality does not have to claim that meaning comes from God or the universe or the soul or a supernatural realm. It can say something much more modest and much more evidence-based, that humans need meaning structures, that humans suffer when those meaning structures collapse, that humans can rebuild meaning without lying to themselves. And some practices, some communities, some rituals, some philosophies, and some forms of inner work help people do that better than others. That's not nonsense. That
I didn't say it was.
Work of being human after certainty dies. And
the only part of it that I have problem with this nonsense is identifying it as spirituality. I have no problem with psychology. I think when we start taking science and couching it in the terms used for woo, like,
You know what's funny? This reminds me of when somebody said, "Oh, because I'm working on my philosophical framework called The Levels," and someone said, "Oh, Brittany's doing science," and I'm like, don't say that. Don't say I'm doing science, because when you say you're doing science, there's a very specific thing that comes to mind. In the same way that Britt can't say she's doing psychology because a very specific thing comes to mind. And I'm trying to be clear about what I'm doing. I'm doing philosophy. When did philosophy not become a valid way to explore things? Like, philosophy, yes, maybe it's too broad for people and they want to know in which pocket of philosophy I'm exploring. Ethics, like introspection. You know what I mean? Like, why are you trying to call me a scientist? Like, why are you trying to call me a psychologist? Like, why are you trying to put labels on me? And all those boys who were mad at me said, like, oh, Brittany's pretending to be a therapist. The same thing that people are accusing Britt Hartley of like, oh, you're pretending to be a therapist. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened in the world, but the last time I checked, it was a completely different bubble, completely different requirements, completely different things. Do you know what I mean? So I don't understand why you're doing this. If you believe in constructs so hard, engage with the construct of that bubble. I can't go around telling people I do science, even though we tell children when they engage in certain projects at school, like, you're doing science. Okay, that you sound like a child. Like, yeah, that's psychology. Okay, but like, I'm not doing psychology. I'm not doing science, even though I'm doing those things. I'm an adult, so I don't get the credit of being a child who's like, yes, that's science. You know what I mean? So I think Matt's being a little frustrating here.
earlier, she'd mentioned, it's not vibes or emotions. And yet
And it's both. It's vibes and emotions that can be explained through science. It's vibes and emotions that now can be explained through science, but we didn't need science before to understand that they were real. This is why autistic people can know they're autistic without a diagnosis, because autistic people are having the lived experience of being autistic. That's why not everyone gets diagnosed by a doctor, because they don't need to. Now, some people do need it. I was the kind of the person who said, I do think I might be autistic, but to confirm it, I would prefer a doctor diagnose me. So I got diagnosed. But not everybody needs the diagnosis to know they're autistic. Just like I don't need to go see a doctor to know my leg is broken, but the confirmation is nice. Now, some people don't know if their leg is broken, so they definitely need to go check. Some people aren't sure they're autistic, so they need the reassurance. But not all people who break their leg need a doctor to tell them that they know. Okay? So I'm just saying, which category are you in? Okay?
to be describing emotions and counting that as spirituality. I'm pretty sure she said that.
Yeah, and actually chat says, this is why people look down on psychology as a science too, because they refuse to distinguish spiritual experiences from using scientific methods to study it. This is actually why I think Matt Dillahunty is so interesting, because he's so pro-therapy, he's so pro-psychology. Even autism wasn't done by a test. You know, they just talked to me, right? You know, 2 doctors gave me tests that I answered on a multiple choice and an essay version. Then they interviewed me and they went, autistic. You know, there's no test. You know, we can't get our blood drawn. And they're like, autism. She has the test. Like, that's not what happens. Same with anything, borderline or anything else. A person sits in a room with us, they talk to us for a second, and then they decide to label us. And that's why some people are not even okay with the labels, because it's just another human being labeling us. And there's a lot of baggage that comes with that. So maybe Matt is concerned about the baggage that comes with spirituality, which he's talked about. Okay, fine. But that's the thing. We are willing to see the baggage that comes with a diagnosis and still get diagnosed because it helps us. We're willing to see the baggage that comes with spirituality and still identify as spiritual because it helps us. Because we are making meaning, and it is meaningful to us to get a diagnosis and or to use a label. It is not always meaningful. Sometimes labels change, okay? But sometimes a label is helpful to create meaning for something we're experiencing.
I jotted down, spirituality is not vibes or emotions.
Chat is so funny. Chat says, when I went to my ADHD specialist psychiatrist and said, hey, I think I'm autistic. He said, oh yeah, I thought you already knew that. Guess it was that obvious, LOL. Hilarious.
And yet we seem to be talking about emotions and then claiming it's spirituality. You know, I have emotions.
Yeah, actually, which great chat says I define spirituality as a relationship or emotional connection that I have tied to a concept, place, or thing, which is great. I love that, which I think is what a lot of people say is spiritual, and it's psychology. Spirituality is psychology. It's psychological. It's not psychology. Okay? It's a psychological experience just like anything is. Everything we do is psychological. My fibromyalgia is psychological. But also, you know, what do you mean by psychological? Why you vote, how you vote is psychological, and it's philosophical, and it's spiritual, and it's religious. Why you religiously vote a certain way is also psychological. Why Matt is this way right now is psychological, and his inability to engage with spirituality is psychological, but our ability to engage with spirituality is also psychological. It's just a different relationship with the psychological, but he's like, his need to say, don't call it just call it psychology would be like, oh, love is not real. It's just a bunch of chemicals. So actually, I'm going to use the word psychological. I psychologically connected to my partner and we decided to psychologically get married and spend life together, psychologically speaking. Or I could say I fell in love with my partner, and after dating and making connection and discovering that we were compatible, we decided to do life together because we love each other and we're compatible. It's really the same thing, but your relationship with the thing changes by using specific words, okay? And this is all we're saying. We're saying the words you use can matter, but they only matter based off of the context of the situation. Otherwise, words don't matter. They're made up. Words have no inherent meaning, and yet they have a lot of meaning. So
I don't see them as spiritual. I have meaning and purpose. I don't see that as spiritual. I don't see the justification. I don't. It doesn't match up with any the kind of standard usages, and I think it offers cover to that.
Sure. Chad says, isn't fibro neurological, though it is still psychological? Yeah, but there's a psychological consequence to the neurological reality. That's what I'm saying. Like like there's an effect, right? So I'm saying it's all connected. You can separate it to help you, which I think is good. I do that too. And ultimately it's all the same. So again, his need to harp on this particular topic of spirituality, well, not understanding that she's saying, like, they're almost saying the same thing, but their conclusions are different. But Matt is taking the stance that, like, you're wrong because I'm objective. And I'm like, you're not objective. You're as subjective as Brit is. You're just coming to a different subjective reality, but you're not any more objective than Brit.
You know, it's like saying, oh, I've got a left foot and that's spiritual. I mean, that's patently absurd.
Not all sex is spiritual, but some sex can be spiritual. Not all not all sex is rape, but some sex is rape. Sometimes rape happens while sex is happening. Like, it depends. You know what I mean? Like, definitions changed. Rape has also changed definition. SA has changed definition. Like, we are moving things forward to change the definitions of words. Gender, Matt is pro-trans. Okay, example. Somebody in Matt's comment section said, Matt, how can you be pro-trans, but you don't, but they said they were transphobe. They said, how can you think like a man can be a woman, but you don't think people can be spiritual? And I would have said, Matt, you know how gender is fluid in a spiritual experience? Same thing. Because I am gender fluid, which I would argue is like a pretty spiritual, philosophical experience that I'm having. But Matt is probably a bioessentialist if his argumentation is that transness is not a spiritual and or a transcendent experience and or a performance. Because I would argue that it is a performance, like Judith Butler would argue, right? I'm a gender deconstructionist. So that's what I want to understand from Matt. Is this your colonizer brain saying, oh, yes, I respect trans people because there is a scientific backing to their reason for being trans. Gender dysphoria or dysmorphia has to be a part of it. Like, no, trans is trans is trans. And also, what does trans even mean in a world in which we don't even care about gender being a performance? Like, trans only exists as a category because of the way we're socialized. Trans is a socialized diagnosis. So like, or categorization. If we existed in a gender deconstruct world, we wouldn't even need to necessarily say trans or cis. We'd probably have like thousands of categories of variation, but we wouldn't need to have the binary cis or trans. The binary cis or trans exists in a world in which you have argued for the binary being the default reality. You know, so that's my issue with Matt's, like, I'm, you know what I'm saying? That's the issue with the whole atheist bubble. Is like, they'll say they're really liberal, and, you know, they're anti-genocide or they're this, but then they start to not go further enough away from colonization to deconstruct this idea that there's even a binary to begin with. And I don't blame him. I mean, the majority of the world isn't even there yet, right? And he mostly interacts with religious people that are annoying, but also, you know.
But I don't know how much more absurd it is or how good of an idea it is to take robust psychological construct.
Yeah, okay. 2 great comments from chat already. Definitely colonize our brain by the way he enters bubbles to impose his definitions. Amen, sister. And the second one was, I was married 17 years and there was no spiritual connection. My current partner is atheist and I'd say we have a spiritual experience. Exactly. Exactly.
That we know and understand and talk about from a scientific basis, and inject terms that are most commonly, most frequently, predominantly, and originally from non-scientific, pseudoscientific, supernatural spirituality. I think that the reason people are doing that, personally, is, as I mentioned in the video, is because they're missing something from that former community. That among the things that are doing harm to them, that religion has damaged their psychological constructs, including perhaps what their meaning and purpose is. And so they are afraid that if they give up the religion, they have to give up meaning and purpose.
Okay, so to be clear, you said we're making, like we make meaning. We decide what meaning is. I've decided spirituality is meaning. Next. Next. But no, he wants to get rid of religion. He thinks there's only one way to be. And I'm saying, though I would like religion not to be patriarchal, I don't think we necessarily have to get rid of it. Do you know what I mean? So he's coming from a framework of, because he talked about Muslims, and I think he talked about how it's like Asali, what's her name? What's that activist's name? Who went from being a Muslim to being an atheist to being a Christian. He was saying like, oh, she's fighting a good fight. She's literally obsessed with getting rid of Islam. She's literally gone insane. So much so she became a Christian to get rid of Islam. Like, she's crazy, you know, respectfully. And I understand she was heavily traumatized, but also like Catholicism didn't traumatize me. Catholicism was a perfect framework for trauma because I was a queer kid in Catholicism, but my parents engaged in that traumatization, right? The framework of the religion wasn't necessarily what caused the trauma. Like, I would argue that if I was born into a different Catholic family who had a different relationship with the religion, I wouldn't have been traumatized. But because I was raised in a homophobic household with homophobic Catholic parents, it was a different experience. But the parents ultimately made more of an impact than I would say the religion did, because the religion comes to life through the people. The religion doesn't exist outside of people. People bring the religion to life. So I always hold the people practicing the religion accountable much more than the religion, because it doesn't exist without implementation. So I don't need to get rid of religions. I need to question your relationship with the religion because it's causing unnecessary harm.
And because it reminds me of the people who try to do the, I'm not an atheist, I'm an agnostic. Or, I'm not an atheist, I don't believe in God, but I believe in a higher power. And the higher power is this vague, nondescript way station between realizing the reality of beliefs and the reality of whether or not you have warrant to believe in a God, and whether
there is no, a belief itself is not objective. A belief is saying, I believe in something. This is where I think I'm trying to make it clear. Believing in something is not knowing something. That's why I say, look, I'm an atheist because I don't believe there's a God, but I don't know that there's not a God. I don't call myself an agnostic because I think it doesn't do, in terms of communicating to people, it doesn't really bring to light, it doesn't explain me, right? I think atheist explains Brittany more, but it's not even an accurate word because language is not accurate. You know what I mean? It's not accurate.
or not, it's okay. Merely giving people permission to not sit there and go, ooh, I think there's a higher power, but I don't know anything about it. How?
Sure. A lot of people fall into this bubble. I agree with him. There are some people who fall into a bubble of like, oh, I don't want to say I don't believe in anything because it sounds better if I say I believe in something. I've met those people. They're agnostic, which is why I don't identify as agnostic because I think it sounds wishy-washy. Atheist is better, but it's not even technically accurate, right?
I hope. I think, I don't know. I don't want to speak for Britt. I don't know her, but I would expect Britt and other people to acknowledge that someone saying, "Oh, I believe in a higher power, but I don't know anything about it," is patently absurd. You cannot actually believe in something with no concept of what it is. I mean,
So he's using a different definition of believe that I use. I think believe is something you think is true, not something you know is true. So he must be using the word believe to say, I know this is true. And I always argued with theists this way, because theists would say, I believe God is real. And I say, I believe God is not. Who wins? If belief is the only thing that tells you what's real, then it can't be real. It's not enough evidence. Believing is a thought that happens in your head and you agree with yourself. Oh, yes, I believe this is to be true. So the fact that Matt is making an argument that belief is more foundationally objective than spirituality is interesting, because it sounds like what he believes about spirituality is now true, whether Britt and I like it or not.
that's just not the way beliefs work. Beliefs are propositions, concepts that are accepted either for good or bad reasoning. But that's it. That's just the state of accepting a belief. But it seems that everything Britt's advocating for, I accept. It's just that at the beginning, I thought she said that spirituality wasn't vibes or emotions, and all we're talking about is like emotions and our psychological health. Still wondering where let's keep going.
If you go to therapy, I went to therapy, and my therapist helped me unpack my childhood, my mental health, gave me a couple diagnoses that she thought would be helpful, gave me therapy that would be helpful. It really helped center me, kept me calm, kept me focused, allowed me to regulate. It did not give me purpose. Philosophy gave me purpose. Asking myself why I existed on the planet. Why do I think I am here? What does it mean to be a human being? What does it mean to be in sync with my joy? Now, Matt might hear Brittany, talk about joy and think, oh, it sounds woo-woo. Because I'm saying I think every single person is drawn towards a joy, not a happiness, a joy. And this is different because a lot of people think their happiness is their joy, but when they get their happiness, it runs out because happiness is an emotion. Joy is something more content or foundational. It's a sense of purpose and meaning. It's the difference between you're running down a road and your feet lifts off the pavement and you're floating and you're not going anywhere. And you're like, oh my God, what is this? What's happening? And then finally you find yourself again. And all of a sudden you start going down to the ground and you start picking up pace and you start getting a good rhythm again. You lost yourself for there in a moment, but then you found yourself again. That would be the journey of finding meaning and purpose. And maybe it goes in waves. Like maybe sometimes if I'm on a journey, maybe I lift off a little and I'm like, oh, fuck, I'm losing it. And then I recenter myself. I ground myself in reality. What is true? What is going on? What do I know is true? What do I think is true? And then I build off of that reality. I know my partner and I love each other. And based off of the fact that we love each other and we said yes to doing life together, we've also decided to share money and a house and a cat and a life. And then we plan for retirement based off of this foundational reality. If the reality cracks or changes, I find out my cheater is abusing me or cheating on me, then the foundation is cracked and I can either repair the foundation or destroy it altogether. We're going to destroy it altogether, right? We have choices as life continues forward, but we do not say, oh, well, 20 years ago, we made a commitment to one another in which the foundation was this, and it doesn't need to be repaired or checked on or updated because it should hold. No, it's not going to hold because life changes and you change. So you have to go back to the foundation and repair it on occasions, make sure it's up to date, make sure it's up to code so it can stay good throughout your life, okay? This is the same thing with beliefs or anything else. You have to consistently update, upgrade your language, understand that the world changes, understand that spiritual meant this 50 years ago. It's going to mean this today. Religion has changed. Bubbles have changed. We've had different interactions with words changing because they change, okay? We have different impacts about the social expectation of what these words even mean when communicating. Trust me, as a person who's learning a different language right now, words mean things, and saying things a particular way changes the whole meaning of it. If I just change the sound of what I'm saying, a brand new meaning happens. So don't tell me that words don't change depending on the bubble. You know what I'm saying?
And after religious frameworks fail. And that is also a place where when we talk about the meaning crisis, that it seems that humans are needing some help with, that it's not something that they always just know intuitively how to do.
Yep.
Now, Matt will say here that this is just psychology and not spirituality, but just give me a chance here to lay all this out. Just hold on to that thought, I beg you. So under the umbrella term of spirituality is not just developing meaning, but also connection. And yes, we have data on human ability to feel subjectively a feeling of connectedness to something outside of yourself that has real impact on human experience and real impact on behavior. If someone invites you to an experience that evokes awe, it is not just hyperbole. Matt says in this video that this word transcendence is just a hyperbole for neat. But awe is a real area of psychological research. Researchers usually define awe as an emotion we experience when we encounter something vast that challenges our current mental frames.
Example, when I look at a sea view, I can feel awe and like have a profound spiritual experience. When some of my siblings look at it, they're like, yeah, that's nice. And I'm like, that's a different experience that's having filtering. It's being filtered through our brains. Okay. When I see the same thing, I'm like, oh my God, whoa. And I would call that a more spiritual experience. And they'd even say, oh my God, dude, you're so woo woo. It's just the ocean. Dude, you're so woo woo. It's just a tree. Not, not that my siblings would say that, but like, let's say they would say that. Let's say somebody would say that. Okay. That would be an experience difference. And we're saying I'm saying spirituality is an experience. And it's experience that says, yeah, you're like, Matt kind of gives this energy where Matt's like, yeah, dude, I made love with my wife and she came, I'm pretty sure. And it was an experience. And I'm like, and then our breaths intertwined and our arms and legs wrapped around each other. The tug of my hair as they wrap their hands in my, behind my head, and the way their breath like met my lips. And like, oh my God, it felt like the heavens were opening up as I slid inside of him. Anyways, the whole point is like, okay, the differences of the experience. Now, that's not to say I might not have a Matt-like experience. This is totally made up. I don't know about Matt's sex life, and I'm not sharing about mine. I'm just giving you an example. You could also, maybe I'll have a Matt kind of day. Maybe I'll be like, oh yeah, we had sex. It was fine. You know what I mean? Like, we're good. Like, it was fun. That could be also another experience. Would I say that one was spiritual? Nah. But I would say it happened. Sometimes I masturbate. It's a spiritual experience. And sometimes I eat food. Sometimes I eat food. And I'm like, holy fuck. Like a creature. Well, I'm vegan. I'm not plant-based now. But this plant ends up evoking the most amazing sensations throughout my whole body and my mind and my senses. And every part of me is activated. And like, oh, I feel like I'm seeing God. You know what I mean? That could be a spiritual experience. You could have like, sometimes my sister and I, sometimes we'll be dancing, not a spiritual experience. And then sometimes we'll be dancing traditional Assyrian dances to traditional Assyrian music. And all of a sudden it feels like we're experiencing the most magical. I have this video my mom recorded of us dancing one time. And every time I watch it, I get the strongest feeling of emotion, the strongest, like I almost get hit in the face with the way my sister and I feel like powerful, like we're doing something powerful, like you would in a ritualistic experience of maybe lighting a fireplace and dancing around it, or lighting a campfire and dancing around it. Sure, you could just be fun and having, or you could be evoking like a feeling. And it's like, that's what we call spiritual. Yes, it can be explained in the most monotone, dead way, but then you take away the profoundness and you whittle it down like love. Oh, yes, I found a partner and I'm in love with them because we actually fit together perfectly when doing 69 and therefore we are compatible, so we got married. You're taking kind of like the thrill of falling in love out, bro, but if you want to get married that way, you do you. If that's your only requirement for a relationship, we are not doing the same thing, okay? When I say I'm having a spiritual experience with someone, when I meet a person, when I meet 10 amazing people, like truly guys, like on paper, we should all be best friends. And only 2 of them, they and I agree that we're both having a connection that is so strong and profound. I could call that a spiritual experience. There are just people that I meet on the planet. And I'm like, I don't know what it is about you, but we're going to connect, huh? And it's going to be profound and beautiful, and nothing but goodness is going to grow from it, and or closeness and intimacy, and that's a spiritual experience. And then I meet other people. I'm like, oh, they were nice. Yeah, they're great. I like them. That's not a spiritual experience. Okay.
That can be.
Yes. I'm going to listen to the entire video. I'm not going to.
What is this? Did he take down the video? No. Wait, no. Please be the internet.
Transcendence.
Oh, it was the internet. It was the internet. Fuck. I don't know what timestamp that was, though. Oh, I should have checked before I refreshed it.
It's just a
Going to speed it up.
Okay.
I'm going to listen to the entire video. I'm not going to cut out any of it. I'm not going to speed it up. I'm going to listen to the entire video. I'm interested to hear more about this connection to something outside of yourself, because I don't feel that. I don't feel that need. But
Exactly. Chad says, like, it's fine if people don't encounter the world that way. I was wondering if it's trauma related, but it's valid. But don't put that shit on me. Exactly. Like, I'm good with Matt. Matt is fine. I have no problem with Matt. I do have a problem with Matt insinuating that Brittany could be a grifter, that spiritual people are bad, that coaches are inherently evil just because they've been corrupted by capitalism. And I think it's colonizer mindset to believe that we can't trust people in our villages and in our communities to give us life advice or to know something more than a therapist could know, which we'll get into. Actually, let's go to that. Let's start skipping around because I'm going to fall behind. I didn't want to watch the whole thing with you for real. I have timestamps. Let's skip a bit. Okay.
anyway,
Neuroscience.
Because he's going to start making that claim. He's going to start making the claim that Britt Hartley is making the claim that she's better than a therapist. And she's saying she's different than a therapist. I am different than a therapist. Philosophers are different than therapists. They can be both philosophers and therapists, but they're different. Okay? Like Jordan Peterson, you could argue, is a medical care professional and a philosopher. You could make that argument. But those are two different things, and he happens to be both of them. You cannot but I am not Dr. Brittany Simon. Like he is Dr. Jordan Peterson. And also, on the note of grifting, she is not a Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, who we are now realizing was grifting as a therapist, was grifting and lying about her dissertations and her doctorate degrees, right? So we understand that we want to keep our community safe, and yet we still give chances to people to prove that they're not lying. Dr. Cheyenne Bryant has been given opportunity after opportunity to prove, and she was going around calling herself a therapist. She was going around saying, she's done all these things. Very different. So when Matt Dillahunty says, well, I don't know if you're grifting or I don't know if you're a charlatan. Okay, Matt, use your brain and see the difference between Britt Hartley and Dr. Cheyenne Bryant or this person and this person or this person and this person. And the same way you would see the difference between a spiritual girly and a cult leader. There are different cults are not religions. That's why I'm always specific with you guys to say like cults are not religions. Religions can be cults. Cults can look like religions, but religions and cults are supposed to be different. Because the same way, like all of us are different,
Suggesting that rituals can affect the way that we respond even to failure. We have a 2015 study showing that colleagues found that ritualized behavior reduces the neural response to moral failure. So when I mean ritual, I don't mean things that you do in order to get into heaven. I mean lighting a candle before writing can tell your body, okay, now we're beginning this activity. Or a funeral can tell your body, this person is gone, but this is how we grieve together. A graduation can tell a young person you're crossing a threshold. A weekly family dinner can tell children this is who we are. A morning walk can tell your nervous system, I'm still participating in the world. These are rituals. And one of the strongest areas of research is ritual and social bonding. A lot of religious rituals involve people moving and chanting, singing, kneeling, standing, clapping, and breathing together. And there's research showing that our brains like this. And there's research showing that this synchronous movement increases cooperation and social attachment. You yourself, Matt, found yourself singing together with people. And that's not proof that the words are doctrine just because you had a feeling, but you did have a feeling with this ritual.
this feels like a whole bunch of straw men. There's nothing here that I'm objecting to, nothing here that's about spirituality or the.
He just doesn't get it. And I know because it's atheist man brain colonizer mindset. I know you don't get it, which is why I'm doing the review of the video, parts of it. I watched the whole thing on my own again. If you're coming in now, you can watch it too. But yeah, I know that he doesn't get it. That's why I keep saying this bubble is stunted, because they don't get it because they don't want to get it. They don't want to open their brains. They don't want to explore. They don't want to hear other people's perspectives. They just want to say, nope, that doesn't fit my framework, so it's wrong. And I'm saying, but why is it wrong? He's throwing the baby out with the bathwater, and he's just mad the rest of us didn't throw out the baby. Whoops.
The definition, it's all psychology.
It's everything is psychological. It's not psychology. BDSM can be a very therapeutic experience. It's not therapy. I met people in the dungeon that were like, oh, BDSM is like my therapy. I was like, pause. BDSM is not therapy. It is therapeutic. You need to go to real therapy. Philosophy is therapeutic. It's not therapy. You need to go talk to a mental health professional. You need to talk to somebody who can unpack your childhood, your traumas, how it impacts your body, the science behind it. That is not the same thing. Okay? The fact that Matt isn't understanding the nuanced differences is shocking to me. Does he think everything is, quote, yeah, he does. That's the argument I'm making. Sorry. The argument Matt will make is the colonizer mindset. It's everything that is foreign and strange to me is wrong, and everything that is through this liberal Western lens of like scientific evidence and validation is correct. And so if science can't prove it, it's not true. And I'm like, okay, there are so many things science hasn't yet proved. We're discovering things every fucking day. So we have to assume that even though science hasn't caught up yet, we know things that science hasn't proven yet. So I agree with him. Like, there are some people who believe like things are true that I don't even think science will prove one day. And that's a conversation we can have. Like, I think there are so many people who come into my chat and are like, Brittany, I believe in this and I believe in this. I'm like, okay, girly, like, I don't know that science is ever going to prove that, but you have fun with that. You know what I mean? Like, and the question is, does them having the belief cause unnecessary harm? Well, us simply existing causes unnecessary harm, but here we are. So in the same way we're not going to eradicate all of human beings because of the unnecessary harm we cause, we also don't need to eradicate everything we create just because it creates unnecessary harm. We must suffer wisely and reduce harm as much as we can. Be a little less bad every day.
And none of it is anything I've objected to. It's wild.
That you had on Sundays. Now, again, you may just call this psychology, but hold on.
Wow.
Just hold on.
Predicted because she knows Matt. That's what I'm saying, Matt. She knows you and you don't know her. See the difference? Britt knows Matt's work inside and out. Matt admitted he doesn't know her work inside and out. I ran into this problem a lot with YouTubers where I felt like YouTubers wouldn't research who I was, and then I would come on their show and be like, do you know who I am and what I do? Because I just went to your channel and watched your videos. Though recently I had a good experience where I did go on a podcast and one of the creators had actually researched me before and kind of had an idea. And that was a really good experience. But I would say, yes, I do find that it is a struggle in these spaces. And I've made an effort to do this because I noticed it was happening to me. And it actually kind of annoyed me because I was like, damn, bro, like we're going to collab and you don't even know what's going on. You know what I mean? Like not even a little bit. You didn't even check my page just in case. You just saw that I wanted to collab and you were like, dope. Like you didn't even think, I get it. I've done it in the past too, but okay. Oops. Hold on. Okay.
Let me
Hold on. Okay.
Next, in your definition, you also include inner work and the connection to the self. Now, I agree with you here that there's no evidence of a soul. You speak of this as just personality. Fine. But there's a whole universe within you of things to explore and better and worse ways to do that. There are tools that help with meeting the part of you that you're most ashamed of. That's called shadow work. For example, it helped me improve my relationship with myself and reduce shame when I...
Now, people accuse Britt of reading too much Jung in order to understand shadow work. You don't have to read a lick of Jung to understand some modern twist on shadow work. It's all over TikTok. But I will say that that's not bad of her to look at other people's work and get what she wants to become better. Matt seems like the kind of guy who would be invited to the mosque and be like, oh yeah, I don't believe in that. No. Well, Britt's like, give me the hijab, girl. Let's go. And I feel like I want to be like that. I am like that. I feel like I'm making this assumption of Britt, of course, but I feel like we would be like, oh, fuck yeah, let's go. What an experience. What a cool thing. I'm going to learn something new. Now, when I was religiously traumatized and I came out of religion, I would never have taken that invite to the mosque. I would have been really bitter and really angry and been like, absolutely not. But then I healed my religious trauma. And every time I was ever invited, I would go. I've been to Mormon temple. I've been to Christian churches. I've been to Catholic places that I've never thought of. I've gone to different kinds of Catholic churches that were not even the Roman Catholic I grew up with. So I think that's the difference is like I started to see it as like an exciting opportunity to learn about people's cultures, where I think Matt feels like he's taking a principled stance by saying, I'm not engaging with this bubble. I've gone to so many conservative bubbles to be like, tell me what this is about. Tell me what you guys are doing. And again, you should do it with some wisdom, of course. You don't want to show up to an event and normalize really harmful behavior. And maybe Matt is concerned about that. Maybe Matt's genuinely concerned that by normalizing this behavior, he's normalizing harm. And I think there's something to be said about this. And yet, when there's mosque shooting that we're waking up to, or Islamic centers being shot up in San Diego, my thoughts are with those people today. We should be humanizing Muslims instead of being these Sam Harris, whatever, anti-Islam people. Like, we do not need mosques or Islamic centers shot up. That is not the world we need to live in. And yet the world is so eagerly bigoted because it is not willing to see the good in all people's different perspectives and encourage them to be better. I can see the good in your bubble. I encourage you to be better. And that's it. Okay? And I'm just saying, I understand, because Matt and I both agree that it's almost weird to be like a Christian gay person. I agree with him. It's weird. And also, I would say it would be better just to get rid of the religion altogether, but I understand some people need it. I would say if you're already deconstructing patriarchy, you might as well go all the way. But some people don't. They don't go all the way. And then sometimes, again, because you get stuck in your religious trauma, you don't go all the way either. And to acknowledging that secular spiritualism can be helpful, as an example.
Did shadow work around my postpartum rage with the violent, intrusive thoughts that I was ashamed of that showed up when I was the mother of young children. We have tools to help you determine your core values, your motivations. If you come from religion, especially if you're a woman and a queer person, you may not know anything about who you are. You may need.
Yeah, Chet said, do you think he's being genuine? Oh, I think Matt is incredibly genuine. I think Matt is principled, genuine, and stubborn. I do not think Matt is a grifter. I've watched Matt for many years. I think he's very principled in his atheism. I think he's a skeptic, first and foremost, which is very important to recognize as something different. Skeptics are skeptical. And so he is skeptical in a way that I moved away from skepticism, as an example, very quickly because it was too hard-headed. Like, you say you're skeptical, but you're hard-headed. And I found that most skeptics are very close-minded people. They say they're evidence-based, but they're not. You say you are, but Brittany's giving you literal science, and you're like, that's not what I'm talking about. That's psychology. Girl, she's trying to prove to you something using science, your language, and you're still like, no. It's like, girl. So that's why I moved away from skepticism as well, because like, stubborn.
Need some help with things like determining what your core values are or what motivates you or what kind of personality that you have. You have existential fears. As you know from terror management theory, so much of what we do is driven by our deep unconscious fear of death. But we have other existential fears too that drive us. Existential loneliness, moral injury, fear of freedom, fear of meaninglessness. And there are better and worse tools to explore these inner spaces.
I feel like Matt's the kind of guy at a party who'd be like, I'd be like, oh my God, we're so in love. And he's like, love is an illusion of chemicals. You're actually not in love. You're biologically predispositioned to choosing your partner based off of like chemicals. So, and I'm like, and I'm being a little like cheeky. I'm being a little teasy, but you know, that's what he's coming off as in this video.
I know 2 times now she's saying, you may call this all psychology, but just wait. But we just keep coming back to psychology. And the reality is that there are scientifically validated forms of psychotherapies. This is essentially kind of what the psychotherapy.
Like, even his obsession with psychology, Marsha Linehan, who created DBT, the therapy I did, utilized Eastern practices and spirituality in her science-based research, because she found that science alone couldn't offer what her clients needed when doing therapy.
Project is all about things like cognitive behavioral therapy, dialectical behavioral therapy, acceptance commitment therapy, mindfulness, interpersonal therapy, minimalization-based therapy, all kinds of things like that. And they are evidence-based. They are demonstrably effective, but
I remember talking to my DBT therapist, and I was like, okay, what should I do with my life? She's like, I don't know. What do you want to do with your life? She's like, look, I can help you unpack your childhood. I can help you unpack why you do what you do. I cannot tell you what to do with the rest of your life. And I was like, well, what do you think I'd be happy doing? She's like, I don't know. What do you think you'd be happy doing? And I was like, do you think I should break up with my boyfriend? She goes, I don't know. Let's make a pros and cons list. I was like, okay. And here I was in my 20s, like, unsure. And basically what she was trying to do is guide me, but stay in her lane. Britt's trying to guide people, but stay in her lane. I'm trying to guide people, but stay in my lane. And what Matt is saying is like, Britt's lane doesn't exist. He'd probably say my lane doesn't exist. And I would say, no, they not only exist, but we need more of it, because that's what is missing in this meaning crisis, like epidemic we are in. It is what is missing. And he's saying what he did should work for everybody. And I'm saying everybody needs something different. What worked for me might not work for you.
I'm not sure yet, but it feels like we're getting close to coaching, spirit coaching, life coaching.
Okay, again, the criticism I also received from the boy bubble. Are you coaching? Are you coaching? Coaching is a colonizer way of saying mentor, and corrupted by capitalism. Again, colonizer mindset. Coaching is the capitalist's version of objectifying, tearing down, and destroying cultures that are thousands of years old, that have been mentoring community members forever. There have always been elders, community members, older people, mentors, skilled workers, and capitalism turned it into coaching and fucking made it shallow and disgusting. Okay, your anger is not with Britt Hartley. It's with capitalism. It's with patriarchy. It's with colonization. You just don't want to identify it as that. Okay, that's what he's angry at, girls. And that's why I wanted to make this video for you, because like I'm mad at coaching too, but only because it's been just like these debate bros. No, scratch that. Red pill bros. The red pill, like Sneeko and all these people, they became millionaires by basically selling you courses about how to be YouTubers. And then they made money. And then they were like, oh my God, I'm rich. You can be rich too. Buy my course. And then you buy their course and get them rich. And then they tell you, oh, I'm rich because look at all the courses I sell. And I'm saying that is the grift. That's not what Britt is doing. That's not what I was ever doing. That was what honestly, I had an opportunity with a woman who claimed she was spiritual and claimed she was woo-woo, and I knew she was a capitalist, even though she said she was a leftist, because she wanted me to up the prices for my calls, and I was like, no, nobody could afford that. Even if people could afford it, I don't need that much money. I remember telling her, like, I just think that price is outrageous. And she was like, you should do it. The market demands it. And I was like, no. And she was charging thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars for her course, and the only reason I did her course is she gave it to me for free. She gave me the course for free, okay? And I did it, and I bailed before it was even done. A lot of the women did, because like we didn't have a good experience doing it, because we learned she was bragging about having associations with billionaires. And I was like, girl, I'm too leftist for this conversation. I don't want to do this, right? That is what Matt is afraid of. I think he has a reason to be afraid of that. I think it's bullshit and it's gross, okay? That is not what Britt is doing. That is not what I am doing. And by the way, she wanted to up my prices to $500 for a call, which by the way, as a YouTuber, I could have done. Celebrities, YouTubers, anybody, they could have done it and that would have been considered pennies for some people. Okay, you think if Hassan Piker did calls for $500 an hour, people wouldn't fucking do it so fast? Do you know what I mean? But I'm saying I didn't do it. I never did do it because I was like, nah, that's too much, bro. That's crazy. I'm not doing that. Okay, like I don't need that much, right? So again, you're not icked out because somebody's a mentor. You're icked out because of capitalism. You're icked out because of patriarchy. You're icked out because of the scam. But not everybody who's mentoring people, right? Okay. Chess says, how much do you charge for your YouTube calls? I don't do them. And I don't do the calls. I wouldn't even call them guidance calls. That's that's not even what I was doing. I was doing calls to raise money to make content. And the caller decided what we did. If you wanted to watch anime with me, that's what we did. If you wanted to play video games, that's what we did. If you want to talk about philosophy, that's what we did. I didn't do guidance calls. I was not a coach. I did not do calls with anything in mind. It was whatever you wanted. I was just trying to raise money to make a content. I was not running like a coaching business. Okay. And I don't do it anymore because I dedicated more time to content. But calls were taking up too much of my time. And I was like, I'm not making content now. I ended up wanting to raise money for content and ended up becoming a caller. And I was like, what am I doing? What's happening? That's not what I wanted to do. I'm an artist. I want to make art. You know what I mean? So anyways, I stopped doing that to raise money and I focus on making money in different ways, right? So I want to be clear. I think the frustration I have with this, and it's not your fault, Chatter, is that people like Matt did harass me for years on end because they didn't understand what I was doing. You sent people to harass Britt Hartley because you don't understand what she's doing. And I know he apologized for it, and that's good. But the problem is when good intentional people like Matt, when people with good intentions like Matt continue this narrative about women in this space because you don't know what we're doing, you're just sending angry men our way to harass us. And I'm saying I'm frustrated to see it to happen once again to another woman who obviously has good intentions in the space. That's all I'm frustrated with because I'm sick of it. Just because you don't know what we're doing doesn't mean, and he even tried to defend himself saying, well, I never said you were a charlatan. I said you could be. And I was like, okay, well, think about what you're doing. Well, you're busy wondering, this thing is happening. That's why I'm frustrated.
And there is no scientific support for coaching. And I would caution people to be wary.
I agree.
Of any kind of life coach because the document.
I would definitely be weary of life coaches. I had a guy who was in his 20s, his early 20s. His life was a mess. He goes, Brittany, I want to do calls like you're doing calls. I was like, Habibi, what do you have to offer people? He goes, what do you mean? I was like, your life's a mess. What are you giving people calls for? What are you raising money for? What are you doing it for? I know why I'm doing calls. Do you know why you're doing calls? And by the way, he was a caller. And so, you know what I mean? And I was like, think about what you're doing. You can't ask people to give you money when you're in your 20s and your life is a mess and then expect to be, what are you going to coach people on? How to be messy? No. And you know what I mean? No. Okay. So if anything, maybe they were paying me to be an older sister who was like, no, The same thing I would tell my little brothers if they were like, hey, I want to charge people for this thing. I was like, no, you can't charge people for this thing. You're not qualified. The qualification needs to make sense for what you're doing. I was always clear what I was doing in my calls. If you didn't enjoy my calls, I'm sorry. I think I mostly had a 99% approval rating, but like, okay, the call was, you get to decide what the call is. That's it. And like I said, a lot of people donated to calls and never did them because they just wanted to give me money because they like the content. Again, guys, you're signing up for Patreon, not to get Discord. You're signing up for Patreon to support the content, the YouTube content. Discord is just a perk. You're not paying me on Patreon to get Discord. You're paying me on Patreon so I can make videos. I think people forgot that. When you have a Patreon, you're doing it to raise money to make a something. My Patreon says making videos and commentary videos, making streams and commentary videos, right? That's what you're donating to Patreon for. That's why you're a YouTube member. And I think people just don't get it. So I did get a couple callers who were like, hey, can you give me my life's purpose? And I was like, no. Would you like a refund? And they were like, well, I thought you could give me my life's purpose. I was like, no. Would you like a refund? And I did. I refunded plenty of people who either I thought they spent the money irresponsibly or I thought like, you don't need to do this. And I did give them the call, by the way. I would do the hour call and I'd say, okay, listen, now that we're at the end of this, I'm going to give you this for free. I'm going to give you a refund because honestly, this isn't how you should have spent your money. Go spend your money going to therapy or go spend your money doing this, this, this. Now, whether or not they did it, I don't fucking know. The point is I tried my best to be responsible. That's it. You can believe it or not believe it, but I did give refunds. I could prove it on Patreon. I could show you how many refunds I gave. And those people could come out and say, yeah, she did tell me to like go spend that money on something else. Okay? So again, I did my best. And that, you know, I think the result was pretty good. But I'm not trying to scam anybody. And Matt's inability to know the difference between Brit and other people, that's on Matt. That's on you guys. You got to know the difference. You can't go around accusing every Muslim of being a terrorist because he speaks in a language you don't understand. You can't go around accusing people of being something they're not. And that's what Matt's doing. He's like, oh my God, is Brit Hartley a Muslim? Terrorist. She could be a terrorist. And I'm saying, just because she's a Muslim doesn't mean she's a terrorist. Like, you gotta watch yourself, brother. And that's what I think is happening. And that's what I'm so upset about. Like, bro, you need to relax. A lot of people are terrorists and they're white men who are atheists. So you better watch yourself.
Data shows that a good portion of them have no training relevant to the issue. And coaching's kind of often done by somebody who, for whatever reason, not even necessarily through a fault of their own, couldn't qualify as a therapist and didn't want to go through the training. It's a shortcut thing. Also,
okay, so now he's accusing her or accusing other people of not wanting to go to school to get a degree just to make money. You can accuse Dr. Cheyenne Brandt of that. You can accuse other people of that. I don't think you can accuse Brit Hartley because she never pretended to be something she wasn't. You can't accuse people of skipping steps of earning the right to do therapy when she never wanted to do therapy. People told me my whole life, you should be a psychologist, you should be a therapist. I did child psychology in college temporarily, realized it was not for me, and decided I did not want to be a psychology major. Okay? If I went back to school now, I would still not be a psychology major. I would major in philosophy and sociology. Because I don't want to do psychology, Matt. I want to do philosophy and sociology. So, okay. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, are these not different degrees, homie? And he's acting like, oh, Brit's degrees don't count. She's skipping a step. She wants to do, Brittany doesn't want to do psychology. Neither Brittany wants to do psychology, okay?
a lot of people who are coaches are someone who went through a particularly difficult time, struggled with things, found their way out of something, and then want to, and I love that they want to, help others. That's what I've done. That's what lots of people have done. But it doesn't mean you're qualified to act as a coach, and certainly not to speak as an authority.
So now he's going to get obsessed with the fact that Brit Hartley is saying she's an authority when she's not. People will make her an authority. We talked about this in our collaboration. My problem was I couldn't handle why people automatically made me an authority. People do it anyways. I'm the authority in my Discord. I'm the authority on my channel. I have the block button privileges. I'm an authority. I'm an older sister. I'm an authority. I'm the adult in the room when I was nannying. I'm an authority. Listen, sometimes I have to be the authority. And then sometimes you make me the authority when I'm like, I'm not the authority in your life. I can't tell you what to do with your life. But when my little brother comes to me asking me for advice, he's saying, I see you as somewhat of an older figure who knows what they're doing. Can I ask you something? And then he asks me and then I give my opinion. Okay, right? Chat says, can I ask why you found child psychology wasn't for you? Clinical hours, clients, working under a board, working in a system, working with people. I didn't know it now, but I'm autistic, and I'm the kind of autistic that does not do well with any of those settings. Like, I just didn't feel thrilled by it. I didn't feel fulfilled by it. I enjoyed the class. I enjoyed my teacher, but I just didn't feel like, oh, this is what I want to do for the rest of my life. In the same way, I don't want to do a lot of things for the rest of my life. I want to do philosophy for the rest of my life. That's what I want to do. So what do I need to do to make that a reality? And now Matt might say, oh, because people ask me like, oh, Brittany, how do you do philosophy without a degree? Do you think philosophers need degrees? Do you think that to do philosophy, you need a degree? That's the first question you should ask. The first question you should not ask, but it's your colonizer mindset, is to say, did you get a degree somewhere from a white man institution that the white man said you can do this thing? And I'm saying, why does the white man need to give me permission to do philosophy? Since when? And the question is, okay, what bubble is this that I have to get a degree to do philosophy so the white man says I'm valid? That's fine if you want to live in a world, and I understand we live under white supremacy, so maybe I will get to that degree, maybe I won't, just to say to the white man, shut up. But just so you know, I do not need a degree to do philosophy. None of us need a degree to do philosophy. But sure, under the institution of whiteness, fine, we can play that game. Okay?
I get really good advice from a couple of friends and family members who have no expertise in anything.
And by the way, the reason philosophy is different than other fields of study is because you might need a degree or you might need medical school to do surgery. I'm not doing surgery. And that's the point. I am not working within an institution to say I am credited and licensed enough to do therapy. That's not what I'm saying either. So, okay, when we have these conversations, I am trying to stay in my lane. Britt is trying to stay in her lane. And every time we're so specific with our lane, here's a white man who's like, actually? And I'm just like, you need to sit down. And I know we're all white here, so that's even funnier. It's white on white crime happening, guys. White on white crime is happening in this video today. But it does impact people of color because the same white men that are like, we just want the community to be safe is the same group of white men that told braiders in neighborhoods they can't braid their family and friends' hair or make a living because, quote, they don't have a license. And I'm saying, you're going to tell me I need a license to braid my fucking hair or I need a license to braid someone's hair and get paid for it? I don't fucking think so. Okay. Now, again, there is a lot of hairstylists. There are a lot of people I know. Okay. And I know people, the licensing is a very specific thing. There's a lot of rules about licensing. And I'm saying we need to chill with this guy. Half the taco trucks you eat from are not given, they don't have permits. I still eat them because they're fucking good as fuck. Okay. Facebook Marketplace, buying food from people's homes. It might be gross to you. It might not be sanitary to you. Lots of people are sanitary in their homes and could cook for you and you can pay them for their labor. Like, again, I understand you want things to have licenses and businesses so people can fucking have regulatory boards. Fine. But that doesn't take into account the human experience of living in a neighborhood and village where you trust your neighbors to feed you. And so if my neighbor feeds me and I pay them, okay, the difference of my buddy selling me some weed and a fucking cartel member coming through my neighborhood and disrupting everything is fucking different. Okay? And then not to mention that what happened with weed? Fucking colonized, taken from the earth, experimented in science labs, transformed into something fucking dangerous for the rest of us, sold at an incredibly expensive price, and came at the expense of the marginalized communities that over thousands of years had enjoyed it. So like, that's the irony. You took weed from the ground and fucked it up in your little science labs and then fucking caused this mass hysteria and problems with our psychology. And then you were like, it's the weed. It's not the weed. It's the capitalism. It's the exploitation of the land. It's the exploitation of these herbs. It's the exploitation of our spirituality. It's exploitation. Matt is such a white man.
I have no credentials in anything. But I don't ever say, hey, here's what you need to do. You need to do this because I don't even think in those terms. And, I'm glad I don't, and that doesn't mean that Britt or anybody's wrong or that there's a con going on here because, if you're helping people, you're helping people. But if you're helping people with flawed tools.
Okay, great example. Chess says, as a black human, I understand why licensing makes sense for food and consumables only because of that pink sauce TikTok situation. But what was that situation? Capitalism. That lady tried to market off of a trend and a virality to make it in capitalism. She did not try to feed her community. She did not try to do something organic. She tried to use capitalism and the desire to be rich at the expense of her community. Anyone who ate that sauce, anybody who saw her, because we did talk about the pink sauce lady. And the issue with her is that she took advantage of the situation at the expense of everybody else. She is not a mom and pop, neighbor who's next to you, who's like, hey, I feed the family. Like, here I am wanting to grow old to be an old lady who feeds the neighborhood. And Matt Dillahunty is going to come knock on my door and say, like, do you have a license for that? Fuck, bro. Jesus Christ. Relax. I made some fucking bread and I handed out to some neighbors. Sure, if you think I got everybody sick, you can fucking take me to court. But if nobody gets sick and I'm the old lady in the neighborhood who fed everybody lunch for 20 years, you're welcome. You know what I mean? Because that's what community does. It feeds, it houses, it gives. You're being so fucking paranoid over what? And by the way, for the record, I'm just going to say this a little louder. It was never indigenous or marginalized communities or anybody on the excluded part of the world that was doing this to their people. It was always the white man. It was always the colonizers who came in, raped the land, forgive my French, destroyed everything, ruined water sources, kaidoed the fuck out of it, okay? Don't even get me started on the fact that they were not the ones who were hurting their own land or hurting their own people. It was absolutely the colonizers who came in, who even needed these regulatory practices to be put in place because you fucking don't care about your people. Because you fucking don't care. You're willing to do anything possible to poison people just to make a quick buck. Because you're not responsible to the community. You're responsible to your wallet. So once again, proves my point about colonizer mindset. He is so worried and paranoid about people not being clean because of the colonizer practices that they have embodied as a part of their personality. So they, quote, become entrepreneurs. And these entrepreneurs, that's colonization. That's why I moved away from capitalism. That's why I moved away from being an entrepreneur. Because I realized all that shit is connected to colonization. Okay? And that's what Matt's not getting. That's why Britt goes back to the land or tries to evoke some spirituality. And that's why white people, by the way, love indigenous culture, love to take from Native Americans. That's why Talia Catastrophe was like beaded work and Two-Spirit, because we know they know something right. We know that they have a closer connection to spirituality than the rest of us that have been watered down through colonization and capitalism. So we're eager, we're hungry, our spirit is hungry. And he might say, Brittany, you said spirit. That thing that is innate in all of us that derives pleasure and feeling and home and security from the profound experience of connection. Call it what you will, but that thing, that profound experience, yeah, we're all looking for it. I just don't think it has to come in the form of a God. I just don't think it has to come in the form of a church. I don't think but it can, but it doesn't have to. And that's where the making meaning comes into this. Yes, you get to choose, you get to discover what it is for you that makes this kind of meaning and this kind of profound situation occur. But it comes in all shapes and forms. And that now you might say, I found it. But okay, and this is the second part, and then I'll press play again, okay? The second part of this that comes into question is, Brittany, what if my joy and my profound experience is found in causing harm to others? It's not, you're lying to yourself. And then that way, I think there might be something objective. Maybe, but I don't know what it is, because there's no way. The deterioration of your skin, your body, your spirit, everything that comes from a person doing constant harm is obvious. You say you're having fun, you say you're living your best life, but why are you so miserable? And I actually think Matt is giving slight miserable to me. And so I wonder if he's really found his joy, because I expected better from him.
Tools that are propped up by pseudoscience and woo and the language surrounding that can be an issue. But let's see if we move beyond psychology.
Even if you don't believe in free will, which I don't, I think there's value in the journey of exploring more and more of the inputs of the system that create the outputs of the behavior that
Agreed.
I do in my life. Now, my guess here is that you don't have a lot of objection to the science that I'm bringing up, but
Correct.
you would just call this philosophy, psychology, sociology, etc.
Yep.
And let me go then to your objection to why I would use any of that under the umbrella term of spirituality when I'm doing this from a completely secular point of view. So one reason is that when you put all of this together, the meaning, the purpose, the rituals, the exploration of connecting outside of you and also connecting inside of you, when you put all of that together, we don't have a secular word that means everything under this umbrella.
Psychology,
No.
meaning, purpose, all of these things are features of our psychology.
Features of our psychology, not doing psychology. Why is he being so obtuse? Why is he being so obtuse? Why is he being so obtuse? I don't understand why he would do this. Why would he die on this hill? His own language contradicts his original statements.
Meaning, purpose, awe, states of transcendence that we can see in the brain and in human behavior, cultivating wisdom because it's hard to be a human, ritual, rites of passage that are good for the brain, connection, the ways that you feel connected to something bigger than yourself, even if it's just nature or the human story. We have the whole world of inner work and meditation, existential fears, motivations, thought work, learning about different aspects of the human psyche and how they show up with you, working with aspects of yourself towards growth and development. We have science behind all of these things. These are things that are good for you.
I did. I accidentally
they
helped
have
back.
with them whatever, that's on us. So for me, using the term spirituality would help people like Ayan if she wished to.
Okay.
Oh,
value
Ayan
in that space.
and
this is why
Ayan is the Muslim woman who became an atheist and then became a Christian.
I think we failed Ayan Hirsi Ali.
Okay. Maybe
On
not.
Ursa Ali,
If
yeah.
we give religion exclusive ownership as an atheist,
All right, here we go. I
don't
wasn't
have a
wrong.
Okay.
I didn't hop back in
connected to
time.
something bigger than
Hold on, Matt. Hold on. This is 113. I'm going to go here.
even Sam Harris, who is an atheist, who is not exactly
And a Zionist?
True. And a Zionist. So I like that. I like that he calls it out. Brit is not agreeing with Sam Harris, though. Some people accuse Brit of doing this. Brit is just giving an example of an atheist who's spiritual. She's not saying Sam Harris is a good guy. She's not saying that. So when Matt goes, and he's a Zionist, okay, what does that have to do with the fact that he's a spiritual atheist? She's just making a point about spiritual atheism. She's not making a point about Zionism. And I think some people go, oh, well, she's referencing Sam Harris. That must mean she likes him. And I'm like, y'all are so bad faith, bro.
And a transphobe.
known for
Yes, and a transphobe and an Islamophobe. But is Matt an Islamophobe? Because he doesn't call out Sam Harris for being an Islamophobe, but he is. And he praised, what's her name, for being anti-Islam. So I think Matt might be an Islamophobe. So he's taking a moral high ground while still engaging in a phobe, I think. He would have to clarify, but that sounds to me like what it is, you know? So again, I appreciate Matt calling him out for his Zionism. I think Sam is a Zionist. I mean, he denied the genocide. Okay, but
being soft on religion, who has, I think, debated with you, like on your team, uses the word spirituality for this reason.
Yes, and I object to Sam doing it as well, and told him so.
okay, he's consistent.
I don't get to decide what language you use, but I am stating my opinion about how I think this is problematic and a big equivocation fallacy. That it seems to be a shortcut. I'd like to help.
Also, so boomer of Matt to have this thing over his face the whole time. Like literally so boomer of him to make himself so small, but then to have half his face covered by his own thing.
The people who are finding their way out of religion. So I'm going to use the language that they use. And I have plenty of friends, including one I'll talk about later, who have no objection to that at all. I do for strategic reasons and because I care about truth and accuracy. I don't see why you couldn't give them tools.
Exactly, chat. See, chat came to school today. She's using white man atheists as an example so the white man will listen. Exactly. She literally tries to appeal to Matt by using his bubbles information, and Matt just goes, meh. And I'm like, bro, she's trying to be so gracious towards you, bro. She's literally trying to be so good faith.
That aren't covered in the shit of the language of supernatural or spirituality.
Says there isn't another good word for the domain of disciplined practices and experiences that transforms human experience and connects that transformation to ethics. So he tried for hours to use a different word and found that there wasn't a good one. Would you?
So if Sam failed to come up with a good word, we'll just go with that one.
Okay, but I think atheism is also a failure of using good language. I use it because it's the best we have, but I also think it's the wrong word for what I'm going through. I neither feel seen by being a theist, an agnostic, or an atheist, but I use atheist because it's the closest we have in language, and that's it. He's acting like we don't do that every day with lots of things. We settle for language, including man or woman is a settle for language because we picked it. It's not a real word. It's not a real thing. Like, again, he's doing this thing like we're not living in a subjective experience as it is. Like everything we chose wasn't just like made up. So yeah, this is a good word. It's like, you know what this, okay, lock in. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of when people argue with vegans over calling it chicken when it's not chicken. we don't have a better word for explaining to you how to eat this food except by calling it chicken. And most people don't buy vegan food or plant-based food because they don't know what it's supposed to be like. So when we say it's like chicken, they go, oh, I know how to use that. And then they really enjoy the food. The reason meat lobbies are trying to force you to not call it chicken is so you get confused and then you don't buy vegan food or plant-based food. And I'm saying it's on purpose. We understand psychology enough to know we need to associate words with things to understand what it could mean. And there is a positive association with spirituality that allows us to convey and meet community like us, what we're trying to say, and like build community through this like word, okay, spiritual and atheist, that allows us to like find kinship in others, right? Okay. Chet says, Brittany, you sound like a non-atheist to me. It's not about what you believe. It's about the relationship you have with it. That's non-atheism. I'd have to look more into that. I don't really know that that word very well. Non-atheism. I don't think I know that very well. So I'd have to look into it for sure. But yeah, it's just like the way he's engaging with it sounds very meh.
I didn't know he's not my litmus test for anything.
You really call
Okay,
Sam
fair.
Harris
Fuck Sam Harris.
a scam artist or not an atheist because he uses that word for all
No, I wouldn't call him a scam artist or not an atheist. And I didn't call anybody a scam artist.
This is where Matt's trying to be cute. You implied heavily, and you still do in this 4-hour rebuttal, that Brit is scamming people. You literally allowed your chat to even say she's lying, she's a grifter, she's evil, she's a fucking, you can hear the former religious in her. She's literally tricking people and harming people. You allowed that to happen. And so I actually do think you think she's grifting, but you're too weak of character to say it out loud. So
An atheist. I said that I don't know how to tell the difference between
well, that's a you problem if you can't tell the difference, Habibi.
who's doing this sincerely and who's doing this potentially as a scam.
Yeah, I think Chet says Matt is being dishonest, bro. It is not genuine. He's being genuinely dishonest. He's being intellectually dishonest, but he genuinely feels it's correct. He might be, you could say, having a spiritual experience. I'm just kidding. He feels very sure of himself because he's made a decision already, but it's a bad conclusion. Okay, let's skip forward a bit. Oop.
first rebuttal. My second argument is that not including spirituality in the secularism space does secularism a disservice. If we give religion exclusive ownership over words like spiritual,
I'm not giving them ownership over spiritual. They have the predominant use. They have the origin. It is.
If you asked a Catholic if they were spiritual, they'd say, no, I'm a Catholic. At least my Catholic bubble. In my Catholic bubble, spiritual is not religious. Spiritual is like, oh, you're like woo-woo. You're like a hippie. You're like a yogi. You're like witchy. It's evil. Like my mom would think like, ooh, spiritual is bad. Even though you could call Catholicism spiritual, this word has been used to explain a middle ground between religious, spiritual, and atheist. And I'm saying what Brit is doing is this.
Discovering a
Whoa, SBS coming in left field. Hold on now. I think I lost my timestamp because of that. Okay. So what's happening is, and this is where I recommend you go, guys. Let's say life was linear and you start off religious. Okay. And then you become spiritual and then you become an atheist. This is, okay. This is one construct of this bubble. This is a bubble in of itself. And then for some of us, we popped out and we ended up spiritual again, but not like this. A different way, okay? And we interact with spirituality as a tool, not as a foundation for why or for facts. But we put into practice this tool to help us connect better with what we know, you know? And so I think Matt is doing this thing where he's assuming Brit is like maybe utilizing, let me go back to where I was. Maybe he thinks she's like, oh, the kind of woo-woo spiritual versus understanding that she left those bubbles and then came back around and was like, oh, this could be interesting. This could be fun. Okay, let me go to a different timestamp now. I just realized we are been here too long. Okay.
another example of how I think this is the better approach is that 2/3 of atheists who do a hero's dose of psilocybin do not
Listen to
support
this.
as atheists after that. We have to talk about this. Like, no, they don't go back to Abrahamic religion. They never go back to the Abrahamic God, but they find themselves after a profound peak experience like that. Again, not one where they're just listening to something new, but
I've taken massive doses. I didn't have this experience. I'm not denying this at all. I understand people have this. I don't know where Britt's going to go with this. I hope that where she's going is these people experience something that needs to be addressed and explained, because there's a danger. Those people who've experienced that, they're now adopting. They don't associate with atheism anymore because they've experienced something awe-inducing, and they've been taught that the awe is associated with the spiritual, the supernatural, and the religious. I'd be willing to bet that she's probably going to say something akin to that and say, we don't need to leave that with the religious. And I would agree, but I don't need to keep the terms. She might not say anything like this. This is just what popped into my head. But we don't need to keep the terms. We can still say that spirit experience of awe you had that points you towards some sort of supernatural thing or whatever else. That awe is real. It's psychologically addressed. There are studies on it. It is, we can't say anything.
He's just doing this thing where, look, plenty of people do drugs and never have an awe experience. I did drugs, and sometimes I had an awe experience in which I would call spiritual, and other times I just had an experience. Okay? That awe experience I would call spiritual, and or I had caveats to my spirituality. I say, oh, it's not spiritual if this, but it is spiritual if this, and this. And yes, it's personally defined, and yet the personal definition can also be shared with others who also define it similarly. Just like existence. When I was courting my partner, I said, do we agree on what reality is? Do we agree on what it means to be a good person? Do we agree on what right and wrong is? Because there are very many ways to be in these, to have these opinions. Do we agree? Do we see it similarly? And will we make an effort to continue to grow to see it similarly without it coming at the expense of our joy, right? Because we don't ally to each other just to stay together. And we made that commitment, right? That's the same thing. Do we define spirituality the same way? Yes or no? And then what do you mean by spiritual experience? What do I mean? Oh, yes, it sounds like we're having the same experience. When I do my levels, this is why I think my levels are so hard for people, because I know for a fact, okay, there are people I thought understood my levels that I realized, oh my God, you don't get what I'm talking about. Then there are people who I'm like, you definitely don't know what I'm talking about. And then there are people that I'm like, you get it. Like, there are definitely certain people that I feel like understand it so well that I'm like, damn, we must have been like, you must have like a very similar brain to me. Okay. Those are different categories of people. All people are valid. Everyone's on a journey. Not knowing or understanding my levels doesn't make you less than. It's not like, oh, if you don't understand spirituality, you're stupid. It's just like, yeah, you don't get it, bro. That's okay. Or like, if you don't understand my levels, it's not to say you're stupid. You just don't get it. It's okay. I don't get a lot of things. You know what I mean? I don't get a lot of things that people tell me. And people will say, Brittany, you're stupid for not getting this. And I'm like, why? Why do you hold the judgment that I'm stupid for not getting this thing as long as I don't have a problem with it? Now, if I was advocating to have a problem with it, if I was making content to get rid of something I didn't understand, sure, call me out, right? But I hold no judgment in myself for not understanding something. What am I supposed to understand everything about the whole world? You know what I mean? Like, I'm just one person. I'm just a girl.
Anything the brain's fully understood, but we have a decent understanding of it. And there's no reason to tie it with anything supernatural. I get callers on the show frequently that are like, you just haven't done DMT, or you haven't done this, or you haven't done this drug or whatever, enough drug. As soon as you do, you'll get it. And I'm like,
Yeah. That's a mistake of those people. I never say that. Don't I make sure to never say that? Don't I make sure to never guarantee an outcome? Because I don't know if this tool will work for you. I agree. It is very annoying to me when people go, just go to church, Brittany, and trust me, you'll believe in God. Just do drugs. Trust me, you'll have the same experience I did. You know what I mean? I never say that. I say, I don't know what experience it will give you, but you can try it. Yes, exactly, Matt. It's fucking annoying when people say that. Kind of like you're saying it now. I don't understand this experience you're having. I don't think it's real, so it must not exist. That is the other side of people telling you, just do DMT, Matt, and you'll get it. Hello, sir? By the way, caveat, my partner did give me permission to tell you this story. I wasn't going to tell you guys today, but it kind of came to me. Okay. We don't believe in tarot, but I have a tarot deck because one of the artist behind me, she made a tarot deck as a special and I bought it to support her work. Okay. It's a beautiful tarot deck. It's really gorgeous. and I was doing tarot. Well, I had an extra deck and I gave it to my partner. And I said, here, this is now your deck. Go have fun with it. You're ADHD. You want to do some meditation? Here. Okay. Because we're big meditators. Okay. My partner starts doing the tarot card, learns about it, researches it, gets very ADHD into research. Okay. Flips the cards. They tell him something. He goes, oh, that's fucking. And I'm like, oh, the cards got you, bro. The cards got you. He does it again. I was like, oh, they hit again. I was like, the cards know. The cards know. Now listen, when we say, ooh, the cards know, we're throwing ourselves into the bubble to experience the full experience. We're not saying objectively the cards know or hold power. We're saying, let me throw myself into this experience so I can get the full reward of the experience. So he does it again. He does it again. I leave him for a couple hours, maybe even a couple days. I don't remember. I come back at some point. He looks at me, he goes, the cards told me not to do it anymore. And I was like, what? He goes, the card reading was like, you're obsessing about a certain thing instead of letting it be what it is. Like, stop focusing on what you can do and just let it be. And I was like, you got to stop using those cards, bro. Put them away. And then it became like a big joke in the house, like, listen to the cards. And like, hey, listen, he stopped using the cards, okay? And we had a lot of fun with it. And that's what I'm saying. Like, man, that was so fun for us. We had an incredible experience. It was so intimate. It was so bonding. That's why I didn't tell you guys about it when it first happened. I felt like, oh, this is so private for us. But recently, it's been long enough now. He's like, you can tell that story on stream if you want. Okay. It was an incredibly intimate experience. It was so fun. We don't really, we're not saying the cards hold power. We're not saying it's real. Instead, we're saying the experience the cards allowed us to have by us being open-minded with them was profound, and it was fun, and it was great, and it improved our life. That's all we're saying. Call it spiritual, call it meditation, call it coincidence. The experience was great, and we were sober. Didn't even need DMT to do it.
I don't know why you would trust a drug-altered brain to be more reliable and more pointing you to something more real or more accurate than a brain that's functioning correctly, when we know already by countless studies that the opposite is actually true. And if I were to say, oh, you had a spiritual experience, all that does at this moment, until there's a sea change.
This goes back to this conversation with Jordan Peterson, which I agreed with Matt Dillahunty on, that I don't think the drugs are actually proof of God or spirits, but I do think drugs can give you a spiritual experience.
May never happen. I don't think it's likely until...
You could just say our brains are so chemically wired to experience awe, which is the spiritual experience. It doesn't matter how you say it. It's still just a word that means beyond our normal state of being in an enhanced positive way. Like me getting drugged me doing drugs or getting drunk doesn't necessarily guarantee a spiritual experience. Sometimes it's a bad experience. I'm puking. I'm having a horrible time. Okay. When it does end up well, though, just that one thing, the positive, usually spiritual experience means positive in some aspect. It doesn't mean tangibly real in this cup way, okay? But it's still there. Just like I love my partner. When people say, Brittany, why do you choose your partner? Why do you choose them specifically? I couldn't tell you. Because every way that I would tell you why I chose them, you could have said, oh, but you could have had this with that person. Or what about this person? What's the thing about them, though? Them, their consciousness. Do you mean their spirit? Sure. It's the themness, the thing that makes them them. There's nothing really tangible about why I chose my partner. But it makes sense.
Religions have pretty much gone away anyway. All that does is set them further down the path of, ooh, yeah, what I experienced is amazing and real and seems to tie to spirituality, maybe even in the religious sense. But I don't know what Britt's going to say. Sorry.
It's something that really changed them, changed how they viewed the world and themselves, where the illusion of the self drops away and they feel at one with the universe, whether or not the universe cares about that. They don't find any space or language to talk about those kinds of experiences, which are real human experiences in atheistic spaces. And because of that, they will no longer self-identify as an atheist.
It's like the men, who claim they did all these drugs and had an ego death and they still ended up abusers and horrible people. We must be having different spiritual experiences experiences because mine only made me a better person. but maybe that's my values and my philosophical foundation as well. But it feels like some people are having these quote experiences and they're still abusers. So maybe you are having them, but don't you want to, shouldn't they make you more grounded? Like more of a nice person, but I guess not, you know?
Because they feel atheism to be too limiting to what they just experienced. And that is a failure. That is a failure. Like if you do mushrooms.
Like, look, if I ever see Brit on Aubrey Marcus, I'm going to send her an email. Okay? Aubrey Marcus is the perfect example of an ayahuasca, DMT, the God spoke to me, told me to make a baby, kind of like fucking grifter capitalist. But we know he's a capitalist. We know he's a grifter because he's a capitalist. All he cares about is money and fame and hot women. We know that. And if Britt Hartley ever goes on his podcast, I'm emailing her. Be like, girlie, what is this? What decision did we just make? Okay, you better have a good fucking reason, you know? And I think that's the kind of person that Matt is concerned about. It's the same kind of person I'm concerned about. Teal Swan, total red flag. Leo Skeppy, total red flag. But you guys make them famous. You know what's so ironic? Is you should know Britt isn't a grifter because she's not famous. Do the math, Matt. Jay Shetty, all of these fucking people are literally millionaire viral sensations. Brit is not that person. That's kind of how you know she's good, bro. Because she's not. She's not doing any of the things she could be doing right now to be incredibly popular. And you should pay attention to that.
And can't call yourself an atheist because of it, because you have no language in that space to talk about it, or you're going to be mocked for it, then religion by necessity, by default, has a monopoly on these experiences.
Neither myself nor anybody I've interacted with is advocating for saying you can't be an atheist, do mushrooms, and have experiences that you don't understand. I'm literally an atheist who has done shrooms and LSD and other drugs and had experiences that I don't understand. That doesn't make them spiritual, and it doesn't mean that labeling them spiritual. Who are these people who are saying you can't be an atheist and do mushrooms? At half the events I go to, people are talking about.
He's not getting it. I think he genuinely doesn't understand, though. I don't even think he's trying to lie about Brit. I think he just doesn't fucking get it. Okay, so next timestamp, because he's not getting it.
The lie of atheism, if there was one, is saying that if you just walk out of a church building, you'll just stumble upon the good life. You'll just know how to do this.
Where the fuck does...
No, chat. You're doing the thing. You said Matt may have tried them, but definitely not at the heroic dose. I don't think I think you're wrong. I think that's what he's saying you are doing to him. And I'm saying don't do that to him. Don't tell him what his experience was. I'm saying there is no guaranteed experience on any of these things because they're just drugs and your brain is drugs and you're having a chemical reaction, right? So I wouldn't say that I would imply what Matt has done. I would say, okay, cool. I'm glad that was your experience. Next. I mean, I know people who have done all kinds of drugs and never had because they're cut off from their emotions, or they're cut off. I think in order to have the best experience, you have to throw yourself into the experience. That takes practice. And you also have to have the reason to come back. Like when I did shrooms last time and my brain was like, oh, we believe in God now. And I was like, you're on shrooms. God's not real. You're on shrooms. And I was like, oh, God's not real. I'm on shrooms. And the God was like, I am real. And I was like, you're not real. I'm on shrooms, but I love this and I'm into it. What's going on? And then it got really bad. And I was like, okay, I want to go back to my life now. But like the point is that I know it's not God. I know it is drugs. And yet you can have an experience in which you have like what I would call spiritual, but Matt would not call it spiritual. That last trip made me so grateful for my life. Oh, like so much gratitude. You said, I'm not doing that to him. I've heard him on many occasions describe his experiences, and he's never described what researchers are talking about. Oh, with the unitive mystical experience. Oh, okay. My bad, chat. So you have heard him. Interesting. He might be cut off from his fifis. Is he cut off from his feelings? I feel like a lot of men in the atheist space are super cut off from their feelings. Oh, P.S. This reminds me of the Dr. K stuff, because Dr. K often gets told, white men often hate Dr. K because he does believe spirituality plays a huge role in recovery. And he even said on Jubilee recently that therapy might not work as well as spirituality for some people. And I think he's right. And I do think he's right. And he is a medical, taught doctor, a psychiatrist, educated, Harvard trained. So I want to see Dr. K and Matt Dillahunty talk, because Matt Dillahunty is not going to trust Brittany because she didn't, quote, go to the right schools, but Dr. K did, and she's not a man, and Dr. K is. So if you guys want to watch, I actually just reviewed that video on my members for, it was Dr. K plus our versus 20 depressed people. Really good. And yeah, and Dr. K is a trained monk. Exactly. And he's a trained monk. And I think all of that stuff would make Matt Dillahunty be like, this isn't real. And I'm like, bro, you're doing too much. So I'm on the Britt Hartley, Dr. K side of the internet, where I'm like, yeah, that shit, there's an answer here. And I think people were right. And people were right before the accreditations, and people were right before the schools, and Indigenous people knew this, and a lot of cultures around the world knew this. Maybe we all called it different things. Maybe we called it the wrong things, but we know that there is some experience in the world that is, I think, given to us by our biological experience that we could call spiritual. And I think that's really profound in and of itself, that we even have this ability to have this experience with ourselves. I mean, that's how I feel about weed. That's how I feel about drugs. I'm like, man, I can't believe like we can smoke something and have this amazing experience. That feels very profound, you know?
Does this lie come from? Well, I can't, once again,
he doesn't understand why she's making this argument, and he doesn't understand that you are making this argument when you say Brittany can't exist. If you say Britt Hartley can't practice her practice without being a psychologist, you're saying you expect atheists to leave the church and go into therapy instead of leaving the church and go into spirituality, because you're saying there's something wrong with spirituality. You're saying there's something wrong with philosophy because you're calling it psychology. And I'm saying a person leaving a religion might need both a therapist and a spiritual director.
where is this? This feels completely like a straw man. Like, oh, atheism just convinces people that if they find their way out of religion, they're going to go into the good life. You can't, out of one side of your mouth, acknowledge that it's only about this and then say that it's doing this other thing. I don't know a single atheist organization, community, public advocate of any prominence that has, and I might be missing stuff, so if somebody's done it, let's fucking correct them, that has suggested when you find your way out of religion, it's the good life. What I've
Okay, we
said
got to
about
keep
my person.
we got to keep going because I got a lot to go over and I'm running out of time here. Okay.
They are storytelling animals. And when someone leaves religion, because the majority of people I work with are people deconstructing from religion, they're just not losing like they don't just lose an argument. They lose their cosmology, how to place themselves in the universe, their calendar, their family structure, their rituals, their songs, their death story, their more.
Example. When women came to me and said, hey, I had an abortion and I'd like to basically wish that spirit well, like say goodbye to that spirit, whatever you want to call it, who are atheists. Okay, let's do it. We'll do a spiritual practice to mourn the choice you made, which was the right choice, and we mourn the life that could have been. Beautiful. Funerals are a spiritual practice. Now, you might not treat them that way because when you go there, you're fucking cut off from all your feelings. Okay, what about women who called me and said, hey, I just had an abortion and I need to talk to somebody about it, and I feel like you would have an intimate experience with me to go through this mourning process? Yeah. You could argue that I was spiritually helping them mourn through the process. When I worked at a veterinary office, and this woman had her dog, the Great Dane, dying of cancer with tumors all over his face, and she was crying outside the building, and all the women at the vet were like, oh yeah, she's crying, she won't come in for her appointment. I was like, well, why isn't anybody helping her? They didn't know how to comfort her. They didn't know how to be with her because it made them feel vulnerable and icky. And I put myself in that position to give space to her to cry, to give her somebody who could see her pain. I met her pain with her. And yes, to do that, it is emotionally laborious. And yes, it is a lot of labor. And yes, it is very much vulnerable, but it's, I can do it. So I'll do it. Not always. I'm not always available, y'all. I'm not always available. But when I'm available, I want to make myself accessible. You could argue that's a spiritual experience because it's so deeply intimate and profound with a stranger over something that is real. Okay. So again, like, I feel like these men are so cut off from their beings. You're so cut off. You're so cut off, you know?
Community, their sense of being held somehow in the universe, their answer.
I would.
Also, I'm sorry, chat. You said the curse of an empath. I am not an empath. Also a bubble that I don't identify with. I'm not an empath. I'm engaging in deep, understanding of the human condition. It is not something, it was a skill I learned. I was not born empathic. I learned to be empathic. It's a skill, and it is not a curse. It is a choice I make every day. If I want to cut off my feelings right now, I can. If I want to cut off my connection to people, I can. If I want to go, it's not. It's a skill I learned to respect. It's not an identity, right? So I only say this because there's a bubble that exists in the world where they literally think they were born special because they're empathic. There's nothing special about being empathic. You're not born special. So that's why I'm saying it, because there is a bubble on the internet that it's like their identity. My identity is not, it's just a skill, and I'm utilizing the skill. So just to clarify for people who might be watching.
Admit, some of those, I have no idea what that means. I don't think in terms of my place in the universe or whatever. I mean,
okay, big. Listen.
Don't think in terms of my place in the universe or whatever. I mean,
oh, you're being sarcastic with the word curse? Okay, fair. And welcome, new. We appreciate you being new here. We appreciate you. Oh, I'm sorry. Listen to Matt. This is important.
I don't think in terms of my place in the universe or whatever. I mean, I know that we can engage in some kind of talk about, where do you fit in the universe? For me, and I'm not saying this is right or applies to anybody else, I'm on this planet focused on the real shit that's going on in my life every day. I don't feel that I have any connection to the universe beyond. My responsibility is to myself and other people, because we share space. If you mean it in the lighter sense, and I don't know, but a place in the universe is just one I've grabbed onto, about what my responsibilities are to people, and maybe religions filled that thing before. That's where you get into things like secular humanism and values that go beyond, just atheism. But there are definitely baggage things that people don't give up when they come out of religion, that I would say are
yours is closed-mindedness and stubbornness, and I'm right and you're wrong. Yours is thinking you're objective. That's what you didn't let go from religion. That's what religion taught you, and you never let it go. That's what the colonizer mindset taught you, and you never let it go. This is the most revealing clip, I think, of him in general. That you see exactly where he's stuck.
Eyes of religion creating a need for something that can never be sated. It's been said before that, and I've said this, religions poison you.
And also this goes back to what I taught you about this idea of we go back to the land being a spiritual statement. So him being like, I'm not a part of, I don't think about being a part of the universe. Exactly. Colonizers think of the earth as something to colonize and take over, right? For the sake of human beings. Okay. And I'm saying you can't destroy the earth for the sake of human beings. We're a part of the earth. And they go, we're not part of the earth, Brittany. We're domain. We have domain over the animals. We have domain over the earth. No, we are a part of the earth. So same thing. We're part of the universe. We're literally, the asteroid is me and I am the asteroid. So you're doing this thing where he can't even do the earth thing. Like, at least there are spiritual twos that understand they are part of the earth. He can't even do that. God forbid he ever realizes he's a part of the universe. Do you know what I mean? God forbid he ever realizes he's a part of the universe. You know what I'm saying? And I'm saying not only are you a part of the earth, you're a part of the universe. There is a connection. You come from these things. You could not exist without these things. That's not about God. That's about science. We come from this thing.
And then offer you the cure. And I changed all of that and said, religions convince you you're poisoned when you're not, and then offer you the homeopathic remedy. Because homeopathy is bullshit. So all that needs to happen is you need to be convinced you're better. But if you were never broken in the first place, if you never had a sinful nature in the first place, it is absurd for secularists to be talking about how do you deal with your sin.
You can't just pop into the universe. You come from a lineage of people. That's like saying, I don't have trauma. If I was like, babies don't have trauma. Yeah, they do. Epigenetics. Like, that's like saying you come into the world with a clean slate. What your parent did when they were pregnant with you impacts your future. What brain you're born with, what body you're given. Like, you don't get to just pop into existence. Religion saw this thing that was very inherent to our nature, which was imperfection, and put a gimmick to it. But we are imperfect, and we're seeking meaning. We're seeking a place in this very imperfect world. right? So yeah, he's just like, he's so still in his religious trauma, in my opinion, based off this observation, that he can't imagine that even if religion didn't exist, we would still be struggling with purpose and sin. We would just call it purpose instead of sin because we know we're imperfect. I mean, look at our family, like look at our lives, like look at the world. You think this is, you know what I mean? The world is suffering from more than just religion. The world is suffering from more than just capitalism. The world is suffering because we exist. We are the makers of everything evil in the world from the human perspective. We are the philosophical evil nature experiencing itself. We're not inherently evil, but we are inherently we are all responsible for the harm that's caused. None of us get to be exempt from it, you know?
Instead, you take the things that religion might have called sin and you change the language so that it is not religious. How do you deal with your failings, with your struggles, with your, I'm going to forget the term, the urges to do things that you're opposed to. I've
Impulses?
the right word. Taking away the lies and replacing them with the best scientific understanding.
Answer to suffering, their sense of ultimate concern.
Yeah, it's kind of like if he was my therapist, he'd be like, actually, your feelings connected to your mother doesn't matter. She's just a person who gave birth to you. And once you realize that, you'll accept that you're just a human existing on the planet. It's like, okay. Thanks, bro. Or my therapist would say, yeah, like your mom made you, you're here, she birthed you, she labored all those hours, and you're going to be impacted by that. And you're a product of that. And you're going to have to figure out who you are separate from that and in connection to that, in communion with that. And it's layered, and you are so much more than your mother's daughter. And yet you are absolutely your mother's daughter. You look like her every day you age. You can't escape it. You look in the mirror and you see her. What does that mean? How do you make peace with that fact that you didn't just pop into existence, that you came from somewhere? You know, there's a lot of meaning in that. There's a lot of feeling in that. There's a lot of like, even accepting that this was my mom's first rodeo as much as it was mine was a spiritual experience. I had a spiritual experience of realization. I know a lot of people hate that, but mine was a spiritual experience. Genuinely realizing my mother, this was her first time. I was like, okay, true. And this is my first time. And I know I fucked up. Yeah, I'm not as fucked up as my mom, but I had very different tools and different parents than my mom had. My mother's mother, my grandma, was married at 10 years old. My mother was raised by parents who got married as children and then had 17 living children. It's a very different experience than my experience. You know? But I couldn't have the deep, guttural empathy and love for my mother's experience until I opened myself up into seeing her in such a profound and spiritual way. And I did that with combination of good therapy and philosophy, because my therapist gave me the ability to open up the wound, and then we had to figure out how to close it together. It was a team effort. My therapist was so good because it was a team effort. She can't do it without me and I can't do it without her. But we took from philosophy. We took from spiritualism. We took from different tools to say, how are we going to patch up this wound? So the scar, even though it will be there, will be something we're proud of.
And if all we can offer them is, well, at least you're not wrong anymore, that's not enough. And that's
Too bad. That's all there is.
Boo! You angry, grumpy man! I was just telling the most beautiful story about my mother. I'm on the verge of tears. And he's like, boo, too bad. Listen to that again.
answer to suffering, their sense of ultimate concern. And if all we can offer them is, well, at least you're not wrong anymore, that's not enough. And that's
Too bad. That's all there is just with the atheism. Beyond that, I've already pointed to secular humanism. I agree with you that the broader community needs to be doing more. That's why I support recovering from religion. That's why I support the Secular Therapy Project. The Secular Therapy Project exists.
Okay, we're just talking about the Secular Therapy Project a lot because he uses it and she uses it to validate herself. He gets into the weeds with this one, but he's not understanding therapy only goes so far. It only goes so far. And so again, like you're missing the point, but he's such a grumpy man. Ooh.
For what you're talking about. Daryl Ray saw a need. other therapists and counselors and experts saw a need and are working to actively fill it. I got my therapist through the secular therapy.
I think the therapists he's about to talk about are just grumpy because Brit is better at what they think their job is than they are. Not all therapists are good with spirituality and or philosophical stuff. Some therapists are just good about like explaining how your trauma impacted your body and your brain. And then they're like, okay. Psychiatrists, some of them are just good at giving you meds. Everyone's different. You know what I mean? And I think some of these therapists are just mad because like plenty of therapists also like Brit's work. So again, just because you're a therapist doesn't mean you know what's right. Jordan Peterson was also someone who was facing a license problem because of the work that he did. You know what I mean? So like,
Therapy project. Hi. He'll probably watch this.
That's where secular spirituality comes in. It's not a replacement for skepticism. It's the
'Cause that's
continuation
different.
of skepticism.
I think my brain just melted for a second. I'm going to take it back.
Wrong anymore. That's not enough. And that's where secular spirituality comes in. It's not a replacement for skepticism.
That's not where secular spirituality comes in. That's where secular therapy comes in.
see,
And-
he's wrong. He's wrong though.
That's not where secular spirituality comes in. That's where secular therapy comes in.
All therapy should be secular. Most, if it's a medically licensed therapist, it's always secular. That's what I would hope at least. Because you're going through school. So what's so unique about your secular therapy business? Why is it different? You know what I mean? Like, what do you mean?
And who on earth would have thought that secular spirituality is a replacement for skepticism? Skepticism has the goal of finding the methodology that distinguishes fact from fiction.
It's the continuation of skepticism into the rest of life. And that
No, it is not the continuation of skepticism into the rest of life. Skepticism already continues. There is nothing outside the realm of skepticism. Every question, every proposition can be evaluated.
You said secular therapy incorporates mindfulness and Eastern wisdom. So spirituality. Right? Like that's like saying, that's why a lot of Western philosophers hate Eastern philosophy because they think it's too woo-woo and spiritual. Do you know what I'm saying? It's the colonizer mindset. Oh, Buddhism and Taoism and all these things have nothing to do with us because, it's like, I feel like he really doesn't deeply understand what she's saying, and that's okay. They're in different bubbles, but doesn't this also prove my work so good? Like, see how we're in different bubbles? See how two very smart people are like, I think Brit is understanding Matt Dillahunty perfectly. I do. I think she understands him so perfectly, and I think he just doesn't understand her. But I think this is the bubble difference.
Evaluated skeptically. That's how we got here. Is I keep hearing people talk about spirituality and offering vague, untestable, religious definitions.
And I also think because I do know some therapists who do incorporate like Buddhism, like I read in chat, but I also know that some of them haven't had the experiences themselves. So it's also from a very like cut off perspective because not all therapists have had spiritual experiences. Not all therapists have had profound experiences with a philosophy. Some therapists are really bad people. So sometimes that shows up in their work, obviously. So if you go to a therapist who also doesn't get it, like I can explain to you, I obviously went through multiple therapists, two specifically, and the second therapist I got was exactly what I needed. She really got me. Like, she really got it. My first therapist, like, she just couldn't get it. Very, like, you know?
And then other people trying to spin those as vague, untestable, secular definitions. And as a skeptic, I would like people to demonstrate that what they're advocating is real and that it is consistent with the spiritual label. That's it. Adopting a pseudoscience woo word to cover a broad umbrella of psychology.
Okay, wait. He's going to start talking about the stuff that I really want to get into. So Chad says it's like when Dr. K says he thinks Alex O'Connor might introspect at some point during that Diary of the Incel debate. Okay. Dr. K saw in Alex something that I see in Alex that I do not see in Matt Dillahunty. I think Alex is very like on the verge. I see something in Alex he doesn't know about himself yet, but he knows. I trust him to know. Dr. K trusts him to know. Will he do it? Who knows? This is what you might call woo-woo or spiritual, or Matt even says at some point, like, oh, Britt Hartley thinks she knows people better than she knows they know themselves. You know how many of my friends told me I was autistic? And I was like, nah, not me though. And they were like, you're autistic. I was like, nah. And then I got diagnosed and I was like, you know what? That makes sense. Sometimes people do know us better than we know ourselves. And I also know that you're probably triggered hearing that because your Catholic mother probably told you that your whole life. Yeah, I know you better than you know yourself. And that probably triggers the fuck out of you. Well, the reason it triggers the fuck out of you is because she was wrong. Not because people can't see things about you that you don't know yet. Yeah, Chet says Alex is about philosophy. Matt is about skepticism. Yeah, for sure. And I think that's what Matt is failing out. Matt is like, he's cutting himself off from the possibility, which is fine. You know, we don't need Matt to get on it. And look, I get to use Matt now as an example of a very smart person who's very skilled, who came to a stunted and, you know, this is where his deconstructed ended. It is what it is, right? I would love to know his thoughts on Islam and / if he's an Islamophobe, because based off what he said, it sounds like it. So it's interesting that he's an anti-Zionist, but an Islamophobe. Right? I would love to know more about that.
Is not an extension of skepticism into anything. It's close.
And by the way, people always ask me, like, if you're a progressive who's anti-patriarchy, then why do you care about Islam? Because I care about human suffering. And a billion people believe in Islam. And I think they deserve a good life. Because sometimes I think people really think like, oh, if you disagree with it, you want them to suffer. That's your Catholic talking. I don't want anybody to suffer.
Closer to sophistry.
It helped me because for me, the death of God personally, with no tools from secularism at the time, flung me into nihilism. And if most of the deconstruction space is just talking about how we're better than religious people and how they're stupid, and I'm full on suicidal, struggling with nihilism, struggling with the ethics of what it means to be alive, it's not enough. Like that atheist chip on your...
Agreed. And anybody tuning into the debate shows who's, first of all, sorry, I don't know if you were necessarily talking about yourself or you're just talking about, you know, somebody referencing who's dealing with suicidal ideations and things like that. The debate shows, first of all, the debate shows aren't atheism or secularism. It's just one of the popular things. I mean, it's like, you know, and unfortunately they turned it into like WWE. But if you tune in to the wrong content for the wrong reason, you're definitely not going to get what you're looking for. And I would agree with you that the secular community needs to be encouraging humanism. I would think. I don't know. I don't know that I've heard Brit call herself a humanist yet, but who knows?
Yeah. Chad said, didn't he just say too bad? Exactly. I think, look, I think sometimes logic bros get stuck in this bubble where they're only going off data. And they forget that data also looks like feelings, and data also looks like thoughts, and data also looks like fantasy, and data also looks like spirituality. This is all data points too. That's why I'm saying, like, there is data to spirituality. That's why Britt was showing you data to spirituality, and he's like, that data doesn't count. And we're like, okay. Well, what data would count then? Because you're just recategorizing it as psychology. Okay, well then everything is psychology. You know? Okay, let me do this. Let me skip around a couple minutes. Let me see.
This. And so if we're expecting the average person who is not a philosopher, not a psychologist, not a neuroscientist, not a sociologist, not an anthropologist, to make sense of all that and rebuild all of that in one lifetime, especially when they have religious trauma, that's a hard ask. And so
who's asking it? It's a hard ask, but none of I don't need to keep pausing to say I don't advocate this. I'll just let her talk and just say, not my position.
So that's the problem with Matt, is he made a decision. He said something. I do genuinely think this whole thing could have been avoided if he just said, I'm not calling out anyone specific. I'm not calling out anybody I name. I saw a bunch of TikToks. I was inspired to make this video about spirituality. I'm just broadly talking about spirituality. And then Britt wouldn't have made a video saying, hey, you said I was a charlatan. Because I agree that Matt, I think, made the YouTuber mistake of not being clear, because then it did sound like a subtweet. Even though I told you, I had the feeling that he didn't want to get into a fight. Because I think if he had, he just would have said it. So I think he made a huge boomer mistake here, okay? So see how it muddles the water already? Which is why I said they should go back to ground zero and have a good faith convo. But now they're not going to, probably, because it sounds like he's not interested. Now, okay, time skip again.
That work, therapists wouldn't be reaching out to me for help in this area.
Not only is that...
Okay, listen to this. Sorry, let me rewind it. Oh, no. Oh, no. What just happened? Why did that happen? Oh, fuck me. Hold on. It was 225, I think.
People from the psychotherapy project.
Okay. Hold on. Listen to this. Hold on.
And then she might become eligible.
Oh, hold on.
She might have.
Everyone wanted
Like
to
you mentioned, recovering from religion.
Okay, listen.
And so there's no need for people like spiritual directors to be doing any of this. That's my guess that what your critique would be now. And so this is one area that I want to push back on. If there was nothing of value that I'm doing in helping people build meaningful, even spiritual lives without forcing them to
Okay. Note that this is where he says, I'm not doing this. He is fully calling out her credential and he's fully trying to ruin her career because he's fully now asking for resources for this claim.
do that with a god or the supernatural, then why do the therapists from the Secular Therapy Project talk to me?
So
Full disclosure.
wait. He's going to make this claim, but girls, he's going to go further. He's literally going to say, and every person who's any therapist that sends anybody to Britt Hartley should be questioned. Colonizer.
This is the part that somebody contacted me about. I haven't heard her say it until just now. And so this is going to take a minute. So buckle up.
Buckle up. I'm buckled.
First of all, that's a fallacy. It is a fallacious attempt to appeal to an authority. It is essentially the implication that these.
You're doing the same thing. You're saying any existential dread or crisis needs to be helped by a therapist. You're appealing to authority. You're saying, I work with therapists and they say this is the great. You're also saying, oh, look, these therapists over here, they agree with me. So don't say that Britt Hartley is doing it too. You're both doing it.
Therapists, these qualified credentialed therapists, are missing an understanding of something that Britt possesses. And therefore they come to her. And why would they be coming to her if she didn't actually have that information? So I'm not speaking on behalf of the Psychotherapy Project, but I did get this statement cleared because a lot of people were talking about stuff. The Psychotherapy Project exists to connect people with secular science-based therapy from vetted, properly qualified, credentialed, and trained therapists. If a therapist doesn't feel that they're equipped to help a particular client, they should refer that client to some other therapists in that category. If a therapist in the project sends clients to their unqualified aunt who they think they might know a bit more, to a guru, to a life coach, to a mystic, or a spiritual counselor, they should be removed from the Secular Therapy Project immediately. Britt and other people who similarly try to assist people with struggles related to deconversion or religious trauma without the requisite qualifications simply are not eligible to be a part of the project, and they should not be eligible for any sort of referral from the Secular Therapy Project. It is a disservice to the project and the clients to have people speaking from authority in areas where they have not demonstrated the requisite qualifications. Britt might be doing wonderful work that genuinely helps people. And if so, she should be able to demonstrate this scientifically, and then she might become eligible. She might have the best methods for helping people, but she seems to have skipped a step in demonstrating this. We can't just go off feels. I'm not speaking on behalf of the Psychotherapy Project, but on the list of things that we would expect from people offering to counseling to those people deconstructing from religion are scientifically validated psychotherapies, things like cognitive behavioral therapy and mentalization-based therapy and all of those things. There is no science behind coaching. It doesn't mean that anything Britt's doing is wrong or bullshit or whatever else. It just means we do not yet have any good justification scientifically to allow people who haven't gone through the process to portray themselves as people with expertise. Nobody's objecting. You go, I have zero credentials and have never pretended to.
And yet you get paid to do debates, and yet you get paid to talk to theists, and yet what's your credential? Your lived experience. You earned the right to be the Matt, Dillahunty, the Matt Dillahunty, who's so important that Jordan Peterson talks to him and all these people talk to him and he gets paid for gigs because of your lived experience, because of your 20 years in your field. And you can't extend that to Brit or anybody else who doesn't fit your model. If society didn't extend it to you, you wouldn't have a job. If we treated you the way you treated Brit, you wouldn't have a job. We would go, what's your qualification, Matt? What's your real qualification? Oh, you used to be a preacher? Or like, oh, is that enough though? Maybe he should have, you're the one who's saying, I don't have a degree. I didn't go to this school. I didn't do this thing. Okay. We still let you debate. We still let you speak. We still pay you. We still say you're smart enough to talk to Jordan Peterson, even though he's a doctor and you're not. Okay. So again, when we have these conversations, okay, there's something here. Now, chat's saying Brit has academic credentials. Brit has credentials from a religious institution that is not typically traditionally accredited. So that's why Matt is questioning her, but she's been very clear about her education. If you don't know the difference, maybe you could have gotten confused, but Brit went through a religious institution to get her master's, which is a little different than a traditionally accredited university, which she said in her rebuttal to him. Okay? But Matt is literally saying, I don't have credentials. Exactly. And we're giving you the benefit of the doubt to say, well, your lived experience and your knowledge is good enough to do your job. And we're saying what Brit has is good enough to do her job. And you're saying, I don't like her job, so she can't do it. And I'm saying, you don't get to make that decision, just like I don't get to make a decision that you shouldn't debate people if I don't like debaters.
And well, I'll skip that. I try to help people, and I don't try to speak from authority.
Neither does Brit, and neither do I. If a therapist recommends for you to watch a YouTuber because they find them helpful, is that a bad therapist? If my therapist said, hey, Brit, read this book, it might be helpful. You know how many therapists recommend books? You know how many therapists recommend YouTube videos? They should research it before they recommend it. But like I'm saying, Brit found her lane and you're just attacking her because you don't get it. That would be like my mom being like, debating is not a real job. What do you mean he gets paid to debate YouTubers? That's not a real job. You know what I mean? Like, oh, that's not a real job. Like everyone always says YouTube is not a real job. YouTube is not a real job. It's a job, girl. I pay taxes. It's a job. You know? Colonizer, mindset, patriarchy, bigotry. Matt tries so hard, but he fails so hard in this. He fails so hard in this.
I am just here saying, here's my opinion. Here's what I think. Here's what helped me. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, but so is Brit. So am I. We're all just saying, here's my opinion, here's what helped me. And yes, if you want one-on-one time with us, you should pay. Or / if you want to pay for, because things need to be funded. That's also what we're doing. I'm just saying like, yeah, you're just getting my opinion. You're paying for my time. And the same way when people at me in the Discord and go, hey, Brit, what are your thoughts on this? You're asking me for my time. And I'm happy to give it, especially since you do pay to make this content possible. I'm willing to do it. I also do this for free 5 days a week. So if you want to ask me for free, you can. Do you know what I mean? I love hearing people's opinions and I love to pay people for their opinions. That's why we read books by people who write books about opinions. Yes, we've made up even hierarchies. Guys, authority and hierarchy is also a construct. Yes, we put frameworks in place to make sure people are relatively safe, right? You can get an opinion from your neighbor down the street, girl, and if you want, throw him a $10 bill. You know what I mean? Like you're just doing this thing where you're messing with institutional versus just having a job. If you would like Brit to be institutionalized, if you would like her to be part of an institution, okay, which one? Do you want her to go for academia? For what? Okay, so she did that. And now is she qualified? Okay, so now you're just appealing once again to colonizer mindset. Why does Brittany have to go? Now, listen, I am heavily considering it. I am heavily considering getting some sort of credibility because Brit, even with hers, does give her a leg up. It really helps Brittany's videos. It's true. To start it off with, I have a master's degree in theology. It sounds really good. So I'm considering going back to school. Yes, I am. To deeply study a subject I love. And because it will reassure people that I have gone to school. Do I think that's correct? No, I think you fucking suck for that. I also think I'm willing to do it because I would like to learn more about this thing that I love. But I just want you to know I think you suck. Okay? And I shouldn't have to do this because I should be able to speak from a place of knowing. And look, that's worked really well for me. Okay? I'm not saying I'm going to school. Everybody hold on. I said I'm thinking about it. Everybody slow down. It's still going to be a bit off. I have to pay for it. Okay? So I have to figure out how to pay for it. Everybody sit down. I didn't say I'm doing it. I said I might. Okay? And if I go, I don't know if I'm going to tell anybody because honestly, I'm stressed just thinking about it. But I'm looking into it. And yes, I am aware that it will sound better if I have a degree in the thing that I love. But just so you know, that degree won't change the fact that I love philosophy. That degree will only change how you see me. And that's something you have to pay attention to. Okay? Because I've read thousands of books. I've read more books than the average person who goes through school and thinks, I want to go to learn. I'm not going to school just to get a degree. I do want to learn. I want to really deep dive. I want to understand. I want to learn as much as I can. And I do think I'll learn a lot. But just to be clear, I don't think it makes me any more valid in my eyes, but it might in yours. Okay?
That is.
And that's what Matt's falling into. So the colonizer mindset is prove to me you're worthy, but not through a ritual and not through spirituality, but through an academic framework in which people approve of who you are. When we know these institutions are racist and homophobic and bigoted, and we know that they're, all these things. So you act like minorities going through these, minorities going through these systems aren't also treated a particular way. You act like C's don't get degrees or people don't fucking cheat their way through college every day. He's relying on an institution rather than the person's genuine desire to learn is what I'm trying to get at. You know how many people I know who cheated their whole way through college? What am I supposed to do about that? Okay? People brag about it too. Friends of friends. Nobody I know personally, but friends of friends will be like, oh yeah, I totally cheated my way through college. I'm like, why? Didn't you want to learn what you were doing? And that's the thing. So when Matt goes, do you have a degree in this or do you have qualifications? You're assuming the person actually cares. I tell you this all the time when I say go to therapy. Make sure you're working with a therapist who really wants to be there. Make sure you're working with a therapist who didn't just cheat their way through college. They actually want to know about therapy. Same thing with a philosopher or a spiritual guide or anything else. Don't just go to a guy who says he's an ayahuasca guide. Go to a guy who's not using capitalism as the forefront for his why doing ayahuasca. Okay? So just go to the person who's genuinely their heart is in it. Not somebody who's money first. Okay? And that's why Britt gives away her courses for free. It's why I used to refund my calls. Because if it was about money first, oh, girlies, I would have charged $500 an hour. I would have debated every boy who was ever angry at me. I would have gone viral 1,000 times by now. But I make a concerted effort to lose out on money opportunities so I don't engage in bad behavior. And I'm happy with that. Britt is happy with that. I'm sure Matt Dillahunty does something similar. I've seen him walk out on debates. I saw him walk out on a debate with, I think it was Andrew Wilson, who we know is a horrible misogynist. And I was very impressed with Matt. And I said, oh, he's a good person. So Matt knows what it's like to take a pay cut for your values. I wish he would see that I think Britt's doing that now. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Matt's right, but I don't think so.
How old wives' tales and folk remedies also get started. This worked for me. Go chew on that for a little while.
Yeah, but they're lying, Matt. They're lying. Or they're misinformed. But those people who sell you something that isn't real, they're liars.
But it is not consistent with the values and principles and guidelines of the Secular Therapy Project. And if people from the Secular Therapy Project are sending clients to Britt, they have fucked up. And it doesn't in any way show that Britt's view is in fact right. It just shows that those therapists don't understand the Secular Therapy Project and may not be equipped to do things.
Okay, well, maybe they're not a good therapist or not a good organization. So listen to this. So Matt he basically got people in trouble. He's a snitch. But he's a snitch because he's too rigid on his belief system. I still think it's genuine, but I think this kind of genuine, this is why I say authentic doesn't mean good. Just because he's genuine doesn't mean he's good. Okay? He snitched. He snitched in a way that, so now those therapists who in good faith said, oh, hey, you know who I think would really help you? Britt Hartley. Her work is amazing. Now Matt's advocating for those people to get fired. All because they recommended Britt Hartley's work. That's really fucked up. You're really fucked up, Matt. So if they recommend you go to a meditation camp or a masseuse to help, are they going to get fired? Because they said, oh, hey, this would really help you? Because that's what you did. They sent their clients to Britt Hartley, knowing her work would help their clients. And now Matt is like, ooh, I'm going to snitch on them. You're crazy, bro. Maybe this organization's not good enough. Maybe those people should start a new one with Britt Hartley because it sounds like a bullshit system if they're in trouble for doing what they think is good for their client.
Because I don't know all of Britt's credentials,
Well, maybe that's your first
but
problem.
I did not see in them any degrees, qualifications, or expertise in any of the counseling that somebody might do and might need to do
She's not giving counseling.
to deal with suicidal ideation.
This is colonizer, colonizer, colonizer. Some of the best people you can talk to about suicide are family and friends and your therapist. Dealing with suicidal ideations was completely philosophical for me. And yes, my therapist helped me. She gave me the tools to look at philosophy in a different way, okay? But she is not a philosopher. My therapist was a therapist, okay? So again, I agree you can't trust on your friends to help you where a therapist can help you, but where a therapist can help you, your friends can help you. Your community can help you. This is the very individualistic colonizer belief of like the system will heal you. The system will heal you. The system needs to give me resources so I can find the path to heal myself with the tools you give me, right? My therapist didn't heal me. I healed myself with the tools she gave me, okay? And so it's like, I'm grateful for my doctors, but unless I took my own medication, you know what I mean? Like I still have to take the meds, okay? So yeah, she's talking to people for a living. I used to call myself a professional conversationalist because I wanted a title and we thought that was funny. And my fellow priest friend actually helped me come up with it. My priest friend, who was very educated, wanted to, we were having fun with that. And that was fun for a while, you know? But again, like I agree, you don't, like one of the guys that talked to Dr. K said like, oh, I think talking to people who are like suffering like we are is better than therapy. I do not think that's better than therapy. I think therapy plus community is always better than just therapy or just community. Okay? We know this from our community. We know this from our families. Our parents who never went to therapy are suffering. And also they're doing okay because they have community. But imagine if they had both. You need both therapy and community. And Britt is community. Whether you like it or not, that is what Britt's work is. That's what my work is. We are here for community. And yes, the community is specific. It's a coffee shop. Mine is a coffee shop. Okay? Like your third place, the place you go that's not work or home. That's what my Discord is. It's a community and it helps people. And it knows when to say, hey, I think you should see your therapist about this. Actually, I think this is too intense for the Discord. Hey, you should talk to somebody else about this. And it's not always what you think. Again, you know what this sounds like? Oh my God. This sounds like when boys find out that girls talk about everything during sleepovers because boys never talk about anything. Girls talk about suicide, periods, you know, genitals, suicidal thoughts, philosophy. That's why there's that meme, boys discovering at 35 what we figured out during a sleepover in middle school. You know what I mean? Like he just doesn't get it because he was raised as a boy. They're cut off. They're cut off from their feelings. They're cut off from sharing. My girlfriends and I have been talking about suicide since we were 8 years old, girl. Okay? And we got each other through it until I could go to therapy at 28. All those suicide attempts, all those suicidal ideations, you know who kept me alive? The community. So.
To deal with religious trauma syndrome, to deal with any of that stuff. So to cite the Secular Therapy Project as if it gives you cred is not only fallacious, it's going to backfire spectacularly.
Colonizer mindset.
Send their clients to me. Send my content I put out for free on YouTube to their clients for free. Come to be trained by me or to work with me so that they can know how to better work with their clients. There's a gap here that I'm filling that is a real gap. If the Secular Therapy Project and if therapists could do all of that work,
right,
therapists wouldn't be reaching out to me for help in this area.
Not only is that may be true, if there are therapists in the project that are reaching out to an unqualified individual for their help, that certainly demonstrates that they had a reason to reach out to you. And it's because they don't have any better understanding of what is required of the Secular Therapy Project than you do, and they should not be in it.
See? Oh, exactly. I made my point. This makes my point. Colonizer mindset. Destroying a community because you don't understand something is so colonizer, huh? literally destroying a community, an ecosystem, things that are literally helping people because you don't understand it.
Therapy is great. I've used therapy for various aspects of my life.
Yep.
Therapy did not help me when I was in an existential crisis.
Once again, whether or not it helped you is anecdotal.
Oh, whether or not spirituality helped you is anecdotal.
Not science, and not relevant to this discussion or anybody else.
He's the grumpiest old man that I've ever seen in my life. He's so grumpy. This is why Britt Hartley's like, okay, I think we're good, bro. She's like, okay, I think we're good. I'm not going to engage with you. You're grumpy, Matt. You're a grumpy old white man.
Paralyzed by deep philosophical questions. Therapy in the data tends to not be effective for existential depression and nihilism unless you are meeting with an existential.
This is why and Britt works with autistic people too. Autistic people will think they're smarter than their therapists because their therapists don't understand their brains. The reason Britt's brain works so well is one, she's probably autistic. I don't know if she came out officially, did she? But two, all those autistic atheist boys who are like, I'm smarter than my therapist, that's what she's talking about. Because your therapists aren't trained to handle existential philosophical dread from like an autistic brain. And that's all Britt's saying. She works with nihilists and often autistic people. And that's why autistic people go to other autistic people and or people who understand them, because the therapists, like they're quote, but you're not actually smarter than your therapist. You're just not finding the right therapist. And or the therapist, even though they're as smart as you, understands and sees you and sees you need something else, And that's the other part of it. Your therapist is smart enough to see you need other help. So if my therapist suggested I go do yoga to help me with trauma, would Matt report her? Because that's all Britt is. Britt is like yoga. And you're saying therapists can't suggest Britt Hartley's work because it's what? What is your problem?
Therapist, which is an additional training you can get in your therapy program.
So therapy's not good
That's not what she said.
for those people unless they go to the right therapist.
Yes, and you can have a great therapist who still suggests you do other things other than therapy.
Therapy didn't help me locate the ways that my brain was still religious.
Okay, therapy didn't help me decide what my values were. Great example for Brittany. My therapist helped me unpack my childhood, helped me work on my suicidal ideations, but therapy was not the reason I decided not to kill myself. Therapy gave me another tool to figure out why I shouldn't kill myself. But I still wanted to kill myself, and my therapist knew that. She had me on a weekly watch by a nurse, and the nurse would call me and be like, hey, are you dead? And I'm like, nope. And she's like, okay. And I was like, okay. And then I would go on to working because I was really honest and transparent with my therapist. Like, hey, I have to find the reason to not kill myself because honestly, like, this is not a vibe for me. And that philosophical journey I went on existed outside of therapy. I stopped therapy, okay? And I still had to go on that philosophical journey to utilize all those like tools I learned in therapy with philosophy to figure out my values, to figure out why I was staying alive. Because therapy didn't give me a reason to keep living. I gave myself a reason to keep living through philosophy. And then my work, when I did calls, I would often work with people who were working with therapists and didn't know why they were still alive. And I'd say, well, there are a lot of reasons to be alive. A lot of my friends call me who are in therapy, who are like, why am I alive again? I'm like, great questions. Let's talk about it. And I'm saying suicidal ideations or wanting to kill yourself isn't always the thing you think it is. It's very logical. Like Dr. K said that one time. It's very reasonable to kill yourself. That's why you have to reason yourself out of it, because there's a lot of really good reasons to die. But there are also a lot of really amazing reasons to live. Okay? There's a lot of really good reasons to live. And therapists can't always give you your reason why. That's why we look at philosophy, spirituality. I consider those the same thing, but an avenue to which we create meaning, okay? That is different.
And how to shift that. Therapy didn't help me with the deep philosophical questions that I was asking. So you want something concrete here. What are things that I do that people in the therapists in the secular therapy project refer people to me for? Cool. One is exploring different spiritual paths. For example, with an existential crisis, the isms that tend to be most helpful with that are Stoicism, Buddhism, existentialism, absurdism, and optimistic nihilism.
every single person in the Psychotherapy Project who sent people to you to talk about mystic guidance from a number of different religions is in violation, in my view, and talk to them about this specifically, of the foundational principles of the Psychotherapy Project. Still doesn't mean that you're wrong or that you're not helping people or anything else, but that is absolutely not what the psychotherapy.
It sounds like the organization he's talking about would fire a therapist for suggesting Catholicism. And I'm saying, okay, you're being so weird. Like, it sounds like your organization sucks. How about that? Sounds like your organization literally sucks. Boo. Because when people would call me and say, Brittany, I'm a Muslim, I'd be like, okay, dope. What do I need to know about Islam to help you? I wasn't trying to convert them out of Islam. You know what I mean? So I feel like his organization, or the one he's talking about, is trying to get people out of religion. Okay, well, sounds lame, bro. Maybe the people in it are seeing the flaws. Okay?
Project exists for. We shouldn't be sending people to gurus. We shouldn't be sending people to religions. It's fine to go and explore. Hey, I'm going to evaluate these ideas in a bunch of different disciplines and maybe take what works, throw it all up against the wall, whatever sticks. But that's not what the Psychotherapy Project is.
Boo.
And so you're citing them as if they're lending credibility to you, when actually you're exposing that there are people in the Psychotherapy Project who don't understand it.
Britt needs to start her own organization with these people. Because honestly, whatever this organization is, Matt's making it sound bad. It's sounding bad, okay?
And shouldn't be in it.
I can tell which kinds of these personalities or needs can lead you to benefit from one over another. A therapist.
You can tell which of those other paths can help somebody. I'd be interested in seeing, apart from your anecdotal evidence of, like everybody who's got a guru or a life coach, will praise them and say they're doing wonderful right up until it fails them or they stop going or whatever else. Where's the science that you are qualified and likely correct in guiding people towards certain spiritual?
He's afraid. He's afraid. He's afraid that the people who Britt helps might kill themselves. Then you should be afraid of every single person that ever has a baby ever. This is why I say don't do anything out of fear or being desperate. He's afraid. And his fear is causing disruption in the community. He's the person who calls on the family who cooks for the neighborhood and says they don't have a license to work outside their home. He's the person who calls on braiders in the neighborhood and says they don't have a license to do cosmetology. He is absolutely the snitch in the neighborhood. And though I think he's doing it for good reasons, the road to hell is paved in good intentions. And Matt Dillahunty is paving it with exactly this content.
Paths that will fix certain things. I don't even know where you can get the training for that.
Doesn't have the philosophical depth for that, to explore that one-on-one. And when you,
I wonder if he takes any responsibility for the amount of people he might inspire to become atheistic and then they kill themselves. I wonder if he takes any responsibility for that. Matt Dillahunty's work really helped me, but after I left religion, I spiraled and killed myself. Is he now responsible for their suicide? He would probably say no, but what qualifies him from avoiding that responsibility? Okay. I'm going to do a time jump again because I'm running out of time here.
To make a buck. Now, don't get me wrong.
This is old Matt Dillahunty watching new Matt Dillahunty because it's Britt's video.
There are probably good people, well-intentioned people trying.
Actually, great point from chat. He's low trust, which makes sense. He's a skeptic. That's actually a great point. Because I'm very high trust. I think Britt is very high trust. We just trust people. We trust that the people who are finding our work want to get better, and we accept that some people won't. But like, okay, that's everything we ever do ever. Some people will fall through the cracks. Like Dr. K said, there is no guarantee you're going to get better. No therapist can guarantee their client will get better. But they can guarantee that they'll try, and they'll try their damnedest. But there's no guarantee you will get better. Just like no doctor can guarantee you will get better. Okay?
To do this, trying to engage in spirituality and even trying to teach it. And there are also scam artists trying to do this, but I don't know how to tell the difference.
That's a you problem.
Which is why they're making up their own certifications. This is not a recognized real anything.
Recognized by who?
There's nothing
Recognized by who?
sensical about it. Sensical should probably be sensible, but none of them seem to be able to offer any clarity. None of them seem to be able to demonstrate that their area of study, their area of expertise is real, exactly like clergy people. Clergy
See,
people
trauma.
aren't experts in God.
Trauma.
They're experts in religion, maybe, and the book, maybe, but nothing that the book or the religion points to is demonstrated as anything that could.
I shared this with my Monday stream. There's this really great One Piece edit where they use the Bible, and it's so fucking good. And I was like, oh my God. And I realized Matt will never be able to enjoy that. He's so fucking angry at religion still. He'll never actually be able to enjoy Vinland Saga season 2 because he's going to get triggered by the Bible talk. Like, you need to get over it. There's a lot of great art made from religion. Okay. I think he's in that bubble where like, you just don't understand how much art you're missing out on, bro. You don't even know. And I get it. I used to be there. I just can't believe he's still stuck there.
You could have an expertise about. It's kind of confusing
This is new Matt talking.
the map for the place there that, oh, they're experts on God. No, they're not. They're experts on people's thoughts and claims about God, to the extent that they're an expert on anything at all. We are fundamentally beings that, as I said in the original video, crave understanding. We're frustrated with not knowing, and we can be served up with nonsense. But if we're not given the tools, the skepticism to detect the nonsense, we can become convinced. And if you can become convinced, you can become committed to something that isn't necessarily true. And
You're so afraid, bro. You're so afraid. He's so afraid. It's insane. Okay, skipping again.
Any client of mine will tell you that even when people try to teach me to treat me like their next prophet, I just mirror that back to them. And I help people find their own path post-religion, not follow me on mine. I don't have a 12 steps for life where you have to follow what I've done
Ooh,
and
Jordan Peterson.
live my life. I don't run retreats where I set myself up as a guru. I simply show up and say, I'm a person who's been thinking and studying about spirituality and religion and philosophy and existentialism since I was a teenager. I've gathered some tools in my experience that may help you, and I charge a living wage for my time. And people find that it does help. My book, No Nonsense Spirituality, is still in the top 5 books in the category of atheism 2 years later. It has mostly 5-star reviews from atheists. I charge for
Discord said Matt's only credential on the subject is being white and a man. Sarcasm, but like, isn't it true though? Isn't it true that half of these debate bros who drop out of college to do debate on YouTube do it because it's good money and people think they're smart just because they're there and they're good at rhetoric? But they don't give any of that same leniency to any women. There are no women, unless they're fully just like engaging in the bubble, who reap the same benefits, and they certainly don't become as rich. Okay?
my time and experience just to have a living wage to be able to do this work. So my last point is, what would you have rather me done, Matt Dillahunty? Would you rather have a Christian as the chaplain at Harvard Divinity School or an atheist? Like Greg Epstein has been the humanist chaplain at Harvard Divinity School for decades, doing everything that is, being talked about under the umbrella of spirituality from a secular point of view. And I really hope that I was able to defend my character, because my character is my only currency in this space. People trust my vulnerability and my honesty and my morality because I have no authority otherwise. And I gather that even at the end of this video,
because it's really nice. It is really nice to go to a person that you feel like you can speak to in a way that feels very human. And sometimes you just need that from a person. I mean, this is why, getting your hair done and having a good barber or a good hairstylist is therapeutic, because, and look at them doing all that emotional labor, tip your hairstylist, guys. But, it's because the community, gossiping with the community can be healthy. Listen, you know what I'm saying? That whole situation right now with that man getting those girls pregnant. Why did this all come? Because all the girlies start talking. Gossip saves lives. As long as it's not slanderous, as long as you're just sharing, as long as you're like, hey, did you know about this? Because men keep you secret by telling you to keep you secret. And I'm saying, why are you keeping me secret? So when you go to the local pub, when you go to the local hangout, when you go to the local hairstylist, barber, whatever, what you're doing is you're going to the community. You're hanging out with the people. And now you're talking and you're chatting and you're going, you know what I'm saying? And that's how you build. Wait, so-and-so said this to me. Wait a second. He said this to you? Because he said this to me. And all of a sudden it's like, wait a second. That's how siblings work too. Sibling calls sibling B and goes, sibling C said this and sibling C said what? And then all of a sudden it's like, ha. And that's how I know, and so that's what I'm saying. So like Matt's not understanding that Britt Hartley, she's building a network and a community, and the community goes, oh, you know who would help with this? Britt Hartley. And then they go, oh, that's cool. Britt Hartley, cool. And Matt goes, no Britt Hartley. What's her qualifications? Qualifications is that she's a woman who knows. That's the qualification.
Video, you will probably not choose the word spirituality. That's fine. If you were my client, which you're not, we would use different words. That's fine. Hitch liked the word numinous. Some people
Look, she's being so generous. She's still being so generous.
like well-being. That was his word for spirituality. The purpose of this video was not to try to convince you to be a spiritual person or to do work in spirituality or use the word spirituality. I think you're
Which is a little weird because that's what I was asking for. But
you're doing just fine with what you do for the secular community. I just
whoops, sorry.
wanted to say that
No, chat, you misunderstand. You said it was not because of gossip. It was because of the bravery of one woman. You don't know what gossip is. You only know what gossip is through patriarchy. Gossip is when women talk. That's what people call gossip. All the women are talking. All the women are talking. This woman has decided to turn her tragedy into an opportunity for other women to speak up. And now they're talking to each other. And because they're talking to each other, men are crashing down. So again, you only understand gossip through a patriarchal lens of judging women for being stupid. Instead, you don't understand that communities were built off women coming together to speak to each other. So again, you're not understanding, but bless you,
use it for specific purposes, fully validating that it's a problem.
Exactly, Chad. Britt is willing to change her words for Matt's feelings, and Matt is too stubborn to even grant 1 ounce of nuance. Exactly.
Problematic word and a problematic space. And
Okay. So thanks for sharing. I don't know what it's like to be a Mormon or a former Mormon. I don't know what it's like to be a woman.
This part is exactly what Britt Hartley and I talked about Alex O'Connor with. Where Britt Hartley and I, we went through something. We went through something profound. You could say spiritual. And we had to learn to pick up the pieces and figure it out. Okay? Matt Dillahunty's like, oh, I don't know what that's like. I don't know what it's like to do this. I don't know what it's like to do this. Alex O'Connor, I don't know what it's like to do this. Because you guys are shut up from your feelings. Open up your feelings. Okay? Open it up. Talk about it. Britt's using real life examples to say, I've been there. I know. And Matt's like, okay, well, I'm sorry you went through that and all that stuff. But anyways. And I'm like, what have you gone through, Matt? Where's your vulnerability? What have you gone through? And don't use it as weaponization. Use it as vulnerability. Brittany's being vulnerable. And he's like, okay, cool. And some people, they only know how to share when they're weaponizing. Don't weaponize your vulnerabilities. Be vulnerable. Be vulnerable.
In this world that is absolutely unfair with regard to opportunities. I do know what it's like to potentially have money struggles. I've been both completely broke and massively in debt at a number of different points, but I don't have a degree in anything, despite having essentially all of the eligibility to go to college. My parents had no money for college. I did not earn any scholarship for college because I was bored in school and slept through a bunch of it and barely graduated. It was like I'd go to class and get it all done.
I'm sorry, what was that?
All of the eligibility to go to college. My parents had no money for college. I did not earn any scholarship for college because I was bored in school and slept through a bunch of it and barely graduated. It was like I'd go to class and get it all done, get an A on the first thing, and then skip several classes and go do the things that I liked, which is, studying independently. I wasn't going out partying. I was just studying computer science because it was fairly new at the time, or at least personal computers.
So this is Matt's vulnerability story. Okay. So let's see how he does.
I'm old. And then I went in the Navy for 8.5 years. And
no, chat. Chat said, okay, so you're lazy. Why should we expect you to do the work necessary? No. He's not lazy. Laziness is a construct of patriarchy and capitalism. He's probably ADHD. He's probably neurodivergent. Literally. He's probably disabled and doesn't even know it. Come on now. I know what you're thinking. But he's not lazy because we know laziness doesn't exist. So what is going on with Matt, right? He's probably ADHD, bro. He probably got bored in school, okay? And so this is what's happening. And so the question is, okay, how do we get Matt to understand? Yeah, bro, you suffered. And that suffering became this, right? Even the way he speaks and everything is so neurodivergent. I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying it feels like it. Oops.
In that time, I learned more stuff, both about, being an adult and administration and computer stuff. And then I moved to Austin and got an entry-level job. Not a dead-end job at all, but an entry-level job with Dell.
Okay.
And built myself up.
Yes. Chad says I'm using his worldview to make a point. I understand that. I just, as a YouTuber, I have to recognize that people will read my chat, and they do, by the way. Just so you know, my haters do read the chat, and they go, Brittany's chat was crazy. Okay, so I have to say it in case they think, oh, this is what Brittany believes, because they think the chat's a reflection of Brittany. But I'm saying I wouldn't even need, I hear you. I do that too sometimes, where I'm like, oh, that's your worldview. But that's the dilemma, is like, Matt is missing the forest for the trees, huh?
Up, just without any credentials or anything else, from an intro kind of technician in the diagnostics lab to the lead engineer for their workstation line of business motherboards test system.
Okay, great.
I don't even claim expertise in the things that I did there. I learned what I need to know to do stuff. Cool. Yeah, you're asking what I would have you do. I'm glad you wanted to help people. I'm glad you wanted to, go out and do some studying. I have no idea. The point here is, if somebody came to me, like if my dad had money and said, hey, I'll pay for your theology degree, but you have to go to this unaccredited university, I don't know what the right answer would be. I know that my answer would probably be no thanks.
But not because it's uncredited, Matt, because you didn't like school. He's insinuating that Britt Hartley said yes to a degree because it was the best she could get. And she said yes. Like, I was a Mormon, I was 19, married, I had 4 kids. I was given an opportunity and I took it. And he's saying if I was given that same opportunity, I wouldn't have taken it, as if it was because it was unaccredited. You wouldn't do it because you couldn't sit still in class. You know?
I know people who worked through and struggled with kids and got degrees.
So he's insinuating that what, Brittany, you couldn't go back to school even though you had 4 kids. So again, you're doing it again, Matt. Why didn't you ever go back to school? If you know what I mean? So I get it, like your logic, but I'm saying, can't you be empathetic to her? Can you see that with the best circumstance she had, she did something? With your circumstance, you did something. You became a successful debater. You have a great 20-year reputation. You're an amazing person in this space. We think highly of you. Like, you did that all without having to go to college. Wow, I guess college isn't necessary to be great. But instead it's, oh, Britt can't be great without college. Okay, so Britt can't be great without college, but you can be great without college. Interesting, because I think you're both doing kind of similar things. Maybe he's upset because the trajectory of Britt's career will actually be incredibly more successful than his. And he's annoyed with it. Or maybe he's just autistically rigid with his belief systems. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Only Matt knows.
I'm happy that you did what you needed to do to get the information that you have. And we still haven't gotten to, any justification for the use of spiritual. And you just said that after all this, that's not the reason for doing this, which that's what I asked for. I don't know I don't get to decide what I would have you have done instead. But when you walk around saying you have a master's degree in theology, the people with master's degrees in theology from credentialed universities, from accredited universities, a good chunk of them are like, that's not a real degree. I don't know. I don't know what you know, and I don't know what you were taught because it wasn't an accredited course. Or at least that's my understanding. And I think the same thing is happening from the same place with the...
Sure. And this is a conversation to be had about accreditation and titles and what people can call themselves. And maybe you should be mad at the system. And I feel like Britt has always been very clear about where she's gotten her education. And I was never under the impression she went to a university. I was always under the impression she went through a religious institution. Always. I never thought otherwise. And so, like, okay, That's normal. If you guys know anything about, this is what Dr. Cheyenne Bryant's in trouble for. It looks like she went through a religious institution. And so that's fine. You can do that, but you have to say it's a religious institution. It's fine. I used to have a religious institution near my house. My mom would say, oh, you should go there for theology just to get educated. Maybe I could have. But it would have been, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're doing this thing that maybe some people are confused about Britt's credentials. I never felt like she hit it, though. So, you know, maybe we can talk about it more. Maybe it's the same way people thought if you're a PhD doctor that you're an MD doctor. Maybe it's just that kind of confusion. But if people are already confused about the difference between PhD doctor and MD doctor, you just have to understand this is the human condition, right? Like, this is just what people are. So maybe people don't know. Okay, but I don't think Britt ever said she went to a university she never went to. I think she was always clear that she went through a religious institution. So, okay. Now you can treat her work through that lens. If you don't like it, learn from somebody who went through a university you think is good, I guess, you know?
Doctor, you're finishing up. I don't know. I didn't spend much time looking. But then a lot of it seems like not so much like clout chasing, but as in credential collecting. Like,
so now he's accusing her of just doing study so she can brag about what she did. Okay.
I feel that you are smart and caring and want to be taken seriously. And so you're regretting the fact that you got the best degree you could get. And is that better than no degree? I don't know. I think that
yes,
it's possible through self-study that someone
definitely
could fundamentally learn the same stuff.
So now she didn't even have to go to college. Stop saying you don't know. Stop making accusations and say, I don't know. So you're saying if Britt Hartley never got educated, then she'd be able to do her job? She's saying, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? You're lucky she made the reply to you and not me, girl. You're lucky you're not in a fight with me right now. Because seriously, with peace and love, Habibi, do some meditation. I'm going to reel it in. We're not fighting. I have no enemies. Okay, listen, I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at your argument. Your argument's stupid. But you know it's stupid. I don't know why you're coping this hard. Why are you coping this hard? You are better than this. Or at least I'd like to believe you are. You know?
As you. And the piece of paper that you got, because it's not from an accredited source,
girl,
doesn't put you on any higher platform than anybody else. But it seems like when you talk about this, it's, I think I saw a meme that you posted where there's like a baseball player who's a little short and standing on a bucket and a very tall woman interviewing next to it. And it was like, you know, men without a theology degree and they're, you know, getting propped up, and then a woman with a theology degree. Awesome.
Yeah.
But I would say that your theology degree, we have no way of knowing how good it is or not. That's the problem.
The colonization, right? Colonization. Wait, chat says, been watching the Vinland Saga and get no enemies reference now. Fun fact, I was saying that before I saw that series. The reason I started watching Vinland Saga season 2 is because everyone told me, oh my God, Brittany, have you seen season 2? And I said, no. And they said, oh, they say that in season 2. Girls, I had already been saying that before Vinland Saga. Do not let a man, no, I was already saying that. See? But a man writes it and everyone's like, I have no enemies. Girl, I've been saying I have no enemies. But to be true, I didn't even invent it myself. It actually came through Taoism and Buddhism. It already existed in Eastern philosophy. What do you have enemies for? You know what I mean? So that's the funniest part. That's the funniest part. It's not even, but when I say that, you think of the anime, which I don't blame you for. But I was saying it before the anime. And that's what I'm saying. We're all learning. We're all learning from each other. But you could watch anime and get some good fucking philosophy. They see it in season 1. Do it? I thought they said it's season 2. Well, I didn't remember it from season 1. So that's why I replied that way. I just remember the conversation in chat. I don't remember it in season 1. But I guess that makes sense. I thought they said it in season 2. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm not trying to say, oh, blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to say information can be. The question is, who do you give credit to? It doesn't matter because none of us do anything. Do you know what I'm saying? Even the concept of credit is colonizer. The only reason we beg, the reason minorities have to fight so hard for credit is because colonizers took it away. And they decided they did it. Otherwise, I don't think we'd live in a world where we needed credit for anything we did because we would just be sharing with the village. Do you know what I mean? So that's really what I'm trying to say from that. I'm trying to say it's so funny the way we go, oh, I get the thing. But now you get the thing. But that's why Matt is like, his appeal to authority is insane. when he has no credibility himself. It's not like he's coming from a place of highly educated. He's literally so privileged that he has had a 20-year career. He's had reputation. He's considered very, very like respectable with no college degree. And Brit shows up and now she has to have a credible degree. Now nothing she does matter. Do you know what I'm saying? And just to put it into context, because we can, this is Matt's YouTube channel. Okay? Okay, this is the work that he does. Here's this one. I'll forward it.
By higher power.
I mean by higher power is that the universe doesn't just exist. It follows a specific complex code that suggests like a programmer of some sort, right? So it's like a
Okay, I'm gonna mute you and pause. For clarity, when I say, what do you mean by higher power? And you say, the universe doesn't just exist. You then said, it follows a code like from a programmer. So you're suggesting, for clarity, that what you mean by higher power is whatever is behind the order in the universe, right?
Yeah, you kind of cut off there at the end, but what I heard you say is whatever is behind the order, and then you kind of didn't hear what you said there, but I think you kind of got the gist of what I was kind of going into.
Hang on.
Oh, he's so annoying. I hate the way he does these things. Hold on. What's his name? No. Hold on. Okay, let me see. Okay. Hello? Hello? I'm here. Hello? Let's go. Oh my God, Brosif. Is my internet dying? Am I even here right now? What's happening? Does YouTube hate me? Hello? Can you load, please? Oh my God, bro. Is YouTube just dying on all of us? Oh my God. Here we go. Oh, fuck me. Okay, hold on. Give it a second. Everybody wait. Everybody wait.
Unless you wanted to follow up on that, is a lot of, like I was saying earlier, it seems that you're talking a lot about, you haven't addressed the issue, and I'm not going to.
Oh my God, what is happening? Is it my internet or is it their video? Okay, it doesn't matter. The point I'm making is that he does engage in what appears to be some sort of like enlightened perspective, but is within its bubble a really good. It's okay that he does this for a living when it's combating theists, because I think it's good. But I think if I talk to Matt Dillahunty with my stuff, he'd be like, you should go to a therapist. And I say, no, I'm already working with a therapist. I'm looking for something else. And he would say, what else is there? And I'm like, are you Derek from the Swan Princess? What do you mean, what else is there? Like, what do you even mean? By the way, who gets that reference? Because you're a real one. What do you mean by that? What do you mean, what else is there? It's like, you think this is it? You think therapy through an education framework, through capitalism is the answer? And you know how much I love therapy. You know how much I love therapy. But it cannot be the only thing. Okay.
In something where there's no demonstration of scientific discipline, this seems to be how to be a life coach in spiritual matters. And while, as I said, your clients, customers, whatever, they may be benefiting incredibly, or they might just think they're being benefiting incredibly.
Okay, well, keep your fucking nose out of it. Okay? Keep your nose out of it. Okay? This reminds me of that white boy who went after, remember that guy? Oh, I don't know if I should bring up names. There was this white guy years ago who went after this black woman. And he went after her business and harassed her and tried to make her go bankrupt. And then I was with her at a party for this political event. And he comes up to us after he had just gone through one of his scandals. Okay. And she was like, I know your face. And I was like, you guys know each other? She was like, he tried to do this to me. And he goes, yeah, that was me. And she goes, oh, I know who you are. And I sat there, I was like, and he had a bad reputation as it was. And I sat there, and why did he want to destroy her business? because he didn't like that she was a woke feminist. Okay. He didn't like her attitude. Okay. He was just a grumpy white boy who had nothing better to do with his life. And that's what Matt Dillahunty's doing right now. Matt Dillahunty's doing that right now. Okay. He's being a grumpy white boy who's seeing this white woman live her best life in spirituality. And he's just like, how do I fuck this up? He's like, how do I fuck this up? And that's the problem. When I see somebody doing something I think is wrong, I don't think, how do I fuck this up? I think, oh, here's my data for why I'm concerned. Here's why I think this is bad. And also, like, you know, if Matt trusts institutions so much, he should, I guess, trust the institution that will what? Take down another person doing something. Like, he's just doing the thing. He's doing the white man colonizer thing.
I don't know.
You do
and
know.
you might have the best methods, or you might not. I don't know. So we're back to what I said in the video that you tried to portray
because
as,
you don't want to
Oh,
know.
Matt seems to think we're all charlatans. No, I'm saying I don't know how to tell the difference.
Well, that's
and it's
your fault.
because you haven't distinguished yourself from those gurus.
She absolutely has. She
And when
absolutely
you
has.
run around gathering credentials, and you did it in your video.
Yes.
You
She's fucked if she
suggested
does. She fucked if she doesn't. She's screwed if she does. She's screwed if she doesn't.
that you know something and are better at something than the qualified scientific therapists.
See, he's so, God, how can someone be so smart and so stupid at the same time? I guess that's all of us, though. I think I'm so smart, but I'm so stupid. What are you talking about, bro? If your therapist sends you to the gym to meet with a guy who works at Planet Fitness to help you get your abs under control, what are you going to do about that? That's all they're doing. Brittany does something completely different than a therapist, so they're sending people to Brittany because the therapist doesn't do what Brittany does. That's all this is. If my therapist sends me to Planet Fitness to work on my fucking thighs so I can squash my husband between them, okay, that's good. My therapist can't help me with that. What is the problem?
You put yourself up on a pedestal with
It's not a
all the things that
pedestal.
you can do and didn't list any of the things you're actually qualified to do.
It's not a pedestal.
Please don't take this the wrong way. I think you may be wonderful and awesome. Like, I genuinely think you are probably helping some people, but you can't take the shortcuts and expect to be treated on the same level and regarded with the same respect as those people who did not.
This is what I'm saying, guys. I think he genuinely believes this. I think he might genuinely believe this, which is what I think the failing of all these men is. They're not introspective. They're not extrospective. I just cannot believe that he does not understand what she's doing. Yeah, all of this because he didn't research Britt Hartley. Bro, all of this because he thought I'm a white man. I don't need to know before I talk. You know? Chet says, this reminds me so much of what happened to you. I know it's not funny, but I'm giggling a little bit. Put women on a pedestal, get mad at her. Literally, this is why I am so passionate about this, because this happened exactly to me. This is exactly what happened to me. And I was so confused because I was like, I don't understand why you guys are being so weird about this. Like, I'm doing something that's so obvious. And then they're like, no. And I'm like, oh, what's happening? It's them. They are not introspective. They are not educated. They are so stubborn. And they're working within this framework that they haven't deconstructed. So they can't imagine that women are actually just helping their community. Yes, women, this is exactly what Chad said. Put women on a pedestal and then be mad she's there. Abandoned families, women raise sons, blame the women for raising bad sons. It's like, hello, I didn't have help. It's hard to be a single parent. Have women be the doctors, therapists, healers of the community, and say men are still smarter and leaders. Have women, get everything ready for men to go to war and say women have no place in war. Get women, it's like women are always the backbone of all of our communities, and yet when we help, we're nothing. It's like, make a decision. Are we here to help or not? So I'm saying, like, it happens in all of our communities, but it is compounded by these structures of oppression. It is very much compounded by these structures of oppression. And we're so used to it, and we know what it is. And even if you're gender fluid, if you're raised femme, if you're femme presenting, if you're a man who's femme, if you're any of these things, if you don't fit perfectly into the patriarchal model in any capacity, this is how you're treated. And even as a woman or a femme person, if you do the work and do the thing, it's still not good enough for them. So that's why I've been questioning all of these years about getting my education, because I wanted to make sure I wasn't getting it for men. To appeal to patriarchy, I was getting it because I seriously wanted to learn and take that next step, which again, I have not committed to. Don't hold me to it. But it's in the works maybe. I don't know. You know me. I have to autistically transition into possibilities. I have to say it out loud for a few years before it becomes real. like learning Croatian. It took me 3 years. It's probably gonna take me another 2 to 3 years to think about going back to school. But if I get there, which I probably will, it will have to be because I really want to be good at what I'm doing and not because I'm trying to appeal to patriarchy. And it takes an incredible amount of introspection to do this. And I know the difference because I know every other time I've talked about school, it was always because I was like, is this what I'm supposed to do? And then I was like, I need to do it when I'm ready to like lock in and study and be good, not because I'm trying to appeal or get more money. And yeah, in America, a lot of people get an education just to get a good job. But that's not what I don't think that's what Brit's doing. I don't think that's what I'm doing. I'm not trying to go to school to get a good job. I'm trying to go to school to be better at my job because I already have a job. Now, Matt might look at my content and say, this isn't real. Because remember, the content that I do philosophically isn't as good as the boys. You can have boys on YouTube who just tell you who Camus is or Kant or any of these people, and they are more credible than me because I'm talking about how to apply philosophy to your actual life. Because I'm coming from a more spiritual perspective, though science-based, it's not going to be as credible because the boys want you to talk about other men and they want you to talk about how men are smart philosophers. They don't want you to talk about how you incorporate philosophy into your life. And I get it. Okay? I 100% get it. And that's the thing I'm trying to point out. We're all living in different bubbles. We're having different relationships with these things. And it's a disappointment, once again, to see these men doing the thing they do every fucking time, not have any clue what they're talking about. And in the wake, remember, they did not kill witches. They killed women and girls. And this is a fucking witch hunt. And I'm sick of seeing it, especially from people who should fucking know better.
And I know that's probably why you're like, oh, I wish I could have had a better, I wish I could have gone to Princeton. I wish I could have done this. I get it. It's frustrating. But then don't claim it. Don't give the impression of it.
She never
don't
claimed
get
it.
entering into equivocation fallacies.
She never did. She never did.
Don't try to suggest that your master's in theology should be viewed as the same as somebody else's master. It's not even the same as Jim's master's in theology. I think he has master's from.
Everything is different. Every degree is different. You know, he's doing this again. He's like, oh, you're not high up on the hierarchy. She never did that.
It feels like I shouldn't even do this because it feels like psychoanalyzing somebody that I've never met. I'm not doing that. But it feels like you desperately want to help, didn't have the resource to do it, didn't find the existing things to make it make sense to you, and went out and did it, and now want to skip the steps that would show that you should be somebody in the Secular Therapy Project with your knowledge and information, that it's scientifically based and supported. You want to skip that step and invent a new space with new methods.
It's not an event. It's always been there. Women have always been creating community. Women have always been spiritual leaders. Men have always been spiritual leaders. Like communities around the world globally have always helped people by being elders or mentors. It's not new. She's not doing something new. She's modernizing a very ancient concept to make it more digestible for TikTok and the internet, which is what we need. And that's the problem. Nothing is new. Everything is taken. We understand that Brit is not the first one. You think this white woman is the first person to come up with something like this? Way to give credit to white supremacy, Matt. Way to give credit to white supremacy. I don't even think Brit Hartley would ever claim she's doing anything new because we know she's not, because we know she studied Eastern philosophy and that predates all of the stuff we're talking about. So we know that's not true. But you know what has always existed? Misogyny and patriarchy. You know what's always been a fucking problem in a lot of these spaces? This attitude.
Or old methods, whatever. That you put under the spirituality label because you're doing psychology, but don't want to call it that.
Because it isn't that.
You're doing aspects of, a number of different things. And, there are people who have practiced medicine without a license and they've genuinely helped people, but it doesn't.
Okay, but that's literally different. And though it is not that different, there are circumstances in which you can go to people who are not doctors and they can help you with stuff. Okay. But that's not the same thing. I agree. You shouldn't practice medicine without a license. But I do also think you can practice medicinal practices without a medical license. You just have to know the difference.
Change the fact that when we go to recommend somebody, we can't recommend somebody who doesn't have a license.
Okay, well then don't recommend people without licenses. Okay, I'm going to skip forward a bit.
And my last note, I really don't even want to do this because inevitably I'm going to get the comment that I'm just a part of the gender war. But I do think there's a little patriarchy in this conversation, not because like calm down comment section, not because you're a man calling out a woman. Like I'm talking in this space, I deserve to be critiqued. It would be wrong to not critique me just because I'm a woman. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about how spirituality has been defined in this conversation.
He gets, you know, specific about this. I wonder how, if he saw, I don't want to talk to Matt in that sense. I mean, I'd be happy to, but I just think like we come from such different worldviews. There'd be no point because he's not listening. He's not even willing to hear Brit out. He's not good faith. Even though I think he's trying to be, he's not vulnerable enough to be good faith enough. That's the thing about being good faith. You have to be open. You know, you have to be really open. You have to really consider, you know, and that's really hard for someone who's a skeptic. Okay. But I wonder how he'd feel about me saying he's suffering from like colonization. Like this is colonizer mindset, you know?
And how men, not Matt, just men in general, have been using a specifically male-oriented approach to the term spirituality. So Matt...
Yeah, wait, great point about the way I view it. You can actually become a fully accredited lawyer just by passing the bar in some states. No law school required. Teaching too. If you teach in New York or California, you have to do extra credential work. There's a higher threshold. In some states, you just have to have a bachelor's degree in something. So like he acts like being XYZ is universal across the board globally. It's not. There's a standard everywhere in every world. Every cultural bubble has its own standard. State to state, there's a different standard. So him acting like there's one standard is the colonizer mindset. Colonizing mindset, guys, is to eradicate anything that's different to fit one narrative that they think is the greatest narrative. Oh, it's strange to me. I don't like it. My narrative. And it's to Eurocentric narrative. It's to center on liberal Westernism. It's to center on that idea of like, we are the enlightened ones and you are the behind ones. You are the behind. And that is why cultures get torn apart. It's why colonizers feel good about themselves. It's why you hear white men say, oh, without us, you people would never have been liberated. They were liberated. You subjugated them. They were already liberated. You came and subjugated a people and then said, I liberated you in chains. And Matt's doing that right now. He's saying, oh, is Brittany having a good time? Is Brit's community doing great? Oh, are they liberating themselves? Chain them up. Chain them up, boys. Lock them up, boys.
Repeatedly frame spirituality as its only valid form.
I don't know what it means for a specifically male-oriented approach to spirituality. I don't know what makes citing the dictionary's description of common usage male-oriented. I could be completely wrong. I don't know what the justification is for that, but go ahead.
Would be a truth claim that can be debated, tested, falsified, and defended, like the universe having transcendent meaning or whatever. And he says that spirituality is devoid of testable, identifiable content, has no clear, testable, real propositions, and therefore is an unfalsifiable proposal based on vague feelings. And that is how specifically priest class men historically have always defined spirituality. That men who have had the microphone in this space have defined spirituality as something that is propositional, that you make a proposition.
Are you proposing something?
And you try to defend it with evidence. But
proposing something and trying to defend it with evidence is the scientific process. It is skepticism. And I don't know how it got the representation of male-oriented. I think there'd be a number of women involved in the science and skeptical. I mean, there's no denying that those processes were foundationally male-oriented disciplines, but that's because of the view that men should be doing this and women should not. That doesn't make...
He's so close. He's so close, but so far. It's like he's edging us, bro. He's so close and so far. Yes, exactly, Matt. Exactly, Matt. Women were excluded from participating. So who got to decide what anything looked like? Who got to decide who was educated? Who got to decide what education looked like? Who got to decide what spirituality looked like? Who got to be leaders? You're so close. You're so close.
Logic, reason, falsifiability, and testability, none of those are male-oriented.
Habibi.
Wow, this is kind of weird.
No, he's so close and so far. He literally thinks science isn't touched by the isms, racism, misogyny, whatever, ableism, eugenics, ableism. Oh my God, wait until he finds out about ableism. Wait until he finds out about eugenics. Like, wait till he finds out about science-based eugenics. Like, oh my God. Oh. Amazing, really. Absolutely 5 stars. Oh, I love it.
Women historically have had a different relationship to the word spirituality and to spiritual practice that is not as based on metaphysical propositions that have to be defended. So men will make up their roads to transcend this life, and they'll go to imaginary spiritual realms in their heavens and their meditative realms while they sit on mountains, or they'll take their oaths, or they go into apologetics of all trying to kind of like transcend this world and prove something external, right? And they've had this history with spirituality. And women have had a different experience with this word. Women tend to be more relational. Now, by what combination of nature and nurture, I cannot say. That's above my pay grade. But their brains tend to, on average, be more interrelated with itself, and they tend to be more relationally connected outside of themselves. And so spirituality is not just about escaping this world to a spiritual world that you have to make propositions about and authority about and then have to defend it or have evidence for and against it. Women often use the spiritual space as a way to delve deeper into themselves, into the earth, into relationships, into the world. And so a woman may be, on average, at least historically, less concerned with defining spirituality as logical, philosophical prepositions from systematic theology that you have to prove and disprove. They're more likely to say, this practice changes how I'm processing grief. This ritual.
Okay, I'm going to forward a little bit because we've already seen this on our
And
own.
reality. I'm not defining spirituality by what you can prove. I defined reality by what you can prove. Name something that isn't a logical, philosophical proposition that could be debated. Name something that can't qualify as that.
Okay, so he's saying it can't be spiritual if it can be explained with something else. And I'm saying spiritual explains your relationship to that thing. She's making a relationship argument. She's saying our relationship to the thing is what is spiritual. And he's not getting it because he's not in relationship. He doesn't understand the quality of relationship. And this is it. This is it. This is the big disconnect. You are not in communion with, you are not sharing, you are not, oh, brother.
What path to truth is there without a proposition to evaluate? This is what knowledge and epistemology are fundamentally about. How do we know what we know? How do we reliably confirm that X is true? This is why Aristotelian propositional logic is foundational to all of this. Here's a proposition.
Matt's the kind of guy, and I know, I'm sorry, I keep giving these examples, but they don't really make sense. But they do make sense. It's like Matt's the kind of guy who says, if I say, oh, I ate this burger and it was orgasmic. Obviously, I'm using hyperbole to explain that it was really, really good. Now, I might say, oh, but I noticed a hint of bitter in my mouth. And Matt goes, no, that's impossible. There's nothing bitter in that sandwich. And I'm like, oh, well, I think it is bitter, though. Like, I ate it, and I would describe this as bitter. He's like, well, can we test that? And I was like, what do you mean? He was like, well, is there something we could do to document the fact that you tasted it as bitter? And I was like, can you not just believe that I said it was bitter? And he's like, no, that wouldn't make sense because I tasted it and it wasn't bitter. And I'm like, okay. Oh, a better example. 2 people eat cilantro and one person goes, oh my God, this is the best thing I've ever had. The second person goes, ew, that tastes like soap. And he's like, soap? You're crazy. Cilantro does not taste like soap. And he's like, no, I think it tastes like soap. And he's like, it can't taste like soap because I just ate it and it doesn't taste like soap. But what if you have the soap gene? And where we were unable to test it. Science hadn't gotten to the point where we could identify the soap gene. And then what? Okay, what are you going to do? Say it's not true because science hasn't figured it out yet? And also, I did date somebody with the soap gene because I made chicken. And he goes, Brittany, I think you put soap on the chicken. I was like, no, I did not put soap on no chicken. And he said, you put soap on chicken. I was like, girl, I've never put soap in any of the food I've ever made. I did not put soap in chicken. And then I realized, oh, you have the soap gene. 'Twas the soap gene. Okay. So anyways, all of this to say, if I sat there and didn't know about the soap gene, because the person I was dating obviously didn't know, and I sat there, I was like, no, there's no soap in my chicken. We wouldn't have been able to realize, oh, you have the soap gene. We would have been without the knowledge. And then without the knowledge we probably would have come to a really bad conclusion. Instead of just saying, hey, this is good chicken. I'm going to keep eating it. I'm sorry, you can't eat it though. Okay? And Matt is saying, well, unless we can prove why it is what it is, there's nothing to it. And that's why I say men are always so behind women. I feel like women have been complaining about things for 50 years and men are just getting to it today. And women are like, we knew about that. We already knew. Just like with white people and black communities have been screaming from their lungs things that white people are like, hey, I think like racism might be a problem. And everyone's like, thanks, buddy. Wow. Good job, buddies. Like, you know, they're literally like catching up so late, but because there's no credibility under white supremacy and colonizer mindset, the people who already have the answers are ignored because we don't look qualified. And even when we do, it doesn't matter because it's never good enough for you. Got it.
What is the support for that proposition? If you're able to present a valid and sound argument supported by evidence that warrants accepting the proposition, then you should accept the proposition. And if you can't, then you should not accept the proposition. I'm going to reference a man, David Hume, that the wise man, yes, here he is being patriarchal, the wise man proportions his confidence to the evidence. And I changed that years ago to the wise person proportions their confidence to the evidence.
Wow.
Not that I'm super woke or enlightened
Amazing.
or, you know, woo. It's more accurate because if there's somebody out there who doesn't proportion their confidence to the evidence, I think they've made a mistake. If there's somebody out there who becomes convinced of some proposition, and everything you believe is accepting a proposition, everything, no matter how you came by it, you could come by it by good reasons or bad reasons, but everything you are convinced of is a proposition that you've accepted. And the way to make sure that you're accepting the most likely correct propositions is to debate it, discuss it, investigate it, and evaluate.
But you won't do that. Like, Britt asked you to have a discussion. You said, no, we're having a debate. And she said, but I'd like to talk to you about it. And basically, you made it impossible because you're not open-minded. You don't actually want to have the conversation with Britt. You've already made a decision. For a skeptic, you've already made a decision. But that's why I think skeptical people have already made decisions. Your decision was skeptic. Like, I've made the decision to be skeptical. Yeah, but you're not engaging with, and just this alone, Britt took her time. She made arguments. Like, you were so busy not taking any responsibility for the way you framed that original video, for saying, honestly, I didn't name you, but I should have just said, I'm sorry that it was made this way. I'm sorry that it sounded like I was going after you. You know what I mean? There's no humility. Oh, that's what it is, girls. Humility, no wisdom. He has no humility. That's just what it is. And it's so disappointing to see but it's every time. Not surprised, you know?
Evaluate the evidence for it. When you start saying that, I mean, where's the demonstration that without a proposition and the evidence for it, you have anything that can be identified as a path to truth?
It disregards how half of humanity, the half that has never had the power to speak in this space, has had a different relationship to the word spirituality. And because of that, young women are leaving religion more than young men. They're tired of patriarchy defining what spirituality means, to what it means to live the good life when it doesn't fit their lives as women. And if we
So the difference is that men are going back to church to find wives and women are leaving church to find themselves. And they're using spirituality to do it. And Matt's like, boo.
can include these voices, I think you'll find a much more broad concept of spirituality that has a lot more room than the room that you are giving it. So for example, when we started to do closed captioning, that was specifically for the deaf.
And she's going to say, but it helps everyone. Okay, next timestamp.
The demonstration of real, I accept all of those. Awe, wonder, all that stuff. This is still mostly just about the label. I'll be the first to admit, I don't understand fully what you're talking about. I definitely am aware that patriarchy controls a whole bunch of things, but I'm not aware that, do you think that patriarchy...
Oh, wait. Did we already see that? 327? No. Wait. Oh, yeah, this is about math.
Patriarchy is controlling mathematics as well?
Wait, we didn't watch this the
Because that's
second time.
directly derived from logic.
Did we watch this the second time or just the first time?
Is patriarchy controlling scientific truth? The scientific findings? Is there some conspiracy to keep away woman science?
Yes. Did we cover this? Yes.
I'm not aware of any.
Yes. Oh my God. We didn't watch this. Listen.
To keep away woman science. Truth. The scientific findings. Is there some conspiracy to keep away woman science?
Yes. 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 Can you imagine being this bubbled? Could you imagine being this bubbled? Yes. How do you exist in this bubble? I cannot believe this bubble is so behind. I know I left the atheist bubble fucking 15 years ago. I cannot believe they have not kept up with anything. when I saw this the first time, I was literally shook. I was like, I was like, yeah, what are you talking about? Women not going to school, women not getting credit for their science papers, husbands taking credit for their science discoveries. Even recently, women with degrees accused of their emotions getting in the way. Or my favorite one is that we haven't even done testing. We just started testing on seatbelts for female or femme bodies. We just started testing actual blood on tampons. Like everything about our life we have absolutely been just not even asked our opinion in these spaces. Like when it comes to science in relation to our own bodies, we have been neglected. Legislation is being done every day to take away women's reproductive rights in the name of what? Using what data? Scientific data, religious doctrine used in disguise as religious data. Like, what are you talking about? Amazing. Absolute. Wow. Wow. Amazing. Just absolutely insane. Just absolutely insane. You could tell he doesn't talk to any black and brown people that engage in their local communities. And I'm not talking about I'm not talking about people of color who, Brittany, this is in your, listen, Black doctors on TikTok have been ranting and raving about how female Black doctors are being excluded from these spaces and their opinions are being ignored because they're just focused on Black people. I watch enough Black people to know they're not being integrated into the conversation. There's a Black male doctor who specifically teaches people how to find melanoma in Black and brown skin because cancer has only been researched for white people. Yeah. Not only is there racism keeping Black people away from really being held to the same standard or being considered the same standard, even though they're going to the same schools, but cancer is racist. Cancer. And so now it's happening. Black women are what? 3 times more likely to have problems while giving birth in American US hospitals. Like, yeah. So like, again, when he sits there and goes, oh, is there a conspiracy to keep women out of science or women's science out of science? Yes. I can't believe he even said this, but of course he did. He's a white man. Colonizer mindset.
I'm not aware of any. Happy to know about it.
Well,
and in no way would I ever diminish women's experiences. Like the fact that women might generally view certain aspects that they call spirituality different from the way some men or all men would refer to spirituality. That's in how we are culturally indoctrinated to encapsulate ideas so that we can process it. Your experience is different from my experience. My experience as a cishet white dude is different from my friend Brady. I don't know what it's like to be Black. I don't know what it's like to be a woman. I don't know what it's like to live life in those things. And because of that,
and you're not even trying. Because
the rituals definitely change our self, even though the self is a deception. And we're in agreement on that. So yay. Even though it changes our self, and it changes one group of people more in one direction than another because of broken aspects of our system where patriarchy is taking control, or in rare occasions where matriarchy is taking control. I don't know how that makes
Pourquoi?
More in one direction than another because of broken aspects of our system where patriarchy is taking control, or in rare occasions where matriarchy is taking control.
Never, because matriarchy is in a system that exists, because patriarchy is a system we live under, and matriarchy cannot exist under patriarchy, and we still have a patriarchy.
I don't know how that makes logical philosophical propositions that could be debated a man-brain thing. But even if I assume that it is, that doesn't in any way demonstrate that that's not the most reliable path to truth.
Talking about.
So I don't know what you're saying. I can't comprehend it, but you're still wrong. Got it. So she's giving you evidence that you do not understand, and because you don't understand it, it's wrong. Cool. Got it. Okay.
So your critique on that score, I think, would have landed better if you had some video that
Okay, I think we reviewed this in the very beginning, but we're doing it at the end again, the full context.
showed that I was acting unethically, or, some of my clients that I've had that, felt really uncomfortable with me and were.
Okay. I'm exhausted from a number of fallacious arguments as we get right here to the end. The video wasn't about you. You were obliquely referenced. I didn't call you a charlatan. And if I would have put a video of you saying something that was problematic in there, that would have been me calling you out specifically. This wasn't about specifically calling you out. It was about calling out all of the people who are advocating for what you advocate for. And no, since my point is not Brit is a charlatan, I don't need to present evidence of you doing something as a charlatan.
No. Okay, chat. Let me show you something because I want you to understand how human beings work. This is my work now. I want to teach you something about people because I really think people missed it. And that's why I wanted to cover this. Okay, let me show you. Let me show you. Okay. You said you put her channel title in the title. No, he didn't. He never mentioned Brit by name. Spirituality is nonsense. Spirituality is nonsense. That's the name of the video. Okay. He did not reference her. He did not mention her, right? He saw her content along with other people's and said to himself, I need to make a video about spirituality. I keep seeing all these TikToks. I'm going to go make a video about it. He made the mistake, the boomer mistake, the decision, okay, to not be clear about who he was talking about or not talking about, or not prefacing the video with, hey, I want to make a video about this. I really don't mean to call anybody out. I just want to have the conversation. Because then what it said to your psychology is that, oh, he's calling her out subtweet. Oh, he's calling her out subtweet. Right? And the problem Matt keeps making is the same problem his psychology is making him make, which is not to say I made a mistake, to not say I should have done it better, and to then reply to Britt Hartley without saying, Britt, I really don't know your work. I really just saw a few TikToks. I'm so sorry. Maybe I totally misunderstood you. Let me research your stuff and then I'll come back to you. He said, okay, well, I wasn't really talking about you, but sure, if you make a video, I'll make a rebuttal, I guess. Yeah, ego. Exactly, chat, ego. So Matt's in his ego, and because he's in his ego, he couldn't just say, oh, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. And so now we have to sit here and watch a video where a man for 4 hours tells us he doesn't know anything about this woman, but he's going to say she's bullshit because he decided he doesn't like her. And then we're going to say, so that's patriarchy and misogyny. And he's going to say, well, I don't know anything about that. So you don't know anything about racism. You don't know anything about patriarchy. You don't know anything about colonization. You don't know anything about anything, but Brit's the one who's wrong, even though she came with receipts. And this is what I've been trying to say about this whole situation. Is that he doesn't see her as equal because she's a woman. He doesn't see the work she does as equal because he decided he's going to live in a framework of hierarchy that she doesn't reach. He decided that no matter what she does, she'll never be good enough. I swear to God, this woman could go to fucking MIT, Yale, Harvard, and he'd still be like, but is it the same though? And I'm saying this because nothing she has done, he's allowed to give credit to. He hasn't given her 1 ounce of credit for one single fucking thing she did. Not one fucking thing did he go, oh, damn, I'm so impressed. Not one fucking thing. When she started out her video complimenting him, I made sure to start out my video complimenting him because he deserved his flowers for being who he was in this community for so long. And now may you lay them on your grave because your career is officially dead. Okay? You're too old and you're too unaware, and I'm glad you're still a space for boys. But girl, with peace and love, the future, I won't say it's female because we're inclusive here. The future is femme. The future is something different. The future is deconstructed. The future is not this. Whatever this is, Habibi, I spent 4 hours of my free time trying to go through this minute by minute to understand your perspective. And you couldn't give an ounce of grace to Britt through this whole process. So this isn't even for Matt or his audience. You know this is for you. This is for you to see that my work is as real as anybody else's. Britt's work is as real as anybody else's. We are just as qualified to be here as these boys. Do not let these men convince you you're not qualified. This man said with his full chest he's not even qualified himself. That he wouldn't even call himself an expert. He's just giving his opinion. Well, here's mine. Here's mine. And I hope it helps people understand that we're also here to play and we are more than capable. Okay, we just literally know what it's like to be in this space, to be the one woman on a panel, to be the one woman in a group of 10 guys, and to sit here and be told, oh, they just don't understand us, so we must not know what we're talking about. And it's so frustrating. We'll let Matt have the last word.
My point was, I don't have a way to tell the difference between what you're claiming and what charlatans claim, and you haven't really provided anything like that. You have bemoaned your own credentials, and tried to adopt an authority position
Which she
over
never did.
qualified, vetted
never did.
therapists from the Secular Therapy Project.
She never did that.
To gain even more gravitas.
Never did that.
Isn't that exactly what a
Nope.
guru would do?
No.
Isn't it exactly what a guru would do? It
She
should be
never
like,
did that.
Oh, you know, Western science and medicine has failed. And
First of all, Western science and medicine has fucking failed tons of populations. Absolutely. That's why we hold balance. Again, colonizer mindset. Western medicine has absolutely tortured the fuck out of minority people. It has been absolutely a tool of white supremacy. So don't even get me started, okay? This love of Western medicine, absolute red flag. I'm not saying it doesn't have good things. I'm not saying we don't need to mix. Dr. K is a perfect example of this. Eastern medicine and Western medicine need to meet. We need to have babies together. But instead, you only care about the white Western version of your medicine that is literally killing people. Yeah. So with peace and love, just like Matt said, he still doesn't get Brit. He doesn't understand what's happening, and that's okay. He doesn't have to understand. But let me make it clear, he is very ignorant. He doesn't understand what's going on. And because of his ignorance, he's going to hurt a lot of people. And those people will be minorities. They will be autistic people that rely on Brit and her resources. They will be people who other therapists, you know, they give Brit as a suggestion. This is time and time again what happens with colonizer mindset is they literally see minority communities thriving and making it in capitalism and white supremacy. Then they go, how do I fuck this up for them? How do I literally fuck this up for them? You are fucking it up for people who are working really, really hard to survive under the pressures of this oppressive world. And I am saying, have some humility. And if you won't trust Brit, who's a woman, maybe you'll trust Dr. K, maybe you'll trust other people, but there's absolutely a room for medicine and spirituality to be together. There's absolutely a science to spirituality, which Brit tried to make clear to Matt, and he could not understand it. So here, she spoke his language, and he still went, nah. Matt is like every evangelical I've ever talked to. Matt is pulling a literal Catholic mother move right now. He is my mother. He's still suffering from his religious indoctrination. He's still suffering from his religious rigidity. And he won't be open-minded enough to, in good faith, truly see Brit's side. And it's disappointing to see, but are we surprised? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Okay, girls, before you decide to, quote, help, make sure the road to hell has been not paved with good intentions, because I know Matt probably has tons of them, but it's really awful how it's manifested. It really is, okay? I hope he continues on his deconstruction journey. I hope he knows it never ends. I hope he knows once you leave religion, that's not the end of exploration. There's so much more to discover about existence, to discover about meaning, to discover about your life. And in the process of discovery, may you make meaning that leads you to be a joyful person who doesn't snitch on people for finding their own joy in the world. Because that's what he did. That is what he did. Colonizer mindset. Case closed. Point made.